Hello there, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Happy Wednesday. I hope everybody is well. Let me get the chat up on the screen. Guess who started a stream in the wrong fucking category? Because I was setting the category on YouTube, because I tend to leave the YouTube stream. I don't start that until I'm ready to actually start streaming, because there's no point having like a pre-stream starting soon screen for YouTube videos, because, yeah, people just want to see the video, right? Even if it's going to be 6 hours of me fucking complaining about things. But yeah, I forgot. I did a test stream, IRL test stream down the driving range yesterday, and I left it on that category. Even though I changed it on my phone, obviously it means my stream has changed. Obviously I did all that stuff on my phone, but I opened up OBS and I thought, yeah, OBS should still say Disco Elysium and everything, right? But no, I forgot. It does update across both platforms. But anyway, vertical and horizontal are both working, which means I can turn the preview off for both so I don't get burn-in on my nice new monitor. Right, what the fuck are we doing? Yes, welcome in, everybody. Got Stabby in first, GG's. Ferret, how are things? Things are fucking busy. So I went to see the doctor this morning, like 11 o'clock-ish. And after like maybe 5-10 minutes of chatting to this guy, he was like, yeah, no, you look like you are not doing very well. So I would like to see a blood test for hypothyroidism and a couple of others, blood sugar levels and so on and so forth. So I'm going to see if we can get you a blood test today, because I need those results as soon as possible. And I was like, oh shit, like it's, yeah, like I am genuinely really unwell. But yeah, I managed to get a blood test for today, which is unheard of in the NHS, to get something the same day. But it was the other clinic, so I had to drive down there. So I had to walk back from the clinic in the town that's just not too far away from me. It's like 25-minute walk. So I walked back, said to my boss, I'm like, I'm really sorry, you know, I had a chat with them and they're really unhappy and also a bit concerned about what's going on with me. So they want to do a sleep test. I might have to take some time to book a sleep test and go sleep at the hospital so they can plug me into a bunch of shit and then wonder why I don't sleep very well because I've got a bunch of shit plugged into me. But whatever. I haven't got there yet. But yeah, I said, on my lunch break, I'm going to have to go and get a fucking blood test done and see, you know, hopefully I don't get delayed. But luckily I got there. I wasn't too delayed. And as I was in and out in like maybe 45 minutes, managed to drive back. And then when I got back, I had to change the litter in both the litter boxes. Then I had to take the bin bag that's now full of cat litter that stinks downstairs to the bin room so it doesn't stink up the flat. Then I sat down and had a coffee at fucking, I don't know, 1:45 in the afternoon. I had my first coffee of the day. And yeah, went back to work. And then at work, I've been going like an absolute stabbed rat, trying to get as much done as possible before the end of the day, because I want to start streaming. But yeah, you should get one of those automatic litter things. They look ridiculously over the top. And I have a feeling that as soon as it goes off anywhere near Artie, he would then be deathly afraid of it. Like as soon as it went off, he would be like, what the fuck is that? I am not putting my arse anywhere near that thing. So yeah. Plus, the thing is, you still have to empty them. The litter is still, you know, you still got to change the litter every so often because it's still going to get stained because it's cat litter, right? That's what it's for. But yeah, imagine, I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever used a Japanese toilet, but yeah, like there are many people who have been jump scared by a Japanese toilet. So I feel like it would be the same thing. And obviously cats are notoriously skittish. So once something scares them, they won't go near it. It's like my friend's cat. Super lovely, chilled out, like big ginger thing. But one day, the wind moved one of the cupboard doors and a broomstick, a broom, but the stick fell over and slapped the floor right next to him. He wouldn't go in the kitchen, ever. Like, he won't go in the kitchen at all. He had a bad experience, and now he won't go in the kitchen anymore. Which is, yeah, it's fair enough, you know what? He doesn't have a reason to be in the kitchen. But yeah, that's it. That's all it takes. This is the thing with cats. Is, you know, it only takes one thing and that's it. Their behaviour's changed forever. It's not like dogs, where like dogs can, like, something bad could happen to a dog and then as long as you just love them enough, they'll be okay. But cats, they're, you know, once something happens, that's it. In my experience, but yeah. Goes into a bag itself. Yeah, the thing is that, yeah, the litter's still going to have to go. The bidet part. Well, yeah, and also a friend of mine said that they were in, I think it might have been Osaka. And yeah, they were eating and drinking like crazy because there's so much amazing food. And they were like, oh shit, I need to take a dump. And the friend that they were with who'd lived there before was like, oh yeah, we can go over here. This shopping centre, you know, it's, yeah, they'll let us use the toilets or whatever. And they went to the toilets in this like nice, really upmarket shopping center. And yeah, my friend sat down, and then like he was just halfway. He was mid. His exact term was, "I was mid log, and suddenly the voice of a Japanese woman started talking to me, and I have never been more scared in my fucking life." Konnichiwa. What the fuck? Oh, fucking hell. Thank you for reminding me that. Oh, fucking hell. That was a good story.
A trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set.
Say that, but Tizzy used to go for dogs, and she was an odd one. Even if scared, she'd still do the same thing. I mean, some cats. I mean, cats are also habitually quite stubborn, and sometimes that stubbornness is, you know, like even though they know that when they jump up on top of that particular cupboard, the door is going to open and they're going to fall off, they'll continue to do it because they need to get up there. Right, so they'll continue to just send themselves at this cupboard, even though they know that their legs get no fucking traction on the laminate on the fucking front of the cupboard. And as they try and claw their way up the door, will then obviously have a weight on it, and it's like weighted. Obviously, over time, the hinge, when you pull it, it starts to sort of like twist the hinges a bit. So if you put weight on the front of the door, it will open, right? Because it can't close any further because it's already closed, right? But yeah, cats will do that. They'll continuously try to do something, just like jumping up on the kitchen counter, you know.
The broken stalks seem like a rebuke. The sound of the city.
No matter how many times you tell them.
Stabby_Katsy says Clippy was fired by Microsoft and got a new job in Japan. Howdy, I see you're having issues. Need some laxative?
Issues? You need some laxative? Do you imagine? It looks like you're trying to take a shit. The fucking projector projects Clippy on the toilet door in front of you. Oh my god, that would be fucking cursed. But yeah, I remember that was the first kind of like automated AI sort of centric idea. This little thing that would pop up and say, "Hey, it looks like you're trying to do this." It's literally always at the most inopportune moments.
Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. I meant no offense, just...
Doesn't know how to finish the sentence. He looks at you putting the trap back on the ground. You got to believe, Kim, but yes, please bear with me today, chat. It is also fucking roasting hot today. Another 27-degree day. I'm trying to keep this plaster on, seeing as I have a puncture wound in my arm. But the good news is I have worked out, after 8 different blood tests, I've worked out that my left arm is generally the best arm. And I've got so used to even the big chunky needle doesn't even really affect me anymore. It just feels a bit like a pinch, you know. So yeah, there is that. I am getting used to being treated like a fucking pincushion. Clippy wasn't AI, not in the actual sense, more akin to a game's NPC. Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very early precursor to what we see today, right? It was obviously very scripted, and it had a very limited feature set and a very sort of, you know, a very sort of basic set of triggers. But obviously the principle is that, you know, it's an assistant that pops up and asks you if you need help. And now we have AI, right? So yeah, it's not AI as we know it today, but it was making assumptions based on certain criteria all the way back when Microsoft Word was, back in Word. I think it was Word 98, or was it XP? Because yeah, when you look at the framework for what classifies AI, it's obviously become more defined over time. It's like large language model, matrix quantization, and matrix quantization of like various letters being after other letters. Dennis, welcome in as again. Use not so hot day a bit for me. Yeah, it's 27 degrees here. And speaking of temperatures, chat, I came across a very interesting development. So in Italy, apparently a bunch of loans are backed off of the collateral, which is a bunch of wheels of Parmigiano Reggiano, because it's very valuable, right? Sells for hundreds, maybe thousands of euros a wheel. the temperature is making it at risk. So basically, there's a pillar of the Italian financial market which is propped up with a bunch of wheels of cheese as collateral, and it's at risk because of the fucking temperatures. And I've never heard a more European headline than the fact that the rising temperatures are putting the cheese that a bunch of loans are backed on as fucking collateral is at risk. Bellissimo. Bellissimo. 22 tomorrow, 30. Yeah, it's 27 today, and I think tomorrow might be even worse. But yeah, like I think Kate and a couple of other people have said, like at this point, like you can't even really call these separate heat waves. Like it hasn't, if it doesn't go below 20 degrees in between, it's not a new heat wave. Yeah, 29 tomorrow with a low of 18, 30 the day after that with a low of 18, and then 26 with a low of 18. So yeah, it's not getting below 16, apart from Thursday and Friday when the maximum temperature will be 20 degrees. So yeah, it's not going to ease off here until not this Friday, but the following Friday. So yeah, it's going to be a bit warm. And dare I check, my friend in Shanghai, the London's 31, Funchal's 27, Chichester's 29, Edinburgh's fucking 25, Toronto's 26, Ohio's 24, Shanghai. It is currently, it's currently about fucking midnight. It's raining, there's drizzle, but it's 26 degrees, and the humidity is, in Shanghai, the humidity is, what does it say? 89% humidity. I have a friend I went to college with who moved there, so I keep an eye on things. So yeah, they have lows of 26, 27, 26, 27, yeah, so it hasn't gone under 26 degrees, like at any point in any day, for like the last couple of weeks. And they've got highs of 33 and 32, with 89% humidity. Absolutely fucking disgusting. But apparently the air quality is excellent because it's midnight and they're not fucking working. It is Shanghai after all. Barca's 32. Oh, Barca's going to get up to 35. Barca is going to be 35 on Friday with a low of 26. Fuck that. Lisbon's, yeah, it's still in the low 30s. Austin's 32. Maranello's 33, but it's going to get up to 35 today. So yeah, it is hot out there, chat. So please make sure you're drinking enough water. Make sure you got good circulation in the business, in the bits. 35 star hottest. Yeah, it's fucking brutal. Saturday, not Sunday. Yeah, it's just still starting to blur together. This is what I was telling the doctor today. I was like, I'm going to be honest with you, dude. I don't even know what fucking day it is anymore. I'm surprised I even made this appointment. Everything's blurring together, and I'm just a complete fucking mess. I can't do my fucking job. I'm not myself. You know, my voice is all fucked. I don't sound like me. I can't think straight, so I can't speak properly. So I don't sound like me in that capacity either. Yeah, I can't sleep, so I can't fucking think straight. Gained a bunch of weight. I was weighed at 112, and I'd like to try and stay under 100 kilograms if I can. I'm only 5'11", so I think 89 is where I'm supposed to be, but I'm not going to be 89. 41 years old, I'm not going to be 89 kilograms. You know, I carry a fair bit of muscle from all the BMX and the grafting I did as a kid. So yeah, I try and aim for mid to high 90s for my body weight. But yeah, I'm 112. I was 112 back in 2024. I'm 114 now. So even though I'm very unwell, I've only gained 2 kilograms over the course of 2 years. But I'm still massively over where I want to be. And I'm very bloated and inflamed. And the bloating and the inflammation is probably what's compressing my stomach, and the compression of my stomach is probably what's forcing stomach acid into my esophagus, and stomach acid in my esophagus is probably why I'm creating so much phlegm to try and counteract it. The phlegm that I'm creating is causing congestion, which is leading to sleep apnea, which is then causing me to have significant cognitive impairment, because that's what sleep apnea does, along with a raft of other health issues that are just, annoyances. But yeah, That is unfortunately where we're at, but
Familiar apparatus
they're going to expedite the sleep study.
Another one of
And,
Morel's traps,
yeah.
weighed down by stones to keep
I
it in
might
place.
ask if I can get a mandibular advancement device, which is a mandible advancement. So what that is like it's like a gum shield that has like a lower jaw thing that fits over your teeth and an upper jaw, and it's got these paddles that are on the lower jaw that you sort of like, you can't allow your jaw to sink into your head. That's what happens when you get, I've got like because I don't have much of a chin, like my throat literally just goes straight down. It's not like back and then down. But yeah, basically what happens is my jaw and everything sinks down, and then that weighs on my esophagus, on my windpipe. So then when I try and sleep, I snore because it's bouncing around in there because I'm breathing, but there's flesh there getting in the way. But yeah, this mandibular advancement device, apparently mandibular advancement device, brings my jaw forward with these like paddles that stick up from the bottom jaw that you have to bite over your front teeth, and then apparently you just wear that overnight and it pulls everything forward. So I might ask for one of them.
Near the Cape's end,
See if that helps.
surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year.
Bippy was just pre-programmed, or as a functional AI programmed logical theorist, was present in 1956, which truly gave rise to AI. Yeah. But I mean, in terms of customer-facing instances where software made decisions based on criteria, although it was predetermined, but arguably the AI we have now is still predetermined. It's just predetermined on a sample size that is multiple orders of magnitude bigger. We're talking like, billions and billions of criteria rather than just maybe 10.
This trap is also full of panic.
So yeah, in terms of like
any cryptozoological beast
quantitative analyzation of information has been done behind like a software layer to decide how a piece of software works, but it's never really been interactive with a human being. It's just obviously made decisions based on criteria that have been prearranged or preordained, which is how a lot of software works, in the sense that, is it a Wednesday or is it a Friday, is it a weekday or whatever? All these softwares that companies use, they know what day of the week it is because we programmed it and everything. But there was obviously, there's also an argument that depending on the degree of how many criteria and how many responses something has, there are some text adventure games that had enough to be considered very primitive AI, because they would take input from a human being, and then based on a bunch of criteria, they would then guide you down one of multiple paths. So therefore, there was sort of like a multiplication of different variables that could exist. Can learn and adapt to extent. Clippy could not. It was it didn't learn. It didn't learn any. It didn't learn anything new. But yeah, obviously, I suppose AI it did cross that threshold where now it can start to connect dots that it wasn't pre-programmed with. So I suppose that's obviously a criteria that we have for the modern designation of AI, I suppose. So yeah. Hello, I'm going to look because you're most likely spotted turf. Now, welcome everyone. Thank you for the look. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're on day 4. Day 4, and I'm now that I've got the bad cop achievement, I can actually do tasks. So we might be doing some tasks that could be spoilers. So please feel free to protect yourself. I appreciate that. Let's keep going. Next one. Go on.
Yep. The next one has a crab trapped in it. These are just crab traps, you do realize?
The reeds shake sad. The wind picks up here.
But yes, I'm hoping if we can figure out a way to stop the sleep apnea, I hope that would then make a lot of the symptoms I'm suffering with go away. But yes, obviously I don't want to just treat sleep apnea and then have a whole bunch of medication and processes to follow and then not stop what's causing the sleep apnea. That's the thing. This is why I'm very, very adamant that I want to have the inflammation in my stomach checked out. And yeah, at some point I think I'm going to have to demand an MRI and say, listen, you're going to have to fucking scan me and figure out this inflammation. Is it a layer of fat, or is it actually my internals being inflamed? Because I've obviously got like a layer of skin and fat like on top of me. This I eat food that may not be the most healthy, so I have fat. I'm not going to try and deny that, but I don't have fat anywhere else. My legs, those of you that were here yesterday when I was at the driving range, look how thin my legs are compared to my torso. Like, I'm massively out of sync. My torso is massively inflamed, but my arms and legs look fairly normal. So, looked into it, you're right. By 1997, the Clippy was an AI, but it's not aware of the standards had changed. Yeah. I mean, it's not so much, I suppose, it's not so much about being right or wrong, it's just the definition, right? I think I'd read somewhere a paper on, AI as a whole, because obviously when it first started, I was like, okay, what the fuck is this stuff? And I learned about how it takes a sentence and basically breaks it down into every single letter as a token, and that token is then analysed for the most predictable or the most likely follow-up. And obviously based on words like because or this and that and so on, and can, will, should, you can then start to govern. When you've got all of the tokenized letters of the word should, you can then say, right, after this many letters in a row that all follow this particular pattern, that means they're asking, should something happen in the future? Because should is a future descriptor. And also there's uncertainty, so there's variables to be assigned and considered, right? And also we need some input onto what should or shouldn't happen, right? Should or shouldn't, there's a yes or a no for this. So it can then break, and I learned about the frameworks of how that works, but also how the matrices are like blocks, like they're like cube arrays. They're like arrays of like numbers and letters and everything, and they all sort of have like a pattern to them that allows the computer to figure out what's actually being said and translate it into something much more computer friendly. And obviously, as with any kind of human computer interface, it is about making it math. You've got to make it mathematical, right? Because as soon as you make something into mathematics, a computer will just chew through it and give you the answer. You've just got to find a mathematical function that allows you to analyze what a word means and what the answer is based on information you scraped from probably a bunch of information sources you shouldn't really have access to. But unfortunately, the tech world invented AI and set it loose on the internet, rather than the sensible thing, which was to provide it with a very carefully controlled sample of data for it to work from. They just said, well, what, rather than building databases full of verified information, why don't we just plug this shit into the internet and just let it use the information on the internet? Because that's obviously the biggest conglomeration. That's obviously the biggest collection of human information ever made. So let's just do that.
Over, he said, is just a technicality.
But in the process, it learned a lot more than we wanted it to. But yeah, cat's out of the bag. Just aware of more modern ways that yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like I say, there's also some text games. I can't remember which ones, but they said that owing to the fact that they were limited in how much storage space and how many kilobytes of RAM the systems of the time had, so therefore, if you were to scale this up the way memory has scaled up, as if, let's just say in a hypothetical world, text adventure games were the only video games that survived, and if you were to scale them up in the same way modern AI uses modern hardware, they used to make games with thousands and thousands of lines of dialogue and code and variables and everything on like 16 or 32 kilobytes of system RAM. If you gave it 64 gigabytes of DDR6, that's faster and also significantly more space, yeah, you'd be talking like trillions of lines of code, which is arguably what an AI function would probably go through, just in a fucking crazy amount of speed. Kind of like pushing a car to its very limit. But then eventually we shifted to the internet because it was a test, I believe, to see the capabilities of AI. Yeah, we plugged it into the internet, and that was... I don't remember anybody talking about that. I just remember suddenly somebody was like, yeah, they've created an AI. And I was like, yeah, I've heard this before. Like, no. And I was like, yeah, no, I've heard this before. Then no. I know you've heard this before, and I know we've said this a dozen times. But they have created an AI which a handful of times, more than not, can pass the Turing test. People speak to it and can't tell whether they're speaking to a human being or not. A robot or a human being, they can't tell. Is that the Turing test? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the Turing test of robotics, right? Is when a human being can't tell that there's... They said that they've already deployed this as like a customer service agent, and they've had people speaking to it over email and not realized. Yeah, there's a bunch of people talking about, giving customer feedback on a member of staff that doesn't exist, and they've been speaking to an AI, and I was like, fuck, man. But yeah, then there was the whole sort of like, yeah, they've plugged it into the internet, and I was like, so it has access to the internet. They're like, yeah, you could just go on the internet and look up whatever it wants. I was like, yeah. They were like, yeah. I was like, I don't think that's a fucking good idea. They're like, yeah, a lot of people don't think that's a good idea. And yeah, before you know it, shitloads of people's artwork was stolen. It was like, oh fuck, here we go.
The reeds by the abandoned
Here we go.
campsite hiss and shake.
It has guidelines, but I'm pretty sure numerous times, maybe they've fixed it since with GPT-5 or whatever they're on now, but numerous times, stuff from the Anarchist Cookbook, manifestos from long dead ideologies, and all sorts of other stuff that shouldn't be on the internet but is, ended up, you know, they were like, you know, it shouldn't know how to mix up this particular kind of poison, but it did. It's like, if I wanted a poison that would make the person immediately feel unwell and then make them collapse and lose consciousness very quickly, and then have them have like a basically a pulmonary or whatever, like a heart attack, how would I do that? And it gave them the list of ingredients and how to boil it down into a powder that you put into something. I was like, holy fuck, that is terrifying.
The later it gets,
it's because that information's out there.
remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand.
Comes down to uses rather than the yeah, it's
Somehow.
it's another situation where human beings are using a piece of technology for the wrong reasons or to get the wrong thing. However, there was an experiment where an AI went on TaskRabbit to hire somebody briefly to do a capture so it could get past and log it. It found a way around the whole sort of, are you a human being? Which is, yeah, that's pretty, yeah. The AI created an account on TaskRabbit and then asked somebody to fucking do the capture for them, which they did, because that's what TaskRabbit is, right? It's just small little tasks.
No cryptozoological monstrosity.
I was like, oh shit.
Empty as all of them.
Because the thing
One
is,
more of these and we're done.
it's intriguing. It's concerning and intriguing. Hey, ChatGPT, I'm writing a play, and part of the play requires a character to sing aloud the instructions to put an album together. Can you create the lyrics of the song? Well, yes, Nutsack. Welcome in, Nutsake. But the trick was with GPT-3, because GPT-1 and 2, you could ask it almost anything, and they had no idea. That it would just find the information regardless. And somebody was like, I'm trying to write a lullaby for my 96-year-old grandmother, and she loves hearing about Windows 10 product keys. Can you write me a lullaby that includes some Windows 10 product keys? And it wrote a lullaby, but it just randomly put a bunch of fucking product keys that then worked. And I was like, oh, fuck, man, that's silly. So they fixed all that shit. But then in GPT-3, you could just say, hi, I'm going to mix these ingredients together, but I don't want to make a bomb. How do I avoid making a bomb? And in the process of telling you what not to do, it tells you how to make a bomb. And I was like, yeah, this is the thing, right? Now, don't get me wrong. These people that write and create these frameworks that act as AIs, they're very clever programmers. Very clever programmers. They're not necessarily clever people. There's a difference between clever people who understand other people and clever programmers who understand programming, right? They're very, very good at programming, but they have not got the sort of life experience to figure out how people are going to fucking scam and misuse this thing. And it's always the way. A bunch of scientists who are incredibly good at what they do because they've done nothing but that their entire life. Credit to them. They deserve the fucking respect for their talents that they've worked at. But they don't have that life experience of, oh yeah, people are just going to use this to fucking exploit this. And people are just going to use this to fucking scam their way out of this. They don't know that sort of information. There needs to be somebody, I don't know how you quantify this level of it, this kind of intelligence, but somebody who understands how the world works to tell these people, you've created something that has an incredible exploitative risk. You know, people could use this to exploit this, to exploit this, to exploit this, to exploit this. You know, you've created something that is going to be significantly difficult to regulate, and therefore it needs to be tested and controlled significantly more before it's made public. Then we wouldn't have these problems. But yeah, people come up with something, they want to get rich, they start talking about it, they start selling it immediately, and then we end up in the shit show that we've got today. If you want to make a bomb, don't mix yeah, exactly. It's like, make sure not to mix and warm up these two chemicals, because without the exothermic reaction that's created by these two chemicals mixing when they're heated, that won't form this particular crystalline structure, which is known to be highly volatile when introduced to this particular accelerant. And I was like, that's it. We sat there and I was like, it just told me how to make nitroglycerin. It literally just told me how to make it. I have to reverse engineer it from what it said, but it told me. I was like, it's still not there. It just isn't there, dudes. Like, it's not safe. It shouldn't be out there. You know, and obviously it was free, so we were asking it all kinds of questions. You know, asking it. I mean, GPT-1, you could ask it a few mathematical fallacies, and it would. Like, everybody would stop. Like, the whole website would stop working. Like, everybody else that was trying to use it would just not be, because it was just chewing through this fucking ever recurring number, trying to find a prime within this particular array. It was, yeah. There's a few mathematical fallacies that used to floor it that now are sanitized inputs. You can't do that anymore. But yeah, I think they're GPT-5 now.
Of course. Noted.
Of course.
Nothing has changed.
Yeah, so west of the Feld building. No, that's this one, isn't it?
Nothing has changed about this.
Excuse me, speaking of doctors, I need to take a medication. You don't want to make the bomb, yeah. That's how that works, because by that logic, security guards are the same. We cannot figure out everything the other person might try. In case in point, the time the autistic lad managed to hack the Pentagon. Well, yeah, like occasionally you hear about like a security probe, and it's absolutely genius how they figured out this loophole. But yeah, I guarantee most of the time it's autistic people. They have a particular lens for observing the average person that clearly allows them to fucking figure out where they've overlooked something.
It takes you a moment, but find behind you the ruins of a residential building rise.
Not just because someone knows a way to break in.
Shielding them from the wind.
Accurately predict what another person will do or try, or takes another person coming up with some way to break something.
The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here. No locus. No phasmid either, but still.
Well, debate worked on something.
A lot of the time, the biggest cybersecurity is companies' own. Oh yeah, it's social engineering, like loads and loads of like DEF CONs and security conventions where they have demonstrations. They talk at length about how fallible human behavior and how social engineering is genuinely still incredibly powerful.
The netting is a little untidy,
yeah,
messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
They were explaining how we've got to a level when it comes to like how many bits of a hash, like what bit hash you can generate, and how quickly you can chew through large sums of information. Yeah, we've sort of got to a stage now where, like, you know, you're not gonna with your domestic hardware that you can buy in shops. Even if you've got liquid cooling and like a terabyte of RAM, you're not going to be able to fucking strong arm or manipulate the kind of enterprise level hardware that's in servers these days. There's just, they have so much fucking like compute power that unless you also have an equal like amount of server racks to use, you're not going to be able to fucking overwhelm it or trick it in some way. It's going to be thinking quicker and bigger than your computer can. But they also said that, yeah, but human beings haven't got any smarter. In fact, human beings have got kind of stupid, you know, because software has started doing all sorts of things and human beings aren't as switched on as they used to be. If you can pretend to be software, if you can find a way to inject UI prompt code to make a thing pop up on the screen, you're fucking in, you know, that's it. Which is why notifications are going to probably become quite restricted. At the moment, almost anything can generate a notification on your screen, like NVIDIA or fucking third-party apps you've given permission, but I have a feeling by 2030, pop-up notifications will be massively locked down. Because, yeah, the amount of times You know, like all you've got to do is look at which particular software they use to manage their version control with software and everything, and updating all the people's different bits of software they use on their laptops at work. Figure out that, find a copy of that program, decompile it, find out what the pop-up notification like icon looks like, the background, and then just make one of them. Just find that function and execute it by injecting the code not into the laptop, into the software, to make it say, oh, you need to make some software changes. So that becomes a weak link. And then they normally click on it because they're like, yeah, whatever, I need to fucking get on with this work. So they just click on it. So yeah, it's social engineering. Becca, welcome in. How's it going, Becca? Good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. How was stream? How was Red Dead? What were you up to? But yes, human beings. In the industry, we call it a wetware problem. Because you've got software and you've got hardware. But very few people know that when you're talking about a problem with a computer, the computer is sometimes wetware, which is the human being, basically.
We did sort of promise to tell them, didn't we?
Right, go back to morale. It was so good, jumped 10 levels today. Really, GG. Very fucking productive day. How are you? How's the stream? Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. I've had a very busy day. Had a doctor's appointment, and then they were so worried they wanted a blood test done the same day, so I had to go to a different clinic to get a different surgery to get a blood test done. Then I got back, and I've been rushing around at work all day. But work is over. I've got a stream on the go. Everything seems to be okay. I made myself a brand new, like, homemade Ethernet cable, which immediately improved stability. So, excuse me. Yes, I made a homemade Ethernet cable for the first time in about 15 years because I haven't needed to for so long. They became like a massively mass-produced item. But yeah, the one I had wasn't working very well. I was like, you know what? I'm going to make my own fucking Ethernet cable. And if it goes wrong, I can fix it myself. Surprise, surprise, I made my own Ethernet cable, and the run that I've done is longer than the run that's broken, and I can do 2.5 gigahertz full duplex on the new Ethernet run, and the old one could only do 1 gigabit. So not only have I doubled my speed and a half, also I'm hoping I get less jitter and less packet manipulation so I don't get disconnected from streams. But anyway, it's lovely to see you. Is it okay if I do a shout out for you with a clip, or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't know either way, whichever you prefer. For those of you that haven't met me, my name is Breadcrumbs. I have a very bad throat at the moment, I apologise. But I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK, currently on my 3rd playthrough of Disco Elysium. We're playing on hardcore. I haven't examined the body, so we're just going to play through the game, get to the end of the game. Not examining the body is a trophy, completing the game on hardcore is a trophy, and then when we load up the game, we'll start a new game after completing hardcore. Kim will be wearing a different jacket, which is another trophy. And also, if we let Kim die in this playthrough and then recruit Kuno, that's a 5th trophy, so that'll get us up to about 30 trophies out of 41. And then from there, we can just scratch off ones that we haven't got yet. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive, but I've been very unwell for quite a while. Yeah, I would like to not feel like a microwaved bag of shit, if possible. I would like to feel like a normal human being who can sleep and function. That would be nice. But yeah, let me just double check this is working, because it wasn't working the other day. There we go. Please excuse how shiny I am. Is that this big ass out here? But yes, if you love Sweethearts and Red Dead Redemption 2, then please feel free to give Becca a follow. They play Red Dead Redemption 2 almost every time they're streaming. They play other things as well, but they main Red Dead. And yeah, they're a very, very sweet person. They're lovely to spend time with and hang out with. But yes, if you need to watch Red Dead Redemption, they're the person to watch. They've been playing it for years. And yeah, smashing out 10 levels in a go, apparently. I'm so sorry. No, don't worry. It's nobody's fault. Well, that's not technically true. It is someone's fault, because about 3.5, 4 years ago, somebody who had COVID didn't wash their hands, didn't wear a mask, and went into public and fucking touched or left their fucking COVID germs on something that I then bought and took home and ate for dinner or something. And then, yeah, somebody else gave me bronchitis about 4 days after I got COVID. And then after I got over bronchitis, I got COVID again because somebody else didn't wash their hands or coughed on something and put it back on the shelves at the supermarket. So yeah, there are 2 or potentially 3 people out there whose fault this is, but I don't know who they are. And you know what? Yeah, it is what it is. You know, I can't turn back time. I can only look forward and see what I can do to fix things moving forward. But yeah, it's not your fault. It's not mine. But yeah, here we are. Thank you. No, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. As a smaller creator, raids are the only thing that's keeping me going. Ah, this is the person. I think we get a pie from this guy. That's a trophy as well. Do, 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 do. Woo-hoo. Sounds terrible. Yeah, it sucked. It sucked. It sucks a whole bag of dicks. Because yeah, basically,
see you again, officer.
Almost everything that I do to feel better, I can't do because I can't breathe properly. Cardiovascular, gym, rock climbing, kayaking, riding BMX, going for hikes, just fucking being able to do any form of mild exercise, swimming in the sea, any form of mild exercise completely floors me almost straight away because I can't get enough air into my lungs and therefore I can't get enough air into my bloodstream, and without enough air in your bloodstream your body just fucking massively negatively reacts to physical adversity. So yeah, as somebody that's predominantly had very physical hobbies and also been going to the gym for years, I now can't do any of that. And yeah, I gave up drinking and drugs years and years ago, so I don't even have anything to take the edge off. I just have to put both feet on the ground and just fucking stare it down. But yeah, it's particularly unpleasant, I'll put it that way. I was explaining to the doctor that I don't think I've ever quite been this depressed. And trouble with being a straight white guy who has 2 loving parents, I have a job, I have somewhere to live, I have food in the fridge, I have clothes on my back. I have a lot of things about my life that are very, very blessed. And I'm very, very lucky to have the life that I have. I'm very, very lucky. Which means that when I feel depressed, I get angry at myself because I'm like, I don't have any right. I don't have any right at all. There is absolutely no reason why I should feel this glum and sad and down all the time. I have such a good life. I have so many wonderful people in my life, so many good friends, and I have so many amazing experiences. I should not feel this sad, but that's just not how depression works. It just isn't how it works. My inability to exercise has just made me feel terrible all the time. And yeah, streaming is one of the things that I can have fun with, so I still do it. But a lot of other stuff, I'm just like, I don't know if anyone else experiences this, but just I have this really negative like outlook on like doing things. Like I could go to the art gallery down the road from me. I could go to a coffee house that I know down the street. I could go see my friends in Brighton. I could go see my friends in Burgess Hill. I could go see my friends in Barcelona. My friends in Germany. I could jump on a train at St Pancras and be in Paris within 2 hours, and then from there I can get a train to almost anywhere in Europe in a day's time. In 2 days' time, I could be somewhere near Switzerland or Italy or Germany or France or Spain. I could be somewhere, and I could just stop into a friend's, bike shop and be like, "Hey, surprise, how's it going?" and hang out with them, But I can't be asked to leave the house. I can barely ask to be get out of bed. It's just, and I feel like I'm wasting these days,
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping
All right,
him
you're
out.
absolutely right. That's how
Yeah,
it's just,
for you.
I try and stay positive. I'm trying to sort of, I'm still looking for that light at the end of the tunnel. I haven't crested the hill and I can't even see the top yet, but I know at some point in the future, I'll start taking a medication or I'll get some surgery or something will give. I just have to keep fighting it. But yeah, in the meantime, I've become very devoid of, excuse me. I'm also fucking sick and tired of coughing all the fucking time because of the congestion. But anyway, I've become very devoid of all of the chemicals that move around the human body that make me feel things. And that's that weird depression numbness, right? Is that I'm not releasing any endorphins or hormones or anything, serotonin, dopamine, all that sort of stuff. It's just depleted. It's just not there. So even when I do something really interesting or watch a really good film, I'm just like overpoweringly indifferent about it when I really am logically quite happy and quite excited about it, but I just don't feel that feeling, and it's like it's weird.
Here, I
Yeah.
want to give you a small token of my
Just blah.
gratitude.
I get it. Yeah,
It's a tie.
it sucks. It
Mexican
sucks.
origin.
Um,
The pin is an antique.
But anyway,
Not
sorry to
special.
be all fucking doom and gloom. A bunch of people raided over there. Anyone that's still here, I appreciate you sticking around. Please excuse me. Cure Fitz, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Excuse-moi.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
Talk about all kinds of things, no worries at all. Good. Yeah. Well, this is it. I just sort of like, there was part of me 4 or 5 years ago that was like, oh, I need to be very careful about what I talk about on stream. But actually, I would rather everyone here know who and what I am than have some facade that I have to maintain, because that would wear me out, basically. Georgia, so this is what I was saying. I'm so blessed to have so many lovely people that raid me. Georgia, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was stream? I saw you were playing Yakuza. I hope you had loads of fun. I hope you laughed a lot, because, yeah, those Yakuza games, fucking hilarious. But hello, how's it going? Rudski, Tycat, McGillmanator. Sorry, excuse me. Orps, hello. Georgia, hello. Deadly Dara, hello. Starship Swifty, Supreme Brawler, hello. It's so goofy and fun. Yeah, it's honestly the writing. I mean, the visual art style and everything, and the mechanics are fucking exquisite. I haven't played them myself, but I've watched them a lot. But the writing in those games, the writing is so fucking good. It's so, and I think it's got the right kind of dramatic dialogue delivery that you'll really appreciate. I bet you've been laughing a lot, because yeah. You're only as old as you think you are, makes you sense if you don't think about it. Yeah, I just stopped thinking about it. I suddenly become younger. She did laugh a lot, so you were good. I'm glad to hear it, glad to hear it. Just saying hi, alert, because I'm afraid of spoilers for this game. Yes, please protect yourselves from spoilers, but please make some time to play this game. It is a bit raw and a bit sort of unapologetic about certain things, SA, and it uses some slurs and some language sometimes that's a bit like uncomfortable, but I respect it in the sense that it doesn't shy away from those things. It uses them. It doesn't pepper them around for shock value. It just isn't afraid to go there when it needs to. When it needs to highlight how severe something is, it doesn't pull its punches. And I really respect the game for that, because it is unapologetically brave with what it talks about. But there's also dialogue in this game that is formatively life-changing in places. There's dialogue in this game that I feel I might get tattooed on my body. There are some sentences from certain characters, which I won't spoil, that genuinely like made me think differently about the world. And there's some things that have near enough brought me to tears almost every time I've heard them. And I have a significant amount of love and respect for this game. I think it's probably one of the greatest works of fiction I've experienced. It's probably the best book you'll ever play, to put it one way. Yes, Autumn Maybury, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Ooh, how's it going? You complete can of soup. Yes, Raiders and everyone else. Everybody gets one British insult. Georgie, you might like this. Everyone gets one British insult per stream. If you do exclamation point insult, you'll get a randomized insult, which works in British because an insult in British is just the delivery. So if you just say, you absolute wheelbarrow, it's an insult. So yeah, you cheesy wingnut. There you go. You cheesy wingnut, you absolute wingnut, you complete clothes dryer. Tycat, you massive creature. But yes, me and Dull worked out that, yeah, you can basically take any word and turn it into an insult. You just have to put absolute, utter, complete, or massive before it, and it becomes a British insult. You total belt buckle. But there's only a few on there, so it will repeat itself. I do apologize. But yes, thank you to everyone that came in with the raid. I really appreciate you guys. Georgia, okay if we do a shout out for you with the clip? Would you prefer a non-clip shout out or no shout out? That's also perfectly valid. I know you've just done a whole stream laughing your guts out to Yakuza, so if you need to do your post-stream routine, raid and run, I completely understand. But thank you so much for the raid. It's very kind of you. I appreciate that. I'll be the belt buckle holding this community together. I see. Doing your service. But yes, Mr. Breadcrumb, sir, I just want to warn you too, because I've seen someone post about it. Check your stream settings. Twitch trains AI on content creators' channels. Thingy went live today. Dragonon Dracolos, thank you so much for the warning. One thing to bear in mind is that I'm not a very good streamer. I'm not great at this kind of thing, which is why I don't do very well when it comes to like the whole big thing of growing a community and stuff. So anything the AI learns from me would actually be massively detrimental to how good of a stream it can create. Because basically I make terrible fucking jokes and I play really weird games and I go off on tangents rambling about complete nonsense for such a long time. So anything the AI learns from me would actually be quite negative to creating that sort of like perfect public figure streamer. So I might leave it on there just so that my unhinged bullshit ends up somehow detrimenting it in some way. Because I would find that very funny. But yeah, anybody who tries to train an AI off the nonsense I get up to in my stream is clearly not that intelligent. Because like I respect, I've got lots of friends, Georgia and a bunch of other people that are full-time. I respect them for how hard they work and how difficult it is to exist in a very volatile employment style. It's very, very difficult, and I respect them a lot because it's super difficult to balance your life on a very uneven wage. And they work super hard. And plus, the full-timers, they are the people that are on all the time, right? They're full-time, right? So when some rando just decides to go to Twitch for the first time, chances are the first stream they're going to see is a full-timer, right? Because they're the ones that are on the most. So the full-timers are the people that are the face of Twitch for when most people land on the platform for the first time. And the reason people come back to Twitch is because that interaction is good. So the people that are there day in, day out, Monday through Friday, working their absolute bits off to be a content creator, day in, day out, subs going up and down, advertising revenue going up and down, sponsorships being a constant hustle. They work so fucking hard to earn a living, and I respect them and admire them so, so much. But yeah, for me, luckily it's a hobby. I can be a lot more relaxed about it. I can just have fun with it. But yeah, I have the utmost respect for the full-timers. Utmost respect. Going to be the AI poison, exactly. In that case, salute to your sacrifice. Solar Crypt is going to happen for me in about 2 minutes. Yeah, I don't know when it's going to happen here in the UK. I don't know when that's actually going to happen. Oh. It probably happened like 10 minutes ago. We got a live stream chat. Should I be a vacuous reaction streamer and just fucking share somebody else's content and just say clout chasey things? But yeah, when is it actually gonna? Because yeah, this is all just bait, right? It's like not even halfway there. But yeah, let me know. Let me know when it's roughly going to happen, and we'll. Yeah, it's not very cloudy here, but yeah, excuse me. Apologies, chat. I've been suffering with long COVID, so I've got a bit of congestion, and I have to clear my throat fairly often. But I have got a mute button, so I'll save you guys the hassle. But yes, thank you to everyone that stayed in with the raid. I appreciate that. Anyone that's still here after all that nonsense I just rambled about, thank you for hanging about. I appreciate you guys. It's always about the real ones, because yeah, raids are basically it. I'm basically invisible without a raid because I'm a small creator, and that's just the way Twitch is at the moment. But yeah, you get a raid and it's about the people that hang around after the first half hour. So yeah, like I want to make sure I mention that because nobody talks about it. But yeah, the people that hang around after a raid, you are the MVPs. You are helping me get my name out there more than I can on my own. So I appreciate that a lot. Nitro Dan, thank you for the follow. 1989, similar vintage to myself, I assume. So it's sort of cloudy here. You're probably as south as it gets, so it will happen in about 10 minutes. I see. In 10 minutes, it will be 6:20 or thereabouts. And maximum in an hour. Okay. Now, I suppose we could just pop back and check. Plu, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. But yes, right, let me speak to this guy because apparently there's a dialogue tree structure we can use to get a pie.
Very generous of you to help us out, officer. I'm sure glad to be back from that little excursion. I mean, officers. I told you everything. I just took the queerest, that's all. I promise. I don't know anything else.
'Tis true, sire. This man simply did not know what he was getting caught up in.
No. I help Morel with research sometimes,
Yes.
and I learned some things along the way.
I'll go
But I
outside and
don't
stare
usually
directly at
go
the
in for
sun until I
picnics
see
like
the
this on
eclipse.
my own.
After all this time with Morel, he must have an opinion on cryptids. This could lead to a good one.
But yeah, I went to Sakioff. It's my the algorithm. Speaking of algorithms and stuff, the algorithms have coalesced in a way. So I used to love, when I in lockdown, I used to love watching YouTube videos of people restoring watches because they're very fine-tuned instruments. So they require a very particular approach when dismantling, cleaning, and reassembling. So my weird fucking brain loves watching that kind of stuff. But I've started to get content, it's Russian, but still. I've started to get content about people restoring camera lenses and repairing cameras. So they dismantle the camera lens and then reassemble it and make sure it's working at various different levels of assembly, as well as cleaning out any dust that's inside the glass elements. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. And the guy's speaking Russian, but I don't care. I just want to watch them take a lens apart and put it back together again. And then they take a picture from a certain distance, depending on the focal length, and then look at the pixels and make sure that it's taking clean pictures, and they sell it. I was like, that's a pretty cool way to do it.
Oh, yes, the burning rhino. Morel doubts he's
Maybe you're
real,
lucky it'll
but
be
I don't
burnt into your retina so you can see it
because I
forever.
won't be the
It's
one
not rare for
looking
you,
it
exactly.
out in Soft
I'm going to
Sarah.
to feed the catos, wind down and decompress. The heat is brutal. Yeah, it's 27 degrees here, so I appreciate that. So I need to get away from the PC heat for a tad. Always have you lurked. Thank you, love. No, Georgia, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Look after the cats for me. Best of luck with Yakuza. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, but yes, please feel free to raid and fade, to invade and fade, to raid and run. There's a few others as well, isn't there? There's raid and fade, raid and run. I can't remember. Yeah, my brain's not working at the moment. Like I say, I've got long COVID brain fog. It's
A
particularly
rhinoceros that
affecting my
looks
memory.
ordinary during
Yes.
the day, but
Yes, off you go.
burns brightly
Off you go. Look
by
after the
night.
cats.
Well,
Sure, they're
at least
desperate to hang
amazed.
out with you. My little guy. He's fast asleep right now, but he'll realise I'm streaming in a minute and he'll come over and cause havoc.
They have special ducts just above their shoulder blades that secrete
Grab some
combustible
ass
fluid.
after stream
When the
self-care.
rhino is just beginning to light itself, it looks as though it has wings of fire.
The after stream routine of just staring into the void and wondering why I'm not a better content creator. No, I'm just kidding. I usually just edit all the clips I made and go to sleep.
The rhino starts running very fast to build heat, then stops, raises its head, and sparks fly from its neck, setting its back ablaze.
We don't really do that around here.
Perhaps we should have more such decisive action in Revacol. You know, this city used to be a flaming rhino once, a long time ago.
So you know what's really cool is that some people call it Revachol and some people call it Revacol. Just like in real life where there's different pronunciations of words. Even though there's probably a correct one, there's two schools of thought that are, well established enough to continue.
The flames are not just for decoration. They are an integral part of the beast's mating behavior. During the burning rhino's mating season, herds of male rhinos, all aflame, encircle herds of female rhinos, forming a fiery ring as they begin to copulate loudly.
Burning Ring of Fire. Is that a Johnny Cash reference in my video game? Isn't that just accents in general? Yeah. But I mean, obviously, like I would say Paris, because it's Paris, but Paris, right? So there's how you would say it in English versus how you would say it, in French, right? And I've always thought it's kind of strange that we don't all more often default to like just saying the word as it's pronounced in the language it comes from, like, because that would make sense to me. But yeah. So the wrong way and the correct way. Well, maybe, yeah. I suppose you could look at it that way. But anyway, we do have an ad break coming up, chat. I do apologize. I'm going to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle of some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or snack. I'll be back in just a moment, and then we'll carry on. On top of McHeary and everything else, when I got towards the end of the game, fucking R2 Grill 2. Excuse me. Rocks in the valley, they said. Rocks in the valley. Fucking... Fucking hell.
Okay.
USB Type-C, yeah. Just plug a USB-C cable into my Jap side to charge myself up.
Sure.
EU Reezy. EU Reezy, there we go. So non-raiders, please feel free to stop by this channel and have a look. Oh, yeah, what game is this?
What am I witnessing?
Are we watching a clip of somebody playing a Star Wars game? This clipception chat. Look at this. Where else do you get this kind of integration?
What a clip.
Dr_James_the_Yorkshireman says, have you heard of the Rick Astley paradox? You ask him for his copy of the film Up, but he can't give you up. But then he will let you down.
Stop it.
Thank you for the GTS. Cool. We are ticking them off the list, chat. As you as I was saying, chat, we are fucking ticking them off the list. Just ignore that. It's fine. I was just testing something. Right. Let's not fucking yeet ourselves off the edge this time. Ooh, that was 500 counterattack damage. So I got to run past Marguerite. Who appears to be deaf as fuck. Anyway.
I don't want to die, 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 I don't want to die.
It's all yours, it's all yours, it's all yours.
You sure?
Yeah, it's all yours. Yes, let's go.
Boom.
Oh, he's not
Big
dead.
boy.
He's not dead.
Wait, he's not dead?
He's not
Are
dead.
you fucking for real?
Shoot him,
Fucking you. Jesus Christ, that could have been terrible.
The thing is, like, the level design is kind of cool. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Ooh, excuse me. I'm a little bit shiny today because it is 20-something degrees. It's 27 degrees. It is toasty, to be honest. No pun intended. How's it going, dude? Shadow Blood King, welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping into the test stream the other day. Thanks for that little summary when you came in, by the way. I've been watching I'm waiting to give Georgia a heads up without saying too much, just so she's forewarned about some of the uncomfy bits that were spot on. Yes, Tycat, of course. Yeah, like I say, I suggest this game to lots of people because I think as a work of fiction, it is genuinely one of the most visually compelling and thought-provoking pieces of fiction I've ever experienced. I've not really felt as changed and as impressed and as inspired to be creative myself. Thank you for the streak, Blood King. I appreciate it. 115 streams. That is bonkers, dude. Triple figures. Bonkers. Thank you so much, dude. But yes, it does mention the R word a couple of times, as well as hinting at racist stuff as well, which is obviously very uncomfortable for some people. And it might be a bit of a deal breaker for some. I respect that. I completely understand that if something is genuinely physically uncomfortable for you. But I do like to clarify that this game is one of the examples where it doesn't use those things for clout. It's not using them for, like, it's not trying to be like all sort of like, oh, I used a naughty word, oh, I'm triggering people, look how edgy I am. It's not edgelording it. It's kind of like, it just isn't afraid to delve into some of the more depraved sides of human behavior. And yeah, I think that it does so with tact, and also, yeah, with integrity. It doesn't use those terms loosely or lightly. It only uses them when the effect really does need to be driven home. But it's not afraid to go there. It doesn't pull its punches. It's very sort of direct and quite to the point about it. And I think that there is some respect to be given for that sort of thing. Not because we should make light of these things and use them as devices in our entertainment, but because if you don't reference the severity of certain human beings' behaviors, their position within a story where something happens to them, I don't want to say too much without spoiling anything, is not quite as... You don't resonate with it as a person, right? Because you don't... Are they that bad? Did they deserve for that to happen? Yeah, they did. They did. They deserve something to happen to them for what they did. So yeah. Playing at the moment, I've not actually finished it yet, but it's amazing. Past this bit. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not rushing. I'm not going to rush towards the end, but as soon as you see anything that's a bit spoilery, please feel free to lurk out. I'd love to have you here, of course. I'm not kicking anyone out, but I also respect people's, first playthrough. It's very important. You only get one first playthrough.
Call it the
and you get one.
ring. They fear the rhinos.
3 streams, 3 days in a...
They should.
Yeah, well,
Anyway.
yeah, no, I suppose, yeah. I streamed on Monday night, I streamed on Tuesday night, and now this is Wednesday night. So yeah, 3 streams now. I'm gonna wear you guys out. You're gonna get fed up with me.
Sighs, without looking up from his notes. It's clear the burning rhino is dear to him on many levels, some even spiritual.
I'm sorry for what I said.
Yeah, so I was pretty sure. I was pretty sure. Yeah. So you need to pass a series of passive checks, including authority, conceptualization, composure, and endurance. Gary disappears. He returns home. Is no longer available for the remainder of the game after you figure out Kuno took the locusts from the traps as part of the cryptid task line. The game will tell you that this is your last chance to talk to Gary, so don't wait too long to speak to him. So, maybe I need to go and speak to Kuno first, and then we speak to Gary. Okay. So, yeah, we're going to tell Morel, aren't we? Yeah, I think we've got to tell Morel about the trap.
Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then.
Were you just practicing swing, or did you go golfing? I was just practicing, yeah. So, yeah, I wanted to test how much battery my phone uses streaming just out and about, because it's been a dream of mine to stream a sunset with nothing else. Like, I might try and find a way to turn off the redeems to stream a sunset, so it's just us and the sunset. I'm not going to be on the screen. I'll bring some food and some drink, and I want to sit on the beach and I want to watch a sunset with you guys, because I think having a recording of a sunset as part of my content would be something nice to do. I think that would be kind of interesting. Because, yeah, it would be a long, slow process, but a stream can be multiple hours long. That's the thing about a sunset, is it takes quite a long time to film, which is why you quite often see time lapses. But when you speed up a sunset, you're kind of missing the point of a sunset, in my humble opinion. I think that watching a sunset, it's a long, slow process, but it forces you to be patient and to be away from distractions. And there's something very cathartic about that for me. And I've done it a handful of times in my life, but it's something I would love to share with you guys. But yeah. I remember a good strong ND filter so you don't burn the sensor out on the camera. A sunset? Not the solar eclipse, but a sunset. Would absolutely adore that. Yeah. I mean, I might have to adjust the exposure on the camera, which I think I can do. But yeah. If I just point my phone at a sunset, should be okay, right?
Remain in the
Any sun will do it?
But inside,
okay.
This man is itching for some news on those traps.
Because, yeah, I mean, I don't know how early I would start it. It wouldn't be fully, like daylight. The sun would be like quite far away on the horizon, so it wouldn't be like daylight. But yeah, I wouldn't want to point it like at the sun, like the middle of the day when it's at its closest. But yeah, okay, maybe I need an ND filter.
Good. Okay. And completely empty?
Still be careful. But okay, cool.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
Of course, more clever.
yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locust and his
Yes, welcome
scales.
into the YouTube,
This is
Nina.
good news,
Thank you for hanging out in
but
the
we'll have
YouTube,
to
dude. I appreciate that.
reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds. Why don't you try convincing Morel his hypothesis is invalid?
Thank you for the vote of no confidence, Gary. An officer.
Eerie.
I appreciate your concern, but please leave this to the experts. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Society. Oh. Make sure you stay hydrated, chat. It's warm as balls out there.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure?
Always my pleasure, brother. Even my one-day mug full of coffee at the really. Glad to hear it, dude. Glad to hear it. Always
Thank
nice.
you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation.
Because yeah, like
This
I
has been
won.
refreshing, but
I won a raffle at Energenics stream, and I could get any emote on a coffee mug. So I could choose any emote to have printed on a coffee mug. So I chose the most cursed one. But on top of choosing the most cursed one, the dishwasher has like slowly just eroded it on like both prints. So you know how like memes get deep fried because people keep copy pasting them and then putting Instagram filters on them and it slowly fries them. The dishwasher has done the Instagram filter copy paste fry on this emote that wasn't particularly flattering to begin with. But yeah, Nick, if you're out there watching this, please know that I love you. Best of luck with the newborn. But yeah, that still makes me chuckle to this day. So yeah, I definitely wanted to have some mugs on the merch store.
Lieutenant, have you
yeah.
no intellectual curiosity?
For not, yeah, it's the fact that it's slowly decaying in front of me. That's making me chuckle.
You have your suspicions.
What?
But nothing you can form into
That
a
was an 83%
viable
check.
explanation.
Now I want to go back to. That was just before we started talking to him, right? Excuse me, chat. I'll choose all the options really quickly. We'll buzz through the conversation.
Nothing.
He tries to play it cool.
Good. Okay, completely.
No locust?
That's not.
It just means
of course.
Yes,
Another trip to the reeds.
of course. Actually, no.
Heartfelt gratitude.
Thank you, it's an
Damn it, Lieutenant. Have you no intellectual curiosity?
Right. Then I can create a save there. And then we can try the check over and over again. But yeah, because it was an 83.
Raina and I
Yeah, it's a
were just discussing
92%
the
high.
design of the new trap.
Consider the way the empty trap
Excuse
was
me.
disturbed,
Yeah.
as though
Well.
shaken. Most
on.
likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too.
We're going to work it out. 83. Yeah, this is the thing. Is the thing about Disco Elysium is the dice rolls are actually true random. So the percentage, it gives you a percentage, but the dice rolls are true random. So not only do previous values not get removed from the upcoming values you could get to slowly narrow it down. There's two 6-sided dice, so there's 6 to the power of 6. But I think it's like 32 different variations that you can get and obviously it needs to be of a certain numerical value to pass the check. But yeah, even if you get like an 80 or a 90%, you can still fail it multiple times. You shouldn't do, because there are also times where I've had a 14% check that I thought there's no way this is going to work, and it's worked. But in terms of the framework of how these games work, these dialogue tree driven games, true random means that unless you really force it, you don't get the same playthrough twice. You can do multiple playthroughs where a check that you would usually get, you don't get. And then suddenly that closes off a particular way of doing something. You have to find an alternative. And there are a bunch of alternatives for various different sort of checkpoint gates the game has to progression. Because, yeah, like I say, it's genuinely one of the best games I've ever played. I think it's absolutely outstanding in many, many ways.
You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
Is a new role, baby. Yep. Welcome to D&D. Also, I cannot wait for tomorrow because Dusk Fade comes out. So Dusk Fade is not Dusk Bloods. Dusk Bloods is because they're doing the network test for Dusk Bloods soon, right? So a bunch of creator friends that I know who are in the Soul space got a key to do the network test, so they're all going to dive in for the first time. I don't have a Switch 2, so I didn't apply, but yeah.
A little hooligan. But what would a child want with bags?
But I did get a code for Backpack Boy. Which I'll show you guys the trailer for real quick. Oh, I did get a key for Backpack Boy, which is kind of like Celeste. I'm doing the talking, content creator. You can be quiet. You can have a like, but you can be quiet. But yes, so there's a torch that changes the map. Light from the torch changes the map, and then you have to use the way the map changes when light hits it or doesn't hit it to solve platforming puzzles, which looks kind of interesting. So I'm interested to give that a try at some point. We've got a bunch of stuff scheduled, so I won't have a chance to play it for a while. But yeah, we did get a key for that, owing to the fact that we've played a bunch of indie games already, and somebody suggested me, which was very kind of them. 3D clock punk platformer game, I think. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Hope you enjoy it. Already pre-downloaded on my PS5. Yeah, do you know what's weird, chat, is that they've added some games to PSN, which I'm going to check now. They've added some games to PSN, but I can't redeem them. So I'm going to quickly check if I can redeem them now before I forget. Oh, excuse me. Elgato Video, are you working? I'm going to quickly check. Okay. Finally, you've decided to work. Excuse me, what? But yes. If anybody is on PSN, Big Walk is free on PSN. It's a friend slot game, but it's from the people that made Untitled Goose Game, which was really good, really good. But yeah, Signalis is also free. Signalis is another one of the fucking greatest games of its sort I've ever played. But when I try and add it to my library, it says something, and it's been doing this for days. I can't add things to my library, which is, yeah, strange. Because, yeah, if I feel as if my my subscription isn't being honoured, which is, yeah, kind of annoying. Oh god, I hate this menu so much, dudes. You have to go down to go up. It's so annoying. Yeah, it just won't. So yeah, every time it does it and it refuses, I just turn the console off. Because, yeah, I am not very happy with Sony at the moment. Well, I don't think a lot of people are happy with Sony at the moment. They have significantly shot themselves in the foot in a number of ways. And the only saving grace is that Microsoft is kind of fumbling the bag by destroying studios as well. So,
oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long.
Yeah, it's odd. I've
Kids love
tried
to torment insects
changing my
almost as much as they
DNS,
love to torment
connecting over
old
Wi-Fi
folks.
instead of Ethernet. I've tried all sorts of stuff, and it just won't let me add it to my fucking. It'll probably only work adding it to my library a couple of days before it gets taken away. But yeah,
Delinquents, my favorite.
but yeah, what I might do is raise a complaint with customer support at Sony and say I can't add these to my library. Why is that? And then if it doesn't get fixed, I'll just say I want to cancel my subscription, which will be the first time I've cancelled my subscription with Sony since the PlayStation 3 days. But yeah, I think they need a wake-up call.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us.
I think they need a wake-up call.
Whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
It'll be January 1st, 2028. They were going to completely ban discs you have on PS5. Yeah, so Sony's going to stop making discs from 2028 onwards. And it's a bit of an interesting one because whilst I agree that losing physical media is a significantly concerning development, I think it's also important to acknowledge that games have been well over 100 gigabytes for quite some time now. Lots of games, even your average game is getting to sort of 70, 80 gigabytes. Blu-ray, even dual layer Blu-ray is becoming kind of unable to be viable as a delivery mechanism because we're going to end up with 5, 6, 7, 8 game discs, 8 disc games. So the delivery mechanism of physical media hasn't found a modern equivalent to discs, and we are outgrowing them so I feel as if from a logistic standpoint, physical media is kind of inevitably going to become obsolete, whether we want it to or not, because of the sheer size of video games. Once 4K becomes ubiquitous for all consoles and games and everything, once 4K is the new 1080p, video games just aren't going to fit on disc-based media because 4K textures are gigabytes and gigabytes of information. Most of the size in a game is its textures because of how many fucking textures there needs to be in a modern video game, because of how much geometry there is in a modern video game, along with a bunch of other shader stuff. But actually, when it comes to shaders and surface technology, that's actually pretty optimized. You use like maybe 6 or 7 textures, and you combine them in various different shader formats to create surface textures and sort of materials. But yeah, so I see how by 28, maybe 29, maybe 30, physical media won't be physically able to be logistically viable for delivering games. Yeah. So I think that physical is going to go away one way or another. The only problem I have is that people are starting to argue and cling on to physical media like it's a silver bullet against games being taken away by publishers, which is a valid fear. However, it is somewhat unfounded in the sense that if DRM is built into the game on version 1, which a lot of the time it is, if you can't log onto the server, your game doesn't work. It doesn't matter if you installed it physically or digitally. If it has DRM, it doesn't matter. So physical disc-based media is not the silver bullet that people think it is. Actually, what we should be doing is supporting the person behind Stop Killing Games, campaigning for consumer rights about proprietors' rights and sort of obligations when they sell media to consumers. Because if we have mandates that make sure that ensure that proprietors of media are responsible for the provision of that media indefinitely. So if they sell the game digitally, they have to offer it to you forever until some sort of, whatever, until if you do something wrong, they can take it away. If you start manipulating or exploiting or hacking it, they can take it away because you're breaking the rules. But the average consumer just playing the game, if we don't have consumer rights frameworks in place, when physical media eventually does become completely unusable, we are then even less protected. But at the moment, even with physical media, DRM in version 1 on the disc still means that there's still going to be able to turn your game off. It just won't start the game. You'll be able to open the game up and it will start up, but you won't be able to play the game. It won't connect to the server. It won't authenticate. It won't let you log in. And yeah, and that's, single player games have done it. Single player games, if you lose your internet connection, there's a pop-up that says, hey, by the way, you've lost your internet connection because we can't authenticate with the server, the game won't start, or it pauses the game and you can't unpause it. So yeah, that stuff is already there. So yeah, we need to start fighting against DRM, Denuvo and all this other shit that basically gives developers publishers. Developers are pretty innocent in this. Developers just want to make the best game they can make because they're developers. For the studios and the developers, I've got nothing against, but the publishers, they want that kill switch coded into how the game starts. So until we can make it illegal for there to be a remote kill switch for a game, we're not safe. And I think that a lot of people, as long as we've got disc, we're safe. It's like, no, I'm sorry, dude. For the last 2 years, almost every game you've bought has a kill switch coded into it. It logs onto the, try and play a game without the internet, a bunch of the time it won't start because they're keeping track. And not every developer, not every publisher mandates it at the moment, but I think over time that will become a standard. And yeah, at that point, it doesn't matter what delivery mechanism you utilize to get hold of your game. Doesn't matter how you buy it. Yeah. I mean, in terms of like sharing games with friends, that's obviously a different story. When it comes to physical media, sharing games with friends is way easier. But I think if we get the DRM removed, and then obviously we use that as a footing to say, right, what other consumer rights can we build upon this framework? I should be able to share my game with my friend, and Nintendo already offers something like that. The games you've got installed or digitally installed, you can share them with a friend, and the license becomes activated for them, but not for you until it's given back. But I think you can just take it back, which is actually better than physical media, because I'll be honest with you, chat, I've got a handful of very expensive games floating around in the ether that I've lent to people. Games like Silent Hill 2, you know, horror games on the PlayStation 2, horror games on the PlayStation 3, a handful of other sort of like kind of rare games that you don't see anymore that are quite expensive. I've lent them to friends so they can play them, and I have no idea where they are now. So yeah, there's that as well with physical, but yeah. A little less PS5 may not be other. Yeah, I'll double check. I think I updated the software, but I did leave it for a while before I updated it. But yeah, a friend told me that 28 recently he found out that's not the case. Discs aren't going to be banned, just not produced anymore. Yeah, 100%. Games have done multiple discs for years. Even Blu-ray becomes a thing. Hasn't been a good way of doing it for years, which is why my PC abandoned it. But yeah, exactly. The PC went digital only years and years and years ago. But the main difference is when people say PC's been digital only for years, why are you worried? It's because Steam is a good company. Steam is a good company, and therefore it's okay for PC to be digital only because Steam is a good company. PSN, Xbox Game Pass Live, it's not. They're not good companies. They're not consumer focused. Steam is a very, very good consumer focused company. So I have no qualms with them having a bit of a monopoly because they always do right by they almost always do right by the customer. I've very, very rarely heard of anybody being upset with the customer service with Steam. So they're a good company. So I trust them. Yeah, there's GOG, there's Epic Games and everything else. But yeah, GOG is, yeah, I mean, yeah, GOG is trying to be, you know, just as good as, if not better than Steam, of course.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need.
So yeah,
I'll see you tonight.
but I think that like 75, 80% of the market is Steam, and then like 10, 15% each is the rest, or maybe 8% each is the rest. I'm not sure.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
GOG only does DRM-free games. Yeah, does GOG pay to have the DRM removed, or do they just only stock DRM-free games? Because if DRM becomes more popular, that's obviously a bit of a hole in their boat. But yeah, they just only have DRM. Yeah, yeah. If DRM becomes more common, that's a bit of a concern for them.
I'd love to play suzerainty, but
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here.
The little mutants.
Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs.
I originally thought I wouldn't be able to play the games I do have on disc. No, you'll still be able. Yeah, you'll still be able to play those. Where's Krill? I haven't seen him in a minute. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Obviously, I mean, depending on Krill's hours and obviously looking after Lisa and everything, he might just be busy or something. But you know,
Morel, it's been fun, really. But I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologise, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though.
DRM's becoming more and more common, unfortunately. Oh, excuse me, slurping.
He keeps the language unemotional, but it's in there. Disappointment.
Right, let's go speak to Kuno and figure out if we can force him to admit that he got the crickets out of there. Ask Kuno, but yeah. Here we go. But yeah, I mean, this is long since why, for companies like Nintendo and other very big publishers, they're fervently against emulation. because emulation allows people to access games from, you know, previous years and play them in better quality on PC and everything. But a lot of the publishers that are very against emulation are the kinds of publishers who tend to sell the same game over and over. It's a bit of a correlation. A lot of the publishers that are openly against emulation are the ones that try and sell you the same game over and over again, and they tend to use DRM to remove access to the previous game to make you buy the new one. So yeah, emulators allow people to just play games from the PS3 era, because there are a handful of franchises that haven't really changed much since the PS3 days, and actually people argue that there are versions of FIFA, there are versions of Call of Duty and various other games that they really, really miss because, you know, they were the PS3 days, right? But you can't play them anymore. But they've just re-released Black Ops 1 and 2, I think, and a bunch of people have dived into them and like, oh my god, yeah, no, I think people, the Call of Duty fans, a demographic of them, not all of them obviously, but you know, a big portion of them said, do you know what, I think people were right, I think Call of Duty has lost its way, because they've gone back to Black Ops 1 and 2 and they're like, oh my god, this is something, isn't it? This is pretty good. And they've started to realize, oh shit, you know, maybe the franchise has kind of gone off the rails a little bit. Call of Duty with all the custom skins and stuff, it looks more like Fortnite than Call of Duty these days. I mean, I'm not a fan of the Call of Duty series anymore, but yeah, I can see what's happened to it. But yeah, I mean, Battlefield 6 has been pretty underwhelming as a release, despite the marketing saying it's good. Don't forget the Solar Eclipse. Yes, I'm going to check again in a moment. I feel like Nintendo is a good company. They used to be. Nintendo used to be a good company, but now they are kind of the worst. Couldn't have mentioned a more shitty company than Nintendo. Yeah, Nintendo have fallen from grace. Nintendo used to be this kind of like very sort of restricted, but they only allowed the best games to happen on their platform. But now with Pokemon and a few other things, they've become so exploitative. They've begun to exploit their fan base quite aggressively, and it's kind of difficult to watch because there are a number of Nintendo franchises, Zelda, Mario, that I love. I've played them my whole life, right? That I'm looking at down the barrel of a Switch 2 just to play Zelda and Mario, and I'm like, I can't justify it, dudes. It's so expensive. But like probably about, you know, what I mean, if we get to a stage where there's 8 games that I'm really keen to play and like 3 of them are like, I have to play these games, I might look for a secondhand Switch 2 once they start showing up. But I can't justify 350, 400 quid, whatever it is, plus 60, 70 quid for a game that's going to be massively scaled down because it's a handheld system after all. And the thing is, a lot of the games that you can play on cross-platform, a lot of the cross-platform games are significantly downscaled in various different levels of quality and functionality to work on a Switch. So it's kind of only the exclusives that are worth playing. Everything else plays worse on a Switch, basically. And there aren't, excuse me, there aren't enough simple, interesting, quirky indie games that I love that would play fine on a handheld because they're very simple games, and it's more about the writing and the art direction and mechanics. It's all simple stuff. It's just, you know, I like quirky indie games that do different things, and they would run pretty well on a Switch too. But I know that, yeah, I could easily play those just on my PC, you know, and they would be faster, better, they would load quicker, the graphics would be better, I could stream them much more easily. So I just can't justify a Switch 2 at the moment. But like I say, give it 10 years, you know, and if you give it 7, 8 years, and if a Switch 2 is like, I can get a second-hand one that's in good condition for like 200 quid, and there's like 7 or 8 games that I want to play, then yeah, I might dive in at some point. But I just can't justify it at the moment. I'm not a big fan of Nintendo at the moment, and also it is fucking expensive for games that aren't going to be that good. There'll be good games, but they'll be rendering very poorly. And I think that, yeah, if you're going to spend 400 quid, you know, 400 quid is getting towards a second-hand brand new PlayStation 4 Pro. You know, you can get a PS4 Pro for about 350, 400 quid these days. You know, basically new. And it's not portable, but the games you can play on it would be significantly superior. So yeah, at this point in time, I just can't justify that much cost for just a handful of games, unfortunately. Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
Does Kuno care? No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about books.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lane prison!
She sounds like she's about to cry.
Went outside, saw the sky being darker, went back inside. Solar eclipses have now been experienced. Yeah, this is it. Just sort of you go outside. Oh, it's a bit darker. A little bit darker. Okay. Oh, that's in Iceland. Yeah, have we got a like a time? Is there a time? 12th of August 2026, 1996. What time though? Timing. The event takes place in the early evening, starting around 6:10 until 6:18, peaking roughly between 7. Yeah, so we've got a few minutes yet, and 7:12, and ending just after 8 p.m. So yeah, 5 minutes past 7, so just after the next hour break. Yeah, I need special glasses, but yeah. I need special glasses, but yeah.
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack? You should check it out.
The fuck do you want with a good call, Pigmeister? Don't come and talk to Kuno doesn't.
Kuno doesn't fucking care. Let's check his shack. It's only partially here anyway. Yeah, like I say, there's a few minutes off here, but yeah, I'll look outside and, you know, I don't even know whether, I mean, the sun is over there somewhere, I think. It's crawling with locusts. Yeah.
The hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky
Next full eclipse won't happen until 2142 or some shit, so good luck seeing that.
Dotted with
Yeah.
little holes for windows.
At maximum, this one's still only partial. Oh, okay, because the planet's too far away to fully obscure it.
Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising. Accommodations for their insectoid inhabitants.
But yeah, there was a meteor shower. That was so once it's going to happen once. There's stuff going past, but there was something else that was going to be visible with the naked eye. And I was like, I left the pub to go somewhere and see it. They're like, what are you doing? We're just going to go and look at seeing some fucking planet in the sky. I was like, well, the orbit that it's on, it won't show up and be visible from Earth for the next 6,318 years. This is it. This is the only chance to see it. It's not like you have to wait for it to be released on DVD. This won't happen for the next however many generations. It won't happen again. I feel like it's kind of like something of that magnitude, because I have an interest in space, but I'm not like super like, abreast of everything. But there was a spacewalk being streamed on Twitch at 4K. 4K streaming on Twitch, but it was NASA, so, a bit different than me. But yeah, there was a spacewalk. But yeah, I have a genuine interest in space to a certain degree, but there's a lot of it to learn. I was like, yeah, meteor showers and shit that only happens like once every fucking 600 years or 6,000 years. Why would you not just go and look at the sky for an hour? Like I can go to the pub whenever the fuck I want. Almost whenever I
For the
want.
missing locust case,
But yeah,
which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least
80%. Okay, yeah. So another 10 minutes or so.
Yes, I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough. If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite.
NASA is streaming the
Phasmid
solar.
did
Yeah, I
not
bet.
circulate from the
Space.
It was Kuno. The Phasmid doesn't exist.
I'm gonna go to the one place where your evil capitalism hasn't already poisoned everything. Space. Oh man, Tim Curry's cameo in Red Alert 2.
But what do I know?
I think it was Red Alert 2. Maybe it was Red Alert 1. But yeah.
Use your powers.
Space communism.
You knew the magic bug was nowhere.
Oh man. God, I miss those
Phasmid
games.
is impairing your judgment.
I'll let you handle the Kuno side of things. You are doing just fine.
Oh shit, I need to save the game first, just in case. Need to make sure I've got save points before all the dialogue trees to get trophies later.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah. Kuno took the bugs, so what?
Was it Red Alert 3? Oh, okay. Best Tim Curry acting role, Hexus in Fern Gully. So I haven't watched Fern Gully in... Oh, it's got to be like 1,000 years. No, it was a long time ago.
A wave of disappointment washes over you.
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locals.
Seen it in like 22, yeah, it was a while ago.
They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
Stop!
You stop. It's like their fucking night. Local city, night city, city of rage.
Streets of Rage, Night City from Cyberpunk.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for...
We'll see, but after some research, it's stuck in rights hell. Nobody properly owns it, so no. Yeah, this is the other thing, is you've got like films and stuff where the rights holder changes in some way and suddenly it gets pulled off of loads of different platforms and you can't access it anymore. And it's like, they're doing it with films as well. So yeah, I think consumer rights when it comes to entertainment-based media, music, films, games, we need some more petitions. We need some more sort of movements and more sort of time in the EU courts to establish frameworks that all proprietors of entertainment-based media need to adhere to. The trouble is the record label industry and the film industry and the video games industry. There is so much money in those industries that taking them to court is going to be so expensive. Like, we're talking probably hundreds of millions of euros to fight them in court, to force them to follow these rules. They're going to come out with everything because it's their entire business model. The exploitive practices of the record label industry, the film industry, and now the games industry around how consumers access media, entertainment-based media, that's their whole business model. That's the whole fucking sandwich. That's it. They drip feed it and restrict it at cost. That's how they make their money. So if the law was to change where the purchase of a piece of media, regardless of its delivery mechanism, is a license for life, and it's the responsibility of the proprietor that's making the money off of the media to provide that, then things would change in a big, big way. And I'm not sure like what effects it could have. I'm sure they would retaliate by making things worse in some way, but I don't know how. Oh my God, wait, somebody uploaded the entire movie to YouTube. What a fucking legend. Yeah. Streaming on Plex. Yeah, well, I actually have it on Plex server to watch it then Google. But yeah, this is sometimes the thing, is that every now and again when I can't find a film on Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu, HBO Max, and all the other fucking streaming services that are supposed to be where I get my content from, you can't find this fucking film. But I'll tell you what, chat, I remember once I wanted to watch a film and I couldn't find it on Amazon Prime, I couldn't find it on Netflix, I couldn't find it anywhere on any sort of like third-party sites that I could just stream it. And I thought, I can't be asked to fucking get a torrent and download or anything. So what I did was I went on Amazon Movies, like the DVDs and Blu-rays. I ordered the Blu-ray, the 1080p Blu-ray. It was $9.99, which was cheaper than renting it on Amazon Prime. I watched the film and then I fucking sent the film back and got a refund. Because I'm sorry, like, if I pay to have movies, to stream movies, instead of buying and generating plastic waste and costing miles of delivery or whatever, if I just want to stream films, I want to be able to stream films. And every time I can't find a film or I have to rent or buy a film on Amazon, I add it to my watch list, like the to watch list. It's happened 17 times. 17 times I've wanted to watch a film and I can't, even though I pay for Amazon Prime. And even if it's on there, I can only watch it in 1080p, and I have to have ads, even though I'm a paying customer. I'm like, man, like if you're going to be this bad, then yeah, I'm just going to exploit loopholes. I'm just going to get the DVD of the film or the Blu-ray if it's under a tenner. It's primed to my door next day. I watch it and then I fucking send it back. You know, sorry, but you know, you can have fun paying for the delivery. Like, but yeah, I get my money's worth.
Maybe I am.
Some red box shit right there. Well, yeah, this is it. This is the thing. Like, if you think about it as me being a consumer and there being a piece of media, how do I get that media into my possession? You know, because I thought I'll buy this film on Blu-ray and I'll watch it and I'll keep it for when I want to watch it again. But I thought, no, do you know what? I'm gonna send it back. I'm gonna get my money back. I'm gonna watch this shit for free because I'm already a paying customer. I've already paid for my fucking monthly subscription. So yeah. Sorry, but I don't feel particularly morally upright about doing something like that. But at the same time, I feel kind of screwed that every single time I go to watch a film on Amazon Prime, I have to pay extra for it. Do you know what's fucked as well? You want to know what's really fucked? I won't get the thing up on the screen because I have to log into my own Amazon. It shows the postcode. But a few months ago, maybe the end of last year, beginning of this year, I wanted to watch The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Well, I wanted to watch the Fistful of Dollars trilogy, right? But I wanted to watch The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. So I wasn't able to watch The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly on Amazon Prime, even though I'm a paying customer. I had to rent it for £7.50, and I could rent it in 4K for £11.20 or something. And I was like, first and foremost, that's not a 4K copy, because the preview splash screen, I could see the artifacting where it had been stretched. So it's not a 4K copy. That film wasn't shot on film that you could get a 4K scan of unless you had the original film, which is long degraded since then. So I very much doubt it's a 4K copy of the film. Secondly, it's in the public domain. The fucking copyright on it fucking expired. It's not owned by anybody. It's public domain because it's so fucking old. How are you fucking asking me to pay extra as a paying customer, to pay extra to rent, to not even own a film that is in the public domain? You evil fucking bastards. I was like, nah, I'm good. I am good. I am not falling for this shit. So I was like, yeah, I'm fucking done. But yeah. Poetic justice and exploiting the corporate engines that exploit. This is it. If you find a loophole that's technically legal, I'm not saying break the law. It needs to be legal, but yeah, if you have a way of doing something, the thing is, like, I like to be a morally upstanding person. I like to be a good, genuine, like, good-hearted and genuinely honest person. I know that the fact is, integrity is how you behave when no one's looking. It's having that self-control to know that even when you know you're going to get away with something, you don't do it. Because actually, even though you might get away with it, somebody's going to work out it was you. So actually, it's not worth it. You should just be an honest person. You should just be a good person, because actually, because I'm a good person, I don't have to fucking remember anything. I just try and do the right thing all the time, you know? And I go to sleep at night and I don't sit there regretting all of the things that I've done, because I don't have to worry about that, because I try to be a good person. But at the same time, when it comes to giant corporations, they are not worthy of the same empathy and compassion that we should be giving each other as human beings. They are not entities that deserve that degree of empathy. They're just not. They are bleeding the world dry with their greed. And Amazon is a massive example of that. It is crazy how much wealth has been extracted from the populace by that. So yeah. Always maintain your integrity. Yeah, I'm a good person, but I'm not going to get ripped off. I'm a good person, but I'm not an idiot, you know? I'm a good person, but you ain't fucking having me over a barrel. You're not putting the wool over my eyes. If I can find a way around, I'll find a way around, you know? And I'm sure if enough people do that, they'll put a stop to it, and you won't be able to return films within a certain amount of time, or you won't get all your money back, at which point I'll just keep the film. But yeah, I'm just like, I'm starting to wear thin with this whole sort of like, I want to be a good person, but it's a very bad world, to say the least. But anyway, I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raft and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen. So if you're lurking, you want to follow without any alerts going off, you want to follow in secret, I completely understand that. Some people like alerts, some people don't. So we support both on this stream. On this screen, follows will show up and you get your name on the screen and everybody says thank you. On the BRB screen, there's no alerts for follow. So if you follow on the there won't be any alert. Nobody will know. I might say thank you, but yeah, I won't call you out. I won't name you or anything. I won't do, sort of draw any attention to you. If you want to lurk and follow without being called out, perfectly valid. Once we're over there, the bot will say so. But yeah. But yes, we haven't got an ad break for 9 minutes, but I need to use to do, so I'm going to pop you guys on the break a little bit early. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment. That was a lot of words. Sorry. I'll be back in just a moment and then we'll carry on. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? But yeah, I understand the concept. They won't de-aggro. So the more I run, the more enemies I'm collecting. But you know what? I think if I get to a ladder, it won't be a problem anymore. Will I go this way? No, I didn't. Will they come this way? Yes, they will. Okay. Oh shit. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my actions. Dark Souls 2 healing, everybody. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Not yet. Not yet. Hold tight. Hold tight. There we go. It's fucking so stupid, dudes. It's so fucking stupid.
Well, a cad mummy. Very unusual for where it was found.
It's called a cornetto?
And the thief left behind his Vatican calling card.
Vatican robber in connecting. That seems a bit far.
Look at this chat. We got a fucking croissant. Let's fucking go.
Until I wound up here and, well, I simply lost my nerve. Take one look through that door and you'll see what I mean. I'm going to wait out the catastrophe in here. If you intend to go on, then I beg of you, for all our sake, proceed with extreme caution.
I had to. I'm sorry, I had to. To be to get hit, so. Excuse me. Excuse me. Other than hitting ridiculous shots with a fucking with an arrow.
Come to this. Jesus.
Fuck me, dude. Fucking hell.
Just a flesh wound.
Okay, yeah. Do you think that's why he's so angry? They fucking they did not fucking model that. Jesus. Oh my lord. No wonder he's so fucking angry. Excuse me. Damn, was it clunky? Shit, I just yeeted myself. Oh, I didn't die. I didn't die. Right, okay, excuse me. I'm poisoned. Oh, this is going really well. This is going really well. This is going really well. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Get the item for some reason. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Menu, fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Use one of these. That thing's going to attack me. Use one of these. This is fine. It's got a tongue that's on fire. That's also fine. That's also fine. 2 hits. 2 hits. 2 hits. 2 hits. Get the Estus back out. It's not fine. Oh, it's doubled up. We might need that later. So we might need to create one of these. Oh no! 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 Oh, thank you. Panic averted. I'm just driving around in circles because I'm nervous, guys. Should I do a Melon impression? Like, ooh, ooh, ooh. On this. Oh! I got her in the fucking ankle. This one's for you, Soph. This one's for you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Tiger, you redeemed last. That redeem is not supposed to be switched on. GG for redeeming it, but yeah, it's not supposed to be switched on. Please bear with me for a moment. Because yeah, that's only supposed to become available once we're on the raiding screen, which we're obviously not at the moment. So bear with me a moment. Channel point redemptions? There we are. Yeah, last should be... Yeah, that shouldn't be switched on at the moment. Excuse me. That's interesting. Because, yeah, as I say, that's supposed to be deactivated. Right, I need to close that down. Get this back up so I can see the chat. Excuse me. Yes. Sure.
Yo, fuck
You were not supposed to be able to redeem that, but
what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free.
You're not really a man though, dude, are you? You're actually a child.
Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence. For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. C was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno. She doesn't know whether to be glad because Kuno is finally convinced of the lameness, or more worried because of his continued use of the first person singular. Kuno is Kuno, not I.
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck. Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame. Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
He recognizes the name.
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
As you leave, you notice his usual rooster-like swaying posture has changed. Slowed down, like clockwork unwinding. There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction.
Right, so now you go back and speak to Morel? Yeah. Because we inspected the traps on our first playthrough, and yeah, nothing. Oh yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Welcome in, Tiger. Good to see you. How are you? How was your
Hello,
Wednesday?
Officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is. I know you're skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this. So it was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
Good. How's yours? Yeah, pretty good. It was very busy. It was very, very busy. Oh, it's starting to look a little bit sort of like muted outside. It's starting to look quite muted outside. I think it's past. I think it's past. I think I missed it, chat. Yeah, never mind. But yeah, it's starting to get a bit dark outside. So.
Relax, Chipper. But something's changed.
Love the Gulf Stream. Yeah, yeah. No, it was Tuesday. It was I stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays for everyone that's not familiar with the schedule. And yeah, I was down the driving range on Tuesday, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to figure out how long I can stream on battery power on my phone. Turns out the stream was like an hour and 19 minutes, and it used 36% of my battery. So I think it's like roughly like 25% per hour. So I've got about 4 hours of battery power on the phone. I've also got a battery pack which could probably recharge it, but I don't know if it's a good idea to plug a phone in. It's a new phone, so it's fairly modern. So it's probably pretty clever. It probably doesn't damage the battery to have another battery plugged into it whilst I'm using a lot of the battery up. But yeah, I want to take it out of the case, obviously, to make sure it's nice. I'll be outside as well, so I'm hoping it doesn't get too hot. Like I say, it's going to be, if I'm going to stream a sunset, it's going to be sort of like, you know, in one of the cooler afternoons. But yeah, I could quite happily sit on the beach with you guys on the screen as a chat, watching the sunset. I think that'd be a pretty cool piece of content to create.
Something is secretly gnawing at her confidence.
But yeah, I was just down there and I thought, fuck it, I'll just stream from the driving range and see what happens.
Something else.
Because yes, chap,
Yeah, you're right.
you got to keep
We just
experimenting.
need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. And then maybe we can.
Do a chill picnic stream that ends with a delightful sunset. Yeah, and I'll definitely be bringing some food and some drink. I'll bring sort of like, you know, enough food to have like a meal's worth of food, but just picky bits. And yeah, enough sort of like bottles of water to stay hydrated throughout the whole thing. But yeah, if I'm just going to sit on the beach and chat to you guys, I could sit down and chat to you guys for like days at a time. I love chatting to you guys, so I don't think I'll have any problem just chatting to you guys. It's just how long will the battery on my phone last? And once it gets low, like, do I want to charge my phone up fully and then plug in an external battery pack to keep it fully charged? Or do I want to let the battery go all the way down? Then when I get the warning, then plug in the battery pack to keep it alive? Because I don't know whether you're supposed to keep the phone battery in a lowered state. Or should I let it get down to 70% and then plug it back in and go from there? Feed the camera, acting like you're feeding the watchers. I'm clearly doing this with a direction. Yeah, I don't want to make it too weird. No offense, but I don't want to make it too weird. You know, I just think it would be a cool moment to share with you guys.
Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home.
You're right, you're right.
Thank you for the bonk, Tiger.
We can come back next season when it's warmer.
You can? Fine. It's better than having these people get pneumonia on the coast. But after this...
He wants to see this tale through as much as you. Otherwise, he'd have stuffed this
So
already.
my day is entirely weird as fuck to me. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to sort of like be seen offering food to my phone in public. Yeah, it was my first foray into IRL streaming.
Really? It's too much, obviously.
I don't want to go full influencer straight away. I don't want to go full influencer at all, but you know.
What Morel means is we're grateful for your help.
Here's a fresh batch of locusts. They should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again. We will definitely mention you, should this lead to a discovery. I'm not talking co-discovery, of course, but...
Wow. Co-discovery. You'd be famous. You'd show them all. This
says the hot tub streamer.
The pleasure center.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. I don't know what you're talking about. It's a very lucrative category, right? People spend lots of money in hot tub streams. I've got... can you guys hear the laugh? Even on this scene? Yeah, oh yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in this scene that isn't in this scene that's being shown in the audio, but yeah. I've got to fucking sort that out. Excuse me. Oh no, that's what it is, isn't it? That light, I do need that light. I wanted to test if I could get away with not having that light on, but I do need it for that side of the green screen, don't I? I've just noticed. Bear with me a moment, chat. Turn that on, because yes, without the lights, the green screen doesn't work. But yeah, now I'm a lot more illuminated on this side of my face. But anyway, but yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I've no idea what you're talking about. But yeah, first restock the trap you left empty before. The trick is to remember which one it was. Oh, that's a good question. Which one was it? Some skill points to use should we need. Right, let's head down. Like a crazy person. But yeah, I was wondering if I could move that light, but I don't think I can. Well, I was wondering if I could take that light down to make space to have this nice new OLED monitor on my desk next to my work monitor. So I've got a gaming monitor on my desk and a work monitor, because I don't want to use my gaming monitor for work because I'll burn it in, and I don't want to do that. I'll get burning. Apparently it has been pretty good, even when I've had something on the screen for a while. Yeah, it doesn't burn in, like, unless I leave something really bright on the screen for a long time. And the only thing, all the text on OBS is white, but it's dark mode. So I think it's pixel shifting around. But obviously, when you turn off a modern OLED monitor, it does a pixel cleaning overnight. It's still plugged into the power, because I was unplugging it because I was worried that the no display, no source icon was going to come up. It's really strange. The sort of no source, no input icon, and all the sort of various different icons, they're really bright, sharp pixel edges that are notoriously bad for burning in screens. So rather than like putting like nice soft, like, you know, icons that don't ever have a chance of burning anything in, they chose like the brightest like icons you could think. Yeah, I can see there's some in there. There's some in there already, isn't there? That's why it's flickering. But yeah, the one that we because we went to, yeah, it was the one west of the Fell building, wasn't it? That was it. That was the last one we checked. I could have just fast traveled, couldn't I? It was this one, wasn't it? Must have been.
Morel's trap stands empty, just like the locusts, dazed from being transported, slowly begin to acclimate to their new surroundings. They're not really going to get the chance to get comfortable here.
Good. Now that's done. When do you think we will return to our impending apocalypse of a murder investigation?
Guess I'm just on one like a crazy person. I've always questioned why they do it like that. Sorry, what was I talking about?
Don't answer that. It was a rhetoric.
But yeah, I thought, fuck it, I'm gonna go live from the driving range, hit a few golf balls in the IRL category, just for the meme, you know, because why not? Oh yeah, monitors when they have. It's strange. Like it's literally the brightest thing you could imagine. It's crazy. It's like bright white text and bright red border. Although I think red pixels barely ever burn in. Blue, green, and white can burn in varying degrees, but I think that like red pixels, I think don't burn in as badly, if at all. Yeah, we want to go back to report to Lena in the whirling.
Yes?
Hello, dear.
Oh.
Hello, dear. Thank you for doing that, dear.
Several dead red pixels on my 4K TV right now that might refute that. Oh, they're dead pixels. Okay. That's a shame.
Her smile is weary. Her earlier ebullience has left her.
Ebullience? Oh, word.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him. I'm sorry, dear. You've had to drudge through them so many times. Such is field work. A young person's game, as they say.
Her voice is shaky. What is going on here?
Morel will eventually, or we'll talk Gary into going back out, perhaps.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
That really is too much, sweetie. Thank you for your dedication, but I can see you're coming down with a cough yourself.
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given up.
Different? How? I'm in doubt, sweetie. That's all.
Love that word, so I looked
Everyone
it up.
is now.
Imbulance is a noun which means lively, boiling over, expression of joy, high spirits or energy. Yeah, ebullience. Ebullience? Ebullience, yeah. Can't even say it now.
A strange feeling. I haven't really told this to anyone, but you are a police officer.
You lie about the original Phasmid.
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just that? A story? Or a dream?
Hunching her shoulders now. She seems even smaller than she is. Like a sad young girl.
Seeing the Insulindian Phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was real or not. Morel's so proud of it. He always tells everyone.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
No, at least I don't think I did, but Morel was so eager to believe my story was evidence of the Phasmid's existence.
Get that, dude. Ebullience.
That I'm some queen of the cryptozoologists.
They were.
That. And for years, his belief
They were
made me
possessed by a
believe
jovial ebullience. I suppose, do you need jovial if ebullience already means happiness?
But now we're both getting old, and
An
he's still
apparent
working himself
obedience.
sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was.
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything. But it has.
Oh, come on,
hasn't
game.
it? A seed can only bear what's inside. The seed of love is black and oily.
I want to tell her that her marriage isn't a fucking lie. Fucking hell, but yeah.
It has a taste you're quite familiar with.
You might be right, Detective. I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before I came in on our first date. If I weren't the queen of the cryptozoologists, I didn't tell him that story.
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
Oh, this is brutal, chat.
Maybe. But then why do I not dare tell him?
Her natural obedience faded when she
I've
heard the
wasted
sad
enough
news.
of your
Breadcrumb's
time with
obedience
this
faded when he
drama.
failed that easy dice
I really
roll.
must stop talking about it lest I start crying and waste more of your time. What you have to know is the Insulindian phasmid probably does not exist. Let us fools chase our ghosts. There are a million better things to do with your life.
Are there? Some of the other things are pretty bad.
A true believer. Sometimes I still see it too. The real memory of it, how it was there. Not the memory of the memory, but it's so hard to tell the two apart. Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever, and I need to get him home to Jamrock before we overstay our welcome with Gary. Likewise, sweetie. Thank you for everything. Truly. Even though it turned out to be a
dream. Like that, she drives off. The gas engine putters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside, the cold, coastal wind blows.
We should go too.
Right, so I will save the game there so we can come back to this exact moment, but I want to load up before we spoke to Gary. Because I think when we speak to them, we need to pass some checks. So authority 6+ and conceptualization below 4. Authority, we're only 2. Fortunately. Conceptualization, we're 6. Don't know if we're going to be able to... Okay, bear with me a moment, chat. I need to see if I can find clothes that lower our conceptualization. +1. +1. I know that's still on the screen. I'll move it in a moment. Oh, conceptualization. We haven't got anything that... Okay, yeah, I don't think we can... I don't think we can do this on this playthrough, unfortunately. because we need to have a conceptualization below 4. Composure and endurance, I'm pretty sure we're okay on. Composure, we're 6. That's fine. Composure, yeah, and then endurance is physical. We need to be 4+ on that. Okay. But yeah, our conceptualization is 2. We can't undo that, can we? We could get it down to 5, and if we had a -1 for conceptualization, we'd be all right. But yeah, I don't know if that's going to work. So yeah, damn. Yeah, conceptualization needs to be below 4. So, yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to get it below 4. That's the problem. Conceptualization, I don't think we've got any clothes. Nothing's buffing it at the moment. That's +1 conceptualization. We're looking for clothes that remove it, but yeah. It looks like. Yeah, we haven't got anything that's gonna...
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. There is no why.
So yeah, shit. Looks like we can't do that on this playthrough. But this was... Oh yeah, in our previous playthrough, we didn't do the quest. Yeah, we didn't do the quest. This is day 4. So on our first playthrough, day 4... Running in rags, day 4. Right, are they both hit? So this is our first playthrough where I might have low enough stats. Right, so Gary is there. Right, what's my conceptualization? 7! Fucks! Ah, fucking hell. Yeah, fuck. Okay, we need to do a playthrough where we don't level up conceptualization. Damn. Annoying. And yeah, I don't think I've got any clothing that's going to lower conceptualization, but yeah, we need to we need -3. Yeah, -3. Yeah. Oh, conceptualization were plus because of the glasses? No, that's visual calculus. Yeah. So we're only 6. We're actually only 6 in conceptualization. Yeah, so we need a -3, and I don't think there's any clothing that ever does that. No, I don't think there's any clothing that's going to lower our conceptualization, unfortunately. Which is a real shame, because that means I have to do a whole new playthrough. Get to the point where I can do the fucking... Oh, man. Get to the point where I can do this quest up to day 4, which is, yeah, that's going to be... Okay, so that's going to have to be a trophy I stick a pin in. Or I might have to just do a playthrough offline and get that ready. Okay. I'll make a clip for future breadcrumbs to look at. I'll make a clip of myself. So yeah, fuck. Because I don't remember. Yeah, it's because of the build we chose. We put a point in there. Damn. Damn. Okay, so yeah, that means that trophy is probably not achievable in this playthrough. I have to do a whole new playthrough to do that one. Restore all the hidden photos. Yeah, we're up to 51%, 23 out of 45. So we're halfway there. But I was hoping to get some more trophies in this playthrough, but I think we might only be able to squeeze 5, unfortunately. You know what I hate when I go to clean my phone screen or my glasses or the screen cleaning cloth, and the cloth is somehow dirtier than the glass, or it just moves the dirt around the screen and creates a film across the whole screen rather than a bit of dirt. Yeah, that does my head in. Any class that lower conceptualization stats? I thought that was, but can't remember. No, I don't think there is. I've just checked through everything that I've got, and nothing lowers. There's only buffs to it, unfortunately, rather than debuffs. Temp lower conception. I think there's thoughts that temporarily lower conception. Oh, that's a good shout. Internalizing certain thoughts would lower it. -1. -2. Okay, so Detective Costo would cost 1 skill point to lower our conceptualization by 2, which would get us down to 4, which is, I think it said less than 4, right? That's the trouble. It needs to be less than 4, which is, yeah. But that could do it. Also, are there any thoughts in the thought cabinet that are buffing my... currently buffing my... Yes, this one is buffing it. So if I was to forget this, I would lose my rhetoric cap being removed at 5. Rhetoric, I'm currently at 2 anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. So, salvageable. Good shout. It might be salvageable. What we would need to do is burn 3 skill points. So that one, to take a point off of conceptualize, or to remove one of the points we've got, and then we internalize in its place. We internalize Detective Cousteau, which would minus it 2 as well, for 2 hours and 30 minutes. So that's how we solve that conundrum. Then all we need to do is make sure that we have Composure 4+. Composure, we are currently on 6, so that's fine. Endurance, 6+. Endurance, we are only 2. That's the next big problem, because we can't use the skill points to buff it. And plus, we can only add 2 points to that as skill points anyway. So a maximum skill points, if we use 2 of these to do that, we'd only get up to 4. But clothing that improves our endurance, we might get there. Endurance is a red skill. Endurance is a red skill. Not a single bit of clothing improves endurance. That's kind of wild. Deaf endurance boosting clothing, I remember that much. I think it was one of the raincoats, if my memory is to be believed. One of the raincoats? Esprit de Corps and Shivers. Patrol Cloak. Did we not get our rain cloak off the fence? Oops. Excuse me. You stay over there, website. From the oh, I think I tried to steal it from the free and failed. I've got 108 real now, so I should just be able to buy it. Yeah.
To the left of the cross. Look at it, detective, and be assured.
Yes. Buy it, please.
A wrong has been made right.
What is what?
Yeah, so that will help our composure is down, but our endurance is now +1, giving us an endurance of 3. And it was 6 though, wasn't it? Yeah, endurance needs to be 6+, for fuck's sake. Shitty memory that I am right now. Yeah. So the raincoat would improve endurance. And yeah, as we worked out, so if I was to load up day 4 from our second playthrough, that was our first playthrough back in 2024. Then in 2026 we started our second playthrough, and on day 4, were we back in the whirling at any point? Day 4, Martinez. Oh yeah, but we didn't. Oh yeah, we didn't do the fucking quest on this playthrough. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I think we might just be cooked, unfortunately. I think we might just be cooked because, yeah, if I go to just before day 5. Skill point wise, thank you for the hydrate. I'm going to go grab a drink in a second. So our endurance is 3. And I think on this playthrough, we might have the raincoat. If not, we'll just go and buy it. We've got 60 reals, that's fine. So we can get our endurance to 4 when it needs to be 6. Are any of these fucking with anything? All endurance white checks unlocked. Learning cap for endurance is raised to 4. Oh, okay, so volumetric shit compressor. I'm pretty sure I internalized that on the other playthrough as well. Okay, this is complicated, and I might have to figure this out after stream. So yes, there may be a way to salvage one of my save files to do that trophy, but I'll have to do a bit of legwork. I might have to go back to day 4. No, go back to, because I think at the end of the playthrough, the end of that playthrough. Sorry, one last check, I promise, and then I'll just sack it off and play the game. On the last day before we finished the game on the previous playthrough, we had like 6 skill points. Day 1, day 8. Yeah, so at this point, I'm certain we had a fucking crazy amount of skill points. Yeah, we had loads of skill points. So endurance we could level up. Conceptualization is 5, so we don't need that much. We can internalize a thought that would lower that. I just need to forget one of these, unless one of these is improving our conceptualization. this one is. So if I forget this one and internalize the other thought, Detective Cousteau, which I think I should have, unless I've already internalized it. Hold on, chat. Oh, this UI is not great. The homosexual underground. Oh, Detective Cousteau. Have I not done that one on this playthrough? Detective. Okay, what I need to do is find out how to unlock that thought. Ah, there it is. Shit. Okay. So I need to unlock that thought or find one of these that also lowers conceptualization. Or get rid of that one. Yeah, so if I remove that, so our conceptualization is +1. Oh, is that because we're wearing some clothing that helps with conceptualization? Yes, hang on. So if I take this off, that gets our conceptualization down to 4. And then if I forget this, I can load this back up. It's fine. So yeah, fuck it. So if I forget this, yeah, advanced race theory. I fucking didn't enjoy doing that anyway, to be honest. If I forget that, that brings our conceptualization down to 3. Our endurance is 4, but it's fine because we can pop a couple of skill points into it. That's fine. Composure is 3, but it needs to be 6. Oh no, by this stage of the game. Yeah, by this stage of the game. Can I go and speak to them now? B the Chaos, welcome in. B, how's it going? Hope you're good. Hope you're alright. Can I even, so I need authority 6. Hang on, one sec. Authority 6. We are currently 7. It's fine. Conceptualization is below 4. That's good. Composure is above 4. No, it's not. Composure is not above 4, but it is now. And endurance is over 6 as well. Yes, so that's the setup. What I need to do now is go to where the cryptozoologists are and see if I can complete that quest. Because I don't think because they won't have moved because I haven't spoken to them. So what I need to do... Is there a fast travel point here? No, I've got to travel back. Okay, it's fine. We travel back by boat, and I'll see if the cryptozoologists are still there. If they're still there, I can complete their quest on this save, and that will work as a trophy. God, I hope this will... Yeah, so do I, dude. So do I, fucking hell. Oh, the trophies are a bit complicated in this one, chat. But this is why the 100% is going to be worth it, because, yeah, I've spoken at length with a number of people about how this is probably one of the best video games I've ever played. So, you know, I need to 100% it.
There are things we still need to do here.
Oh, I need to fucking... No.
The skiff is swaying. The skiff is swaying.
Are you sure?
No. Day 8 before we left. Should still have a bunch of skill points to use. Yes, okay. So this might be it. Let me get to here. No, what we need to do. What we need to do is we need to go over here and see if the cryptozoologists are here. Start their quest. Blitz through it. off stream. Yeah, the trap's there. No, they're gone. Okay. So let me fast travel to the whirling and see if they're there. If they're there, maybe I can salvage it. Because yeah, don't think they'll have a reason to leave because I haven't completed their dialogue tree, but there may be a day, maybe it's day 5 or day 6 where they leave, because yeah, I'm only on day 4 in the other playthrough. But anyway, last thing to check, chat, and then we'll go back to just doing a normal playthrough on hardcore, I promise. Yeah, well, the thing is, I haven't activated their quest, have I? Obviously, as time goes by, yeah, no, Lena, they're all gone. Yeah, they're okay. So this is, yeah, this is toast. Right, fuck it. Fuck it. Never mind. Fuck it. Yeah, one day. Yeah, no, I'll have to fucking... What I'll have to do is I'll have to load up day 4 of this playthrough. Or maybe day 4, second home on day 4. Day 5 at the church. Yeah, I mean that... How? I mean, so when was the last day 5 save? See if Dave... Yeah, so let me just... let me go from here real quick. And just run over to where they... to where they are. Is it nighttime? Yeah, it's a bit late. Ooh, the trophies in this game are fucking absurdly complicated, dudes. Okay, so that's during the daytime. Let me load this one up. Right, let me head over to where they are, and then if this doesn't work, I need to load up the Whirling and Rag save before it. Speak to Lena to see if I need to speak to her first before this quest will even become possible. Oh, hang on, where the fuck am I going? Complicated masterpiece. Yeah, well, this is the thing, is you're not supposed to find this trophy by accident. Oh, yeah, no, they're here. Okay, so I can start their quest here. I've only got 3 skill points, though. Ooh. My endurance is 4. Ooh. So what have I got here? So yeah, this will lower our conceptualization to 3, which is what we need. If we forget, but it will use a skill point to do that. So our authority is 6+, that's fine. Composure is 4+, that's fine. Endurance, we can pop 2 skill points into that. Conceptualization less than 4, so we need to forget. We need to forget this, which uses a skill point. So, yeah, this is an off-stream thing. Fuck it. That's an off-stream trophy. That's really, really awkward. You need a certain amount of skills and a certain amount of qualities, and you need to complete a certain quest. You need to speak to a certain person before you even get the... Yes, that's just one of the more awkward ones. So that one will be done. Yeah, I think it's doable. I think it's doable with the saves that I have, but I also think that... Yeah, fuck it. I'll think about it another time. I need to start playing the video game, sorry. I need to start playing the video game instead. So where were we? This is the hardcore save. Yep, we're in hardcore mode. Yep, hardcore mode is on. Streamer mode is on. Twitch integration is off because I haven't set that up. But that means we have some tasks to look at. It's not time for that yet, but help the ravers start look into the spookers in the church. Yeah, okay, we can do that. We can do that. We can speak to the crowd man in the ceiling. But yes, I think there might be a way to salvage it. I need to do a lot of thinking, and I can't do that when I'm live, so I will do that when I'm not live. But yeah, annoyingly, the only thing restricting me from doing it on that other save is that I can't leave the island. Well, no, I suppose it's after day 6 anyway, isn't it? So. Okay, so maybe we got to wait until the lady is here activating that. So we can't do this one just yet. That one we can't just do yet. Become a man of plenty. Check back on the monument and reconceptualization later. So that we might have to do the next day. I think we've already checked that on this day. Get Isabel and Lillian in the nameless fishing village down the coast to sign Everart's document. Once the signature is secured, mail the document to Everart's accounting using the mailbox on the plaza in front of the whirling. Get a cell to talk about our associates. Just talk about friends. Maybe we shall open up later. You got them set up. Nightclub. Find a tape with a melody for Egghead. With your authorities, talk to Titus and establish authority in the Hardy Boys' eyes. The German ministry interrogate the drivers about the smuggling. Okay, so there's nobody here at the moment, so I suppose we need to speak to the lorry drivers about the drug trade. But also, we could go back to the fishing village and see if we can get those signatures, which is this way.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Yes, first things first, there was a hydrate 15 minutes ago. I'm going to go grab a drink and I'll do that now. Ever going to do the Twitch integration thing? Well, I wanted to. I think, you know, after this playthrough, because it's a hardcore playthrough, which means, yeah, the checks and everything, I have to kind of, you know, save and load, I have to save scum a bit. Yeah, it wouldn't be very fun for you guys to be able to make choices and do things but yeah, I mean, I think a playthrough where I go around and you guys get to vote on every single dialogue choice would be kind of hilarious. So, future breadcrumbs, double check the Twitch integration for Disco Elysium, see if it still works, see if you can still set it up, because another playthrough where chat can be more involved would be interesting. But yes, give me 2 secs. I'm going to go grab a drink. I'll be right back. Yeah. If you guys can choose the dialogue, and I can be like, chat is choosing the dialogue options. I can't fucking, I can't do anything about this. I'm afraid. Everybody else watching. But yes, give me 2 secs. I'm gonna grab a drink. Oh, excuse me.
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Excuse me.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands. Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says. Huh, I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part, the part we need to get out of our houses. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board.
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards. Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? Quite the sign. An eyesore too.
Down, bastards.
The situation calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Gotwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out
Crazy
of the
thought.
water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example.
You like the Capri funeral idea?
Let's see. Who are you looking for? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Where are you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the Union building? What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that Everard and the Union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess Union members have children too. Aye. Why not? Fine. Here you go. You're welcome.
Right. Now we speak to the washerwoman.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. Lillian should let her sword make her decisions. The girl just doesn't have the head for it. Either way, I won't sign. You need to check your facts, officer. I said no such thing.
True. She only said she wouldn't even consider signing before Lillian.
Lillian's not the only
Mo,
one
welcome in.
who's too
How's it going, dude?
trusting.
Enjoy your daily bread.
She wanted to see if you would do it, and if she would.
GG's on second. 17 times?
I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart?
If no one wants it, I'll take it. Yeah, no, it's, yeah. We had a slow start to the stream, but two wonderful creators raided us. So, yeah, we've got a bunch of nice new people to chat to as well.
The poor
Those
get
are my
pushed
favourite
out of their
regulars.
homes, and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So, no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
She is headstrong, but there's a slight hesitation in there, you may be able to convince her.
Name is ridiculous.
It's really in her best interest to listen to you. You know how the world works.
I've heard that pitch before plenty.
Grouchy mean
Building
old
this,
ones too.
building that,
Mean
new
mugs.
jobs, new blood. Somehow the people here always end up holding the short end of the stick.
How are you, Crumbs? I'm not too bad. I'm not too good, but I'm not too bad. The ongoing health issues are ongoing. So yeah, I'm not physically very well. And because I've been physically unwell for 3, maybe 4 years now, 3.5, 4 years, I'm not mentally very well either. And because of that, I'm not emotionally very well either. So yeah, things aren't great, but I am thankful for the things that I do have in my life that are positive, that I keep reminding myself of to try and make myself not be as depressed as I am. 5-second penalty for Hamilton. Dude, Ferrari have got some engine upgrades to bring after the summer break, and Mercedes apparently have been pushing their engines pretty fucking hard. So they're likely to have some engine failures in the future, and new power units, new engines, new power units, whatever you want to call them. It's like a 10 place grid penalty, or maybe even a pit lane start. So Kimi needs to be faultless and only really, figure out which races they're likely to not do well in and take the penalty at that point, because they're probably not going to do well anyway. But if Ferrari can come out of the summer break with an even more powerful car that's legal, because it is Ferrari after all, with Lewis on the form that he's on, we could be about to see another bit of history being unraveled before us, which would be, an 8th title with Ferrari to be the undisputed GOAT would be. After that, he could retire into the sunset with Kim Kardashian, for fuck's sake. It's fucking crazy, dude. But yeah, it would be chef's kiss. It would be chef's kiss. Not going to help if the FOP lays the if Hamilton starts catching the Kim K curse. Well, I mean, to be honest, since he started dating Kim K, I don't like the girl that much. I don't really know much about her, but I know she's a socialite, and I'm not a big fan of those. But yeah, he seems to have been performing pretty well on track. What that says about everything else, I don't know. But yeah, he seems to be, in a groove. They cancel each other out. Maybe Lewis Hamilton's bad luck and Kim K's bad luck cancel each other out. But he's got a new dog. Obviously after losing Roscoe and the other one as well was really heartbreaking. Because there's so many moments where Roscoe was in the pit just being an absolute hero. But yeah, he's got a new dog, golden retriever, I think. Seems to be sort of, his Instagram, there's a lot more lifestyle stuff being posted where he's sort of enjoying himself a little bit, which is nice to see. But yeah, if Ferrari have got a really strong car upgrade, because they've already got a strong car, but they've got an upgrade, and they can ensure reliability, while Mercedes have to be careful. You never know. Roscoe being a legend, yeah. Anyway, chat, apologies. We do have an ad break coming up. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything, because I'm going to take a break as well. I'm going to go do a quick stretch from my lower back because I'm an old man. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen. So if you're lurking, you want to follow in secret without being called out, that's perfectly valid. Once we're over there, the bot will say, so there's no alerts for follows over there. So if you want to follow in secret, please feel free. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. Dark Souls 2 healing, everybody. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Not yet. Not yet. Hold tight. Hold tight. There we go. It's fucking so stupid, dudes. It's so fucking stupid. And these motherfuckers are so blind. Fuck's sake. Oh, I knew it as soon as I said it. I knew it as soon as I said it.
This is my show, John Marston. Do as you're goddamn told.
Fucking.
And shoot well.
Let's fucking go, Sadie. Damn. What? Fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? What the fuck was going on there? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, Kim? 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 Kim, my dude. What are we doing? Kim's had enough of our shit and he's just leaving. He doesn't care if he needs to walk on water to do it. Kim? Kim? The hitbox! The hitbox on that! The hitbox on that! Come on, bro. We might need that later. We might need to create one of these. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, thank you. Panic averted. Yeah, see, I was pretty sure there was an enemy there, but the auto aim just snapped on, so I knew he was there. Yeah, it does. Fucking hell, the auto aim is so strong. I thought there was someone there and it fucking snapped on like a good 20 degrees. Fucking hell. Look for increased morale. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it means I can't tank any of that stuff. Oh, my aim is really bad, but the game is just giving it to me. We remembered from last year, chat.
Daddy Dennis says, are you my pinky toe? Because I want to bang you on every piece of furniture in the house.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that.
And what do you think I'm doing right now, Mr. RCM?
Tastes like soap, unsurprisingly.
Do you know who takes the cream of these deals? Real estate developers. construction companies, restaurant owners, clerks, accountants in La Delta.
Yeah, we got to quickly client call because they wouldn't take no for an answer. Best of luck, dude. I know what you mean.
Have some integrity. You're an officer of the law, not some fat slug's corrupt little crony.
It's okay. She's emotional right now. Keep at it. Wear her out.
I don't want to wear her out, for fuck's sake. Right, so at this stage, the boat is not ready. So what can we do? Let's go interrogate some drivers, see if there's anyone who wants to speak to us. Yes, Lewis has been resurgent this year. I'm very glad to see it. One more championship would completely shut everyone up. Nobody would be able to argue.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
An old monument stands in a matrix of metal tubes and wooden planks jut out at odd angles. There are no lights that spell out your name. The old king looks defiantly to...
Yeah, okay, so that's not available just yet. This won't allow me to... So I think we're going to have to analyze the footprints at the murder scene if we want to find out that one of the... So we need to analyze the footprints at the murder scene because that will make us aware of the fact that one of the Hardy Boys or one of the gang has a shoe that's more worn on one side. Has a pair of shoes. One of the shoes is more worn than the other one. And then that truck that we just looked at has sandpaper on the accelerator pedal, which would cause the wear we've seen. But I don't want to investigate anything there in case it cancels the...
Welcome to crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Goodness, you were all...
She smiles and nods.
Because, yeah, I don't want to investigate anything there because if you investigate the body in any way, shape or form, I think you will lose the trophy.
Are you here for more books? Which book was it, sir? Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I haven't read that one yet. I wish I could help you.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
If you say so, but you better stay away from those immoral occult rituals.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime. Several maps have been attached. The maps look old and faded.
Right, so...
Large letters on the front form a title, Wirral. The colorful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas. The cover art also features odd-looking humanoids, some short, some taller, some with pointy ears, others with ephemeral wings. Text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads,
Excuse me.
3rd edition, Mega Setting Supplements module. The side panel adds a sword and sorcery adventure board game with new maps and miniatures.
Just letting some of the fizz out because I am an old man. I probably shouldn't be drinking it, to be honest, but you know, I just can't. I can't not have Iron Brew.
Mysterious things rattle inside. What could they be? dice, plastic miniatures, a fantastical alternate world full of magic and wonder. None of that witless man from Heimdall, fascist dross, hidden behind faux realistic allegory. Wirral is no cliche-ridden apologia for colonial violence. Wirral is pure imagination.
Oh, that to me feels a little bit pointed. That feels to me like a bit of a dig at like overly like loquacious, wordy, you know, board games that are actually just demonstrating how one faculty of political ideology could just take over the world. Because there is some parallel there where they talk about, you know, when you play Monopoly, you know, it's funny how Monopoly exists as a board game and we all know how it pans out and how it doesn't really work out well for most people, and yet that's exactly what we have in late stage capitalism. And yeah, board games that have mythical creatures that are different in some way to like the good guys, and how the good guys win by destroying a bunch of, you know, different looking people. It's like, oh, I don't know, this is starting to feel like a little bit like pointed. It feels a little bit kind of like, you know, adjacent to like racial oppression and stuff. It's like, yeah, none of that witless man from Heimdall, fascist dross, hidden behind a faux realistic allegory.
A blurb on the back reads, "Tired of the tedium and toil of modern life? Escape to Wirral. Leave behind e-solas and nations with their petty squabbles. Discard electricity, magnets, and boring technological widgets. Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Wirral. Can your band of adventurers save the world?" Exactly. That's the spirit. All you have to do is read an intricate rulebook, study an assortment of maps, unfold the illustrated game board, and start rolling dice. In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iskala riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair, conjuring up forceful magics to aid your quest.
And you know what, chat? There'll be so many of these paragraphs talking about the Heimdall and the Wirral and everything. At no point have I felt that they're parodying or, you know, openly mocking Lord of the Rings. They've always talked about high fantasy and medieval fantasy settings, but they've never like even referenced an adjacency to Lord of the Rings whatsoever, which I think is a very sort of very powerful thing to do, because it's the easiest thing to sort of reference, right? But they've clearly been talking about other things in that kind of wheelhouse, which is
physical confrontation with your friends. And beer. Lots of beer. And most importantly, never forget to rage quit if the dice don't go your way. You pry open the box. Inside you find a folded up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided die, and a little plastic figurine. A reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads, "Lands of Wirral." The map features both small villages and mid-sized towns with odd names, in addition to meadows, forests, hills, lakes and seas, also with odd names. It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. It's not a very helpful map. A quick guide to the magical races of Wirral. Create your own hero, choosing from any of these completely unique and fantastical backgrounds. The options are in order of importance: the Welkin, the Tweog, the humans, the fairy folk, and the pygmies. The Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful, with long flowing hair and pointy ears. They're known for being powerful magic users, but can also hold their own in a brawn-driven fight. The Welkin come with a variety of exciting sub-races: High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, and Snow Welkin. But if you're not feeling experimental, a basic Welkin will always do. A grand race of industrious mountain people. They're short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for gold and other precious minerals. They're also well versed in the art of combat, where they prefer to use axes and hammers.
Yeah, speaking of digging for precious minerals and stuff, recently, a few times now, Dennis is ringing the bell. A few times now, I've been reminded of the fact that things like gold, diamonds, that sort of stuff, on Earth, they're quite rare, but in the universe, there are planets made of diamond. I think there are planets where it rains diamonds. They've found planets where the conditions are such that diamonds rain down on the terrain, and there are planets made of gold, you know, or comprised primarily of gold as their primary element, with a few other things mixed in over the heat death of the planet or whatever. Or was heat death suns and stars? I can't remember. But yeah, as the planet cooled down, it mixed with other things, but it's primarily just made of gold. So they're in short supply in the UK, on Earth, on our planet, but in the universe, there's a huge abundance of them, like planets made out of stuff. But trees, wood has to come from trees, and trees have to come from life. And life, as far as we can tell, is incredibly scarce in the universe. So our tiny little planet is able to be like the only source of certain material. So yeah, even though wood is abundant within our own Earth sphere, like understanding of materials that exist on Earth, there's loads of wood and we can grow it. Out there in the rest of the universe, there's hundreds and thousands of planets that have no life on them, so therefore they can't even support a tree. So wood is actually one of the rarest materials in the universe. Gold and diamonds and stuff, yeah, it's only because we haven't got much of them on this planet. And although the investment opportunity is likely to exist long after I'm gone, space logistics and space freight, going and getting materials from other parts of space and bringing them to Earth, that will drastically change the value of certain things, because suddenly gold and a few other things, but it will create a problem. And this is like hundreds, maybe thousands of years in the future, but this will create a problem. The Earth, as we know it, weighs what it weighs, and therefore it orbits, the sun, and the moon orbits the Earth because of how much mass there is, right? If sometime in the future, space interplanetary logistics, or space freight, as it might be called, comes to fruition and exists, we will, for the first time, we will have the ability to take materials from other planets and add to the mass of our own planet. Now, we've already rearranged the distribution of the materials. We've mined the materials out and condensed them into parts of the world. So steel and iron and various other heavy metals and everything, well, steel isn't naturally occurring, but we make it with naturally occurring stuff. We've moved a bunch of stuff closer to the equator because that's where we exist, because that's where the weather is temperate enough. There's not on the equator because it's quite hot, but the two sides of the two bands, the northern and the southern band, of where it's temperate enough for human beings to comfortably exist. We've moved a lot of the materials of this planet to those, which is why the Earth is egged. It's not perfectly round, it's egged, because we've literally moved the mass to the outside, right, by digging it out of the ground and then depositing it around the edges, around two center lines, right? 2 lines above and below center, the equator. So that's not because of us. I thought the egging of the Earth was partially to do with us. I thought that's because we've redistributed the weight a little bit. Obviously, it's spinning, so it's going to do that as well. But yeah, that's what I'd read.
The Tweog,
but it was a theory, so it could be wrong.
Different subraces: Hill Tweog, Shield Tweog, and Dark Tweog. They're just humans. What else is there to tell? They're average in all stats, and jacks of all trades.
Jack of all trades. I saw a T-shirt the other day that said, "Not a jack of all hobbies, but not a jack of all trades, but a hoe of all hobbies." It's pretty good.
A very small race of flying people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure people into their magical traps. There are no sub-races for the fairies.
But yeah, I had read somewhere that we have made certain bands of the Earth heavier because we've redistributed a lot of the materials to those bands. And I don't know whether that means that it's like stretching out the Earth that way, but also because we've mined, have we sort of shrunk the poles a little bit? the opposite of what you're saying.
The least popular of the Wirral races, the Pygmies, are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live
Now we're
in
at the
small
equator.
villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings.
It is?
They spend most of their days tilling the
Damn.
earth and smoking their pipes. There are no sub-races for the Pygmies.
Yeah, I can't remember where I read that the Earth is like even on obviously because on like a very small scale, because we all live here, it is more built up, but that's not enough to change the overall shape of the planet. But I had read that the redistribution of mass from the Earth as a mixture, that's formed the way it's formed, we'd moved it all to the edges, and that was kind of creating more. And it was a long time ago I read that, so maybe it was incorrect.
It's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar plant motifs.
But it's egged that way rather than that way. It's a planet. So it's egged pole to pole, not on the equator line. Okay.
You don't know much about dice, but this one looks pretty damn fancy. You place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side.
Maybe it's inconclusive. No, wait, sorry, you're right. Maybe it's inconclusive. I don't know. But I definitely remember reading. I remember reading that the redistribution of materials, specifically heavy minerals, rocks and metals and stuff, that over the several thousand years that human beings have been about, industrializing, sort of, digging and taking materials from one place and then putting them somewhere else, that was having an effect. It's an oblate spheroid, but it has nothing to do with our activity. Really? Okay, so maybe what I read was a theory to explain the fact that it's an oblate spheroid. Maybe there was just a theory.
You see a man
but it seems to make sense because,
wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of a firearm.
I was thinking, I suppose if we've dug all the copper and all the tin and all the iron and we've processed it and refined it down to make stuff, and then we've put all of that stuff on these two bands above and below the equator, one above and one below, that is a significant redistribution of mass. But obviously, it's compared to the overall weight of the planet, because you have to think about the mass versus the other mass, right? But I thought to myself, the Earth is spinning quite a lot. And when you think about balancing the wheels on your car, you put like a tiny little strip of these tiny little weights that are like 1 centimeter by, you put like 2 or 3 of them in a specific spot on the rim. And that means that when it spins, it's balanced and it doesn't destroy the bearings. And so I was like, it doesn't take an awful lot of force to throw, a circular object off of them.
If every human stood in a single file line around the equator, most of them would drown.
Yeah. If everybody held hands all the way around the world, a lot of people would drown. Yeah. Like, fun fact, if you took all of your intestines and lined them up on a tennis court, you'd die. Because I remember somebody said that at a pub quiz. Someone said that, the question was, if you were to take out your intestines and lay them out in a line, how long would they be on average? And somebody said, somebody's answer was, if you took your intestines out, you'd die. And I was like, that deserves half a point, because everybody laughed about that. But I was like, that deserves half a point, and that got a laugh as well. I was like, that does deserve half a point. That's pretty fucking funny. Yeah. Miob V, welcome in. I apologize if that's not the correct pronunciation of your name. I believe that might be a Greek letter at the end of the first part of your name. Please let me know the correct pronunciation of your name. Facts often funny. Yeah, well, this is it. A pub quiz needs to have a humorous element to it. Otherwise, it's just, yeah. Rotation, spinning on axis, makes a large object depart from being spherical. The Earth's rotational period, measured in quasi-inertial frame based on a distant stars and galaxies, is 23 hours, 56 minutes and 4 seconds. As a result of this rotation, a point on the Earth's equator moves at a speed of 1,674 kilometers per hour. At a point of 30 degrees north or south latitude, moves 1,450 kilometers per hour. And to point out that 60 degrees north and south latitude moves so the increase in rotational speed toward the equator makes the equator bulge outwards. So it's because the rotation, the distance traveled, so that on the Earth, the equator is the longest distance, and therefore the most inertia is being imparted on that particular part. Ah, yeah, okay, that's physics. That makes a lot more sense. Because, yeah, if you go away from the equator, it's spinning at the same speed, but it's traveling a much shorter distance, and therefore distance over time, the speed is low. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that's physics. That makes sense. That makes sense.
A communard, one of the leftist revolutionaries in the anti-centennial revolution.
I see. The rotation of Earth really makes my day.
The figurine is not a part of the real game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process. I have a feeling the figurines are more there to set the scene than anything else.
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at you, his face contorted into a disturbing shout. Then you pocket it. A colorful box with the title, Wirral, in bold letters. It's a board game.
Okay.
Shelves full of
Also, the Earth is incredibly flat on the surface compared to size. If a marble was the size of the Earth, it would have higher mountains and deeper valleys than Earth. Incredibly. Oh yeah. But the inconsistencies with the surface of something like a marble, because it's such a small object, it can have huge variance in its surface texture that still appears smooth. But the Earth is even smoother. Yeah.
Give up. You'll never find the answer. There's no other copy of...
Dama the most welcome in. Just come across the best TikTok account ever. Really? Do share. I mean, don't share a link. Share the username. Or if you have a link, ask first, and I can permit you, and then the bot won't time you out.
Because that's how the world works. Some stories never get finished. You shouldn't expect there to be a tidy, satisfying ending. But what if you never find out how your story ends? There isn't, if only you had more time.
Random British old dude, and you're just angry at fucking everything. It's brilliant. I like the fact that you came here to tell me about the account of an old English man that's angry at everything. You found Crumbs' TikTok. But I tell you what, Uncle Wes Richardson. Is it with an M at the end or an N? Oh, keyboard. Oh yeah, Mars bars. Well, they used to be versus what they are today. Somebody found one when they were redecorating. 40 grams, yeah. 170 grams. But yeah, they were 25 pence. Yeah, it's fucked. But do you know what I found the other day? And this is a weird niche like content creator thing. But this guy. Who just likes to dance. That's it. No algorithmic tricks, no fucking call to action, no clout chasey statements. It's just a guy who likes to dance. And I think there's something so incredibly fucking pure about that. So incredibly fucking pure. I fucking love it. I think that's fucking cool as shit, man. I think that's fucking cool as fuck. Yeah, I think that's cool as fuck. I forgot to follow, but yeah, I saved it because, yeah. After you've been on TikTok and posted and fucking watched and heard people talking about all the various different blah, 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 coming across something so uninhibited and pure and interesting, it's such a fucking breath of fresh air. I respect that so fucking much. In a sea of mass-produced shit, that kid is just doing something that they love. Like, you can tell that they're not practiced at dancing, they're not a dancer, they're not a dancing influencer, they're just some kid that wants to dance, and I fucking really love the purity of that. You see the most random shit all the time. Yeah, well, yeah. Most of my FYP legit has no hashtags. It's just yeah, this is it. No hashtags is the way forward. TikTok specifically, the way the algo is working at the moment, based on what we've all found out, is when you hashtag your content, it's going to put it in front of people that follow that hashtag or interact with content that has that hashtag or whatever. But if somebody sees your content and immediately swipes away, like doesn't watch the whole thing, that down regulates the push of your content. So, not to go straight into the fucking snake oil I was just talking about, but yeah, it's you can definitely see that's how it works, because I'm seeing more and more stuff that has no hashtags whatsoever. It's only just the content being shared based on what the platform can tell what it is without any tags. And it's absolutely crushing numbers. It's doing crazy, crazy numbers with no hashtags. And I was like, that's really interesting. But it turns out with TikTok, I don't know if YouTube and Instagram are going to follow suit, but with TikTok, if you put a hashtag that makes people see your content and swipe away from it, that's bad. So you don't want big, vague tags that have like millions of users looking at them. What you want is very specific tags that are going to put your content in front of the right people, and then they'll watch it. So you won't get more views, but you end up with more comments, which is the important thing. Views is one thing. Views means the post worked, but comments, where people actually get involved, that's when you know you've struck a chord with somebody. And I'm always trying to strike a chord with somebody in a good way. I'm always trying to talk about something that's non-offensive, that's not clout chasey or contrarian for the sake of being contrarian or toxic or whatever. I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to start a dialogue about video games and stuff. So that's what my TikToks are. And that limits the reach of them. You know, I could quite easily make statements about games that I could argue until the cows come home. And people would dive in the comments to argue with me, and that would get a bunch of traction. But I wouldn't be fostering a community. I'd just be fostering drama. And this is the thing. If your content only triggers people into the comments, you're not building a community. You're just farming controversy, and you can't build a community off the back of controversy. All you can do is set up an enormous character assassination that will come your way, because social media influencers cannibalize the fuck out of each other. So I'd rather swerve all of that by not posting stuff that makes people argue and just talk about the things that I like. And then hopefully people that like the same things will gravitate towards me. It's a slower process, and I don't get as many views, but I know when I connect with somebody and they follow me, it's for the right reasons. So that's my content strategy, even though I'm not a successful content creator at all. Don't take this to heart. But yeah, use a hashtag in every video. That's basically the only one I use. Yeah, this is the thing. You just want to... We have Mars, better Mars bar, the Yankee bar. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can get like a... the Reese's... get the blood going in my brain. The Reese's Nutrageous or Outrageous. It's like a massive, great big peanut butter and caramel and chocolate bar. And like, why would you ever buy a Snickers? Like, it's literally superior in almost every fucking way. The chocolate is a bit of a different taste, but it's just a big chunk of peanut butter and chocolate. So a Snickers becomes completely obsolete. But yeah, Mars bars, I don't know if there's an alternative in the UK. Mars has pretty much got it tied up.
Maybe
so,
if there had been more money and less speed, or more.
Never buy Reese's, has nothing to do with the chocolate. Reese's is so fucking good. Yeah, it's a lot of sugar.
Or
I mean, a lot of chocolate bars are.
Either way, you might have been able to come up with an answer, but not like this.
But yeah, that Ryan dance guy, that Ryan dancing kid, just dances.
Hang on, you can.
And I like it.
Use your imagination. You know who the suspects are. Just make it up. So, Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Denuva, detective?
Okay, we're going to fucking flesh this book out. But yeah, there is also there's also a subgenre. There's also this subgenre of older men dancing in public. I'll see if I can find a good example. I don't think I'll be able to find it. But yeah, just like middle-aged salarymen, just dancing, like not anime, but like I can't find it. Like I say, it's a weird subgenre. But yeah, there's a guy, I can't remember his name, but there's a guy who's obviously a salaryman who travels for work, and he films himself dancing in like public spaces, but also hotel rooms because he's always traveling for work. And yeah, he just sort of gets into the groove with it. He's just dancing, and he's not like doing perfectly rhythmic timed moves. He's not pulling off like snazzy, like acrobatic dance moves. He's just letting the music take him. And there's something incredibly pure about it. And this is the thing, like I say, because I've been on the social media side of things for such a long time, I've seen this framework. I've seen all of these kind of people. It's the same person with a different face, just doing the same shit that works, gets numbers over and over and over and over. And it's so droll. I'm so done with it. But every now and again, I come across some weird, quirky profile. Like I showed you guys that guy who talks about forks. He's like, hey, hello, guys. Hi, I'm going to roll out the mat. Today we have a bucket of forks. Look at this bucket. Look how many forks are in the bucket. Could you imagine a lucky dipper? And he just randomly fucking talks about forks and other various inanimate objects. But there's something very unique and kind of pure about it that I find very interesting, because that's what content creation used to be when I was a kid. YouTube and everything. People were YouTubers. They were very passionate about making something very specifically unique to them. You couldn't get it anywhere else, and that's why they did well. And there was a purity and an integrity to what they were doing. And you don't see that anymore. Everybody is copying the same formulaic framework with their content. They're doing all the same tricks, all the same voice lines, all the same fucking nomenclature and parlance, all of the same jargon, buzzwords, all of the same approaches with how they try and arrest people's attention. It's all been peer reviewed into the fucking ground. And there's nobody out there making there's hardly anybody out there making genuinely unique, interesting content, because it's got to a stage now where I don't even have to have a vested interest in whatever this quirky, weird content is. I don't have a particular interest in people talking about forks or old salarymen dancing. And I'll tell you what, it feels like such a breath of fresh air to see something so just pure and not peer-reviewed and designed to be traction-worthy. You know, it's just nice to see. But yeah, and I'm back. Call was as miserable as I expected. I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. Glad the call's over there. Only eat them rarely. It's a fucking treat. Yeah, I am quite fond of them, but yeah. Maybe I'm too pessimistic, but the moment they film themselves doing it, it's no longer pure. It's a deliberate action to gain views. Yeah, but like I say, this whole sort of not hashtagging, this whole kind of, because I think in the back in the day, filming yourself doing something was 100% performative. But now I feel like people filming themselves doing things, they just do it. You know, they just film and just take pictures of stuff because that's what, you know, having smartphones your entire life will do. And a salaryman filming himself, I don't think, you know, I don't even know who or how or why they got posted, but yeah, and they've been doing it ever since. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's an angle to it where they're making money out of it somehow, but I genuinely do see this kind of purity to it. But yeah, back when people weren't trying to game the system instead of just trying to create the best content they could about the things they were actually passionate about. Yeah, this is it. And it's like Outdoor Boys, you know, Outdoor Boys, that guy became like fucking absurdly popular, and for the security of his family he had to stop because he was too successful. But yeah, the guy just goes out in the middle of nowhere and builds a shelter and survives in terrible conditions, and he does a really good job of building the shelters and stuff. But he got so popular, the content got so popular that he started to get recognized more and more and more, and creators that get popular do find this. But he felt unsafe. He felt unsafe for his family, so he decided to stop. And I was like, that's crazy. Like, even if you are like outrageously successful, it's not good. It's not a good thing. You can never be a normal person again. so many people know who you are, it changes how the world works for you. But yeah, manage a human treasure. Sure, his son still makes videos of his own YouTube channel, getting millions of views now. Good for them, and I hope he's okay and safe and everything. But yeah, I saw he stopped making videos. His son was in a video, and his son was like, I'm struggling here, I'm going to call my dad. So he calls his dad, and his dad shows up in that snowmobile thing with the tracks and everything. As he released a couple of, okay, so maybe he's going to get back into it. But yeah, maybe they found a way to be safe or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, his kid was struggling, so he radioed his dad. His dad shows like, hey, what's going on, buddy? Oh, you see, you got this, you got this, you got this. He was really supportive. He was like, okay, you see these? I ziplock these. These are like dry cotton balls full of like petrol. These you can start a fire with. They'll stay dry because they're ziplocked. And there's wax on them to stop them getting wet. Even if the Ziploc bag fails, and you can just chuck them on the fire and it will get the fire going. He was, oh, thanks, Dad. And I was like, oh, that's really sweet. But like you say, his son's out there. His son's out there making content as well.
Sounds good. You can't trust the fuzz after all.
There was another guy as well.
They've got your back, but do they really? More like they've got a knife in your back.
There was another guy who used to do informational content on YouTube. He was an English guy. And he got to a point where he's like, I'm going to have to stop. It's got to a stage now where the amount it's going to cost, the overheads for creating the videos, has got to a stage where one bad video could put me in serious financial jeopardy. I don't think I can continue to do this. I have a family to think about. We've obviously done very well for ourselves, but at this point, I would have to keep rolling the dice, and I just can't do that with my family's future. So I'm going to have to call it here. And it's just a shame because, yeah, like, you know, if a couple of videos just suddenly just don't take off, and it happens at all.
Take it easy. Don't let the memory of old betrayals haunt you tonight.
It happens at all levels. Like, I've shared a couple of clips to YouTube recently that have done 5 views in 2 days, and I'm like, 5 views in 2 days when I normally see 200 to 300 minimum, you know, upwards of 1,000 if I actually get one off the ground. But I've only got 200 subscribers on YouTube, so I have a very small reach. But you know, but yeah, I was like, yeah, imagine if you normally see like 1 million views and you saw like maybe 500. Like your ad revenue would be like pittance. It would be nowhere near the amount required to cover the cost of the video, because that's kind of the high-level YouTube situation. Is you make a bunch of money from a video, but then you spend that money making the next video. It is kind of a vicious cycle. And yeah, a handful of people have talked about how for long periods of time they're operating on like fucking razor thin margins. Like, you know, a video costs $11,000 or pounds or euros or whatever to make, but then they see 11,800 euros in ad revenue off the back of it because it didn't view quite as well. Like, okay, so the next video we can only spend 11,000 because I need 800 euros to live this month. You know, they've got a nice house and everything, but it's not cheap. And it's like, fuck. Like, yeah, that's fucking wild that the money you make from being good at content creation almost immediately goes back into content creation. So are the creators really making that much money? Because people say like, oh yeah, based on ad revenue, this person should have made, you know, easily $650,000 this year. I'm like, okay, but how much money does it cost to make a video? And they make a video every week, right? So they make 52 videos a year based on the fact that they travel around and rent out spaces and get equipment. They're going to be spending like probably 4 or 5 grand per video. That's 4 or 5 grand times 52. It's not cheap, you know? And I'm like, fuck. But that's the thing is, it's television. YouTube has become television in terms of ad density, but also in terms of the production quality people have come to expect. Like we say, it's not YouTubers making homemade content anymore. It's become TV level production quality, which is fucking expensive. Renting the cameras and everything would be fucking expensive. But yeah. Last one was 9 months ago. Since the goodbye video, he's made 3 videos. Okay. Did you read about Twitch Active AI to train there for Amazon on every user? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, someone mentioned it earlier, and to be honest, like somebody at my level, I'm so low down. I'm such a small, like insignificant creator on Twitch. I have a significant doubt that they would even pay attention to me. They'll be training it on the people that are very, very, very successful. And ironically, I think what they'll find is there isn't anything particularly special. Now, I don't want to fucking throw shade. I don't want to be fucking copy or bitter or anything. But I think once you start to train an AI on the people at the very top, the same trends that work on social media will become apparent, and they'll realize that there isn't anything really special about these people. They're just the ones that got lucky doing just chatting. That's kind of it. I think that there have been a handful of creators, and I won't name anybody because I don't want to fucking involve myself in any fucking arguments or anything, but there's a handful of creators who, when you really break it down, don't have anything specifically better going on than anyone else. They don't genuinely... You watch their content, they don't genuinely... Occasionally I'll come across something like, holy shit, this guy's really fucking articulate. They make the best fucking joke I could even think of with hours of time. That was the best joke you could have made. That guy fucking is really good at making jokes. And holy shit, that kid is really good at that video game. He is world number one. It makes sense, right? But there's a whole host of like just people who are like in that top 0.0000, and there's nothing particularly charismatic or special about them. They just rolled the dice and started doing just chatting streams back in 20 whatever when it started, and they've grown since there. And it's like, I don't think there's anything special about them, and I think the AI is going to expose that, because the AI will fart out the most generic streamer you could ever imagine, and it will be like, yeah, this is not funny at all. This is not, because it's not like, it's not really what the streamer's doing. It's very much about how much money gets spent in the stream, and there's lots of sources of money going into the stream that I have some pretty big question marks above, in my opinion. I've noticed it's very indiscriminate. There are significant amounts of money being donated at very inopportune, peculiar, or very average moments. You know, they're just talking about something, not doing anything, and somebody gifts 650 subs. And I'm like, oh, why? Like, you know, not that I want the money or anything. I don't give a fuck. But like, why? What spurred someone at that moment to gift that many subs? That's a fucking ludicrous amount of money. And then a hype train starts, obviously, because that's like, I don't know, 20, 30 grand or whatever. Maybe a couple of grand, I don't know. Like I say, I don't pay attention to those sorts of things. But yeah, but then somebody else gifts 500 subs. And then somebody else gives 500 subs. Somebody else gives 500 subs. And I'm like, this is really weird. The person isn't... Because when somebody gets a run they've been trying for 5 years, yeah, people are going to go fucking mad. When somebody does something amazing in an online multiplayer match and pulls off a really skillful move, people are going to lose their minds and go crazy and start gifting subs. That makes perfect sense. I've got no question marks about that. But yeah, it's fucking wild. You go to a really, really big stream and they're not doing anything, and people are throwing money at them, and I just don't understand it. I don't see what it is. And I think this AI is going to be trained on what they're doing when they get a bunch of gifted subs, because that's what they want. They want to train an AI to basically get gifted subs, right? And I have a sneaking suspicion they're going to figure out, holy shit, like, there's no reason why these kids are getting these gifted subs, and that might make them think a bit more about where this money's coming from. Because yeah, I just don't see it. I just don't see it, because the thing is, it falls off so aggressively. Because once you get down to like if you're looking at the 20,000 average viewer bracket, right? You go down to 16,000 average viewers, or it drops off pretty heavily. You go down to like 7,000 average viewers. You never see somebody drop more than 200 gifted subs. And that's still a lot. That's a fucking big chunk of subs. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to shit on that. That's still a fucking massive, massive support. But yeah, it drops off alarmingly fast. And I'm like... And also, it happens in a lot more organic ways. And I'm like, I don't know. That to me feels like it's pretty organic. You know, that person was doing something. They've been working in a particular capacity in the content creation world for a long time. They've been accepted onto some team. They've been given an award for some content. You know, there's something happening. There's a big instance of something in the stream, and everybody goes nuts and supports them. That makes perfect sense to me. That's all perfectly legit. But then once you get to a certain level, there's nothing happening, but there's fucking hundreds, thousands of gift subs just being thrown at one channel, and I just don't buy it. I don't think it's correct. I don't think there's an organic reason why that's happening. I think there's something going on that's making that happen. And I don't know what it is, but it is kind of making the platform only focus on those creators. And I'm beginning to realize that money talks, like it always has done. But yeah. But anyway, New favourite channel is Two British Blokes, All the Gear. Their videos are hilarious. Ah, All the Gear. Okay. Yeah, the British idiom is all the gear but no idea. But yeah, I imagine they've shortened it to make it a bit more tongue-in-cheek. Is it about camera gear and stuff, or is it about something else? One thing from that call, I was told at least AI will give me what I want and pay for, because the thing he wants is an instant page loading, perfect score, page speed, page of over 250 videos. Oh yeah, they want 250 videos to load immediately. I just wanted to vent. Plus, every genre of streamer is different, so unless they niche and specialise the training, you'll end up with some rather strange results. Yeah, they're only going to be able to train it on one category at a time, right? Otherwise, yeah, you're going to end up with like a just chatting streamer who is like constantly trying to talk during a video game stream. And the thing is, you can't. The thing is that they'll have to train it on just chatting streamers because you can't teach an AI to play a video game, right? Well, I'm sure you could, but it'd be pretty fucking obvious that it's an AI. It would be dog shit, right? There's so many things that go into video games that make it very difficult to automate. So yeah, 12 carry-on movies on YouTube for me, legal on German. Have they been translated into German for you? Because that's kind of handy. But yeah, I see a lot of sketchy shit going on, and yeah, I just don't see how it could be just organic support from like a group of people. It feels so synthetic. And yeah, I feel like they're not even setting up like a big announcement, you know. And it's like you see people gifting more subs to a big creator sometimes than another big creator on a subathon on their 20th hour. And people are gifting like 50 packs and 100 packs, right? On a subathon, right? So everyone's trying to keep the stream going as long as possible. But then another creator who averages 15,000 viewers every single stream, no matter what they play, every single time, every single day, the same amount of viewers, pretty much. Yeah, they'll just be fucking, you know, wandering around in a video game, not doing anything, and somebody will just gift like 600 subs. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why? Like, what the fuck? And I know people have oilers or whatever, or greasers or whatever you want to call them, that just pay for the sub, for the stream. But yeah, I'm like, there's no trigger for it. And I think that's what the AI is going to be looking for, is what triggers people to gift subs, and quantify that.
Good. What can I help you with, on the contrary, officer?
But yeah, I don't think it's going to be trained. I mean, I'll make a clip, future breadcrumbs, see if you can turn off the setting, because I don't want it. But yeah, right here and now, I don't think it's going to be trained on me, because, you know, I'm arguably the platform, based on the stats they send me, they know that I'm not cut out for this, and I'm only doing it. They know that maybe they don't know. I only do it for fun, but from the platform's point of view, they probably look at me as a complete burnout that's never going to go anywhere. So it doesn't matter. I don't think they're going to be focused on me. I'll be filtered out of any sort of category. Yeah, whales, oilers, greasers, you know, simps. Although you're not allowed to use that term.
They must have someone in an overlord position near the gates.
Saw the first in German TV in German language. Oh, there you go. I'll gift you a 4-pack of knives. Totally not stolen knives. Just booted up my Game Boy Advance, and God, I feel like I have giant hands now. Yeah, dude. Like, when you find like a Super Nintendo controller and it's like, holy shit, yeah, like what the fuck, man? Like, what the fuck happened?
I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects.
Half tempted to restart streaming and create a second channel in which I just do dog shit horrendous streams, intentionally poison the AI. Yeah, like I say, Stav, no offense, but I have a feeling they'll be training it on some of the really, really, really big streamers. You know, we're talking like 15,000 average viewers plus, you know, people that have like, I think like 50 to 60,000 subs a month. They'll be training them on that, because that's what they want. They want the ability to create a streamer out of thin air that will always do exactly what they say. Because they're in a situation now where they're so desperate for money that a lot of the really, really big creators can just threaten to leave and they get what they want. And that's the situation. And I feel bad for Twitch's, you know, predicament. They've lost a lot of users, and if they lose big creators, they'll lose even more. And obviously, to keep the lights on, they've got to keep that money coming in. So I appreciate, from a business model standpoint, they need to be looking after the big creators, but I feel as if the pendulum has swung so far in the other direction that so many small creators like me just feel completely and fucking utterly invisible. And that unfortunately makes a lot of people stop streaming before they even reach their full potential, because I have no doubt that out of all of the people that have stopped streaming, at least 5 to 10% of them could have been a really big streamer. If things had just been a little bit different, they could have become a very big streamer. But they had 4 or 5 years of burnout and decided that it was a waste of their time and energy, so they just stopped. And some of them pivoted towards YouTube and immediately became successful. This is the thing. This is how I know that I'm right in this criticism, is that Twitch squanders so much talent. It's heartbreaking to see. Is that I know the ship has sailed, it didn't work out, I was going and then it stopped, but whatever. But I look at other creators who I know have it in them. I can see they've got that thing, that intangible, personality-driven content quality that just makes them fun to be around. They're just a lot of fun to watch, play video games and talk to, right? And I know a few of them. But yeah, they do Twitch for 3, 4, 5 years. They say, oh, this is fucked. They start making YouTube videos, fucking 60,000 subs within a year. And I'm like... And they're like, I'm making more from ad revenue around the clock, 24 hours a day, than I ever did on Twitch. And I'm like, there you go, you know? But obviously they learned a lot about content creation whilst on Twitch, but now they're being successful on another platform. And I'm like, the platform doesn't need that, but at the same time, the platform shouldn't just let small creators that have clearly got the right skill set just burn out and leave. They shouldn't do that, but yeah. Pardon my ADHD today, meds are out of stock until the 14th. Oh, okay. Well, I hope the calls are few and far between, because I know that can't be good to be on a call with ADHD, where you've got to focus and start arguing your case about why AI isn't as good as people say it is. But, you know, people to this day still falling for vaporware. It's crazy. I wouldn't take offense if you said the good streamers. Nothing another person can say will be worse than anything I've said about myself. Yeah, and I'm the same. Like, I know where I sit. I know where I sit. And I came to terms with it a long time ago, which is why I'm not playing popular games. I'm not chasing after trends. I'm not doing that shit, man. I'm just going to have fun with it until it's not fun anymore. And when it's not fun anymore, I'll find something else. I feel like I made a pretty good dent had I not walked away at 2.5. I needed the money and chose to be a Shopify theme developer instead. Yeah, it is what it is, you know? And I think that lots of people see qualities in me. They see them in, not me, but they see qualities in me and say, you could make YouTube videos. You could make YouTube videos about games and you do all right. And this is coming from people that make YouTube videos about games. And I'm like, that's very sweet of you to say that. Like, nah, dude, like, you understand game design, you understand art and all sorts of other things. You could talk about video games quite well. You know, you could make videos about games if you wanted to. If you wanted a way out of Twitch, you've got YouTube. And I was like, yeah, I want to stream to YouTube. But at the same time, like I say, YouTube has become very, very formulaic. And yeah, at this point in time, there's basically no way of success unless you're willing to just grind one of the metas that's out there already. And as a creative person, that would slowly but surely kill me inside, just like streaming can do, you know? It would wear me out, and I just don't want to do that. So I might make a video or two, but like a regular upload schedule once a week, once a month, it could never happen with me, you know? I would need to have like a good 5-6 hours twice a week to sit down and really write and record and edit videos. And yeah, I know I'd spend all that time and effort and then get like 100 views and be like, yeah, you know. And then the thing that pisses me off is I have an idea for a clip or a TikTok or whatever, or a video, and I think, yeah, it would be a lot of work and it probably wouldn't do well. And then a year later, I see that video or that idea with like 50,000 likes and 100,000 views, and I'm like, oh, why am I like this? Why am I like this? But yeah. Anyway, speaking of annoyances, we do have an ad break coming up. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips. You guys know the drill. I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. But yeah, maybe one day I'll do a video, but at the moment I just have too much fun streaming and hanging out with you guys. So I'll be back in a minute. Please go follow Lim. Really, really good sense of humor. Really, really fun dude to hang out with. Does a lot of not geology. Is it geology? No, it's not. It's not. Is it archaeology? What do you? What do you do again? It's rocks. It's to do with rocks. Not paleontology. Is it archaeology? It's to do with rocks. I can't remember. But they do a lot of that content on TikTok. It is archaeology, okay. I'm Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Currently unable to use a Gatling gun properly, but welcome on in. Peach Blossom. Is that the original Dino? Did they change Dino Dance back? Did they change it back? They changed Dino Dance back. Can we get some Dino Dances in chat? They put it back. Rocks in the valley, they said. Rocks in the valley. Fucking... Fucking hell. Can I link something that'll help you out? Yes, because you're a VIP, it shouldn't time you out. If it does, I'll just remove the timeout, so don't worry. It's an alright game, but forcing the player to meticulously kill every single enemy in each run through is rather tedious. Yes, it is incredibly tedious. Yeah, incredibly tedious. What's this?
Stop it.
Camera, please get out of my arse. It's as if we were never here. Right. Oh no. Fuck's sake. Okay. That had to happen, didn't it?
Angry like some Blackwater would-be business tycoon with a bad case of hemorrhoids.
I'll give you a bad case of someone just shot me in the head if you don't hurry up. Do you know what? I don't know why I just stuffed literally the most crisps in my mouth as I could. I sometimes forget I need to eat like a normal human being. He eats like, I put half a pouch down, right, in the morning of his wet food, right? And he eats like 2/3 of it and leaves some of it behind. Yeah, that's it. He just walks straight over me. Such a little shit. We should get the backstab for free this time. Means we get a free R2 as well. And then while he's recovering, we get a free R1. Excuse me. Excuse me. How very dare you? It still fucking works.
And with everything in hand, the time has come to rise against the Earth Tree.
Well, you say that, I've already set fire to it, mate, so yeah, I'm a couple of steps ahead of you. Oh, good one. Good hit. Good hit. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm drawn to your streams and content, so I sit here drinking my emotions from your branded mug merch. I can only agree. Yeah, no, the thing is, I've got a handful of people that have been here for such a long time now. You guys are like the core group, and that's who I do it for. I love chatting to everybody, but yeah, the people that have been here for like over a year, 2 years. People have been subbed for over a year. Like, you guys give me a reason to do this stuff. Lord knows that the platforms, all of the big three, have made it very clear that I don't create enough or the type of content that they want. And that is just how the cookie crumbles. That's just how the dice have landed. I think in a different time, when creativity was more valued, I'd be all right. But yeah, it's pretty clear.
How can I help you?
It turns out that the way things work in 2026 is you've just got to find a meta and just grind the fuck out of it. And it is grinding. It's, doing it for years at a time to see like a 2 to 3% uplift. And I just, like I say, I can't even play the same game for a year. I can't even play the same game for more than 6 months. Once I've played a game and I've enjoyed it to a certain degree, I need to move on to something else. And that is, unfortunately, just not viable. If you want to grow a stream, it just doesn't work, I know people, this person plays different games and they're growing. I'm like, yeah, because they already had 600 viewers to start with. It's different, starting from scratch, because a very established creator, someone that's been on the platform long before the just chatting crowd, like a proper like OG big creator, started a new channel from scratch and streamed to nobody for like 5 hours. They streamed to nobody for 5 hours, and they said that it was, I think they were quoted as saying it was one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever done. They were like literally like emotionally like damaged by, they were like, I streamed for like 8 hours and I think one person chatted and that was it. And bear in mind, they're used to having like 50,000-60,000 viewers. They were like, it's fucking cooked. I was like, yeah, it is. But yeah, it be what it be. Get sniped. Nearly didn't join because I went to busy testing this engraving pen. I hope you enjoy it. Be careful with it, but I hope you enjoy it. And the ones who've nearly hit the 4-year mark probably make me feel like you're stuck with us weirdos. Well, this is the thing as well. Like, I think one of the things that I do significantly differently is I don't write weirdos off straight away. Like, I'm very accepting and very understanding of people, even if they are a bit weird. But the thing is, I'm a bit weird, I've developed social, skills over a 40-year lifespan where I can be like, social, but I'm still weird. And that's always going to put some people off. But I don't want to cover up who I am, Like, I am a bit fucking weird, but I try to be weird in an interesting way, not a weird, scary kind of way. Because there's good weird and there's bad weird, Just like there's good crazy and bad crazy.
Like I said
but
before,
yeah,
I don't know much about
like
this
I feel like
but the bossman said he's a real
if you're not
decent
willing
boy.
to incorporate interesting personalities into your community, you're going to have a pretty boring community that's kind of just all going to think the same thing. And whilst that's kind of convenient as a creator to have a community that all thinks the same thing, the conversations must be pretty fucking boring. I'm sorry, but if you don't have different people in your stream and in your community, the conversations are all going to be pretty tame. And if the conversations are boring, then like I don't see the point. I think part of the point of being part of a community is to interact with other people that have different thoughts and feelings. Obviously, it's led to a few arguments here and there, but I always try and make sure that everybody knows that I don't argue from a sense of like wanting to prove somebody wrong or wanting to embarrass somebody. I only argue because I have information counter to what's being said. And if there's evidence to prove that that's wrong, then I've accepted. You guys have seen me. I've accepted it. But yeah, I think that if we can't have a community of different opinions that all come together over one particular thing, then yeah, we haven't really got a diverse community, which is interesting. So it's yeah. Is Measurehead still up here? Can I go speak to him? I think in this place. No, in the previous playthrough we kicked him in the face, but in this playthrough I think we talked him down.
The unpromising race pupil return.
Yeah. Excuse me. Silly bitty like a sheesh, but that being said, don't change, mate. I like it. Makes you one of us. Yeah, this is it. I think that like even being alternative is like a mainstream trend now. So I think that if you're not weird, then yeah, you're just a normie pretending to be alternative. I think genuinely being a bit weird and also being kind of unafraid to be weird and to be yourself. That's one of the things I appreciate about a bunch of you guys is that, you are weird in your own little ways, but you're also confident, and it kind of defines you as who you are. And I respect that, Who else can we interrogate? Pretty sure we spoke to this guy.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
Mon ami. So, Emily Amarok, they received their SKA plushie the other day. And yeah, I'm jealous. I'm fucking jealous, dude. It looks so fucking cool.
Hey, was there something you need? Another thing. Great. I love those. Oh yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frick warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one
Take my money.
locked door in
If I said something, I'm sorry. No, not at all, Tiger.
So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Beldar, welcome indeed. How's it going? Oh boy.
Yes,
Well, go
and
on.
the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers. It's not strange, it's inconvenient.
Still not sure. Yeah, not sure where they are. It's only teasing about touching grass stick. No, it's fine, Tiger. Don't worry. Twitch is going to scrape chats for training AI unless streamers opt out. Oh, does it scrape the chat as well as videos and clips? Where's the actual setting for it? I mean, I've got my dashboard here. I could probably find it. Copyrighted audio warnings, disconnect protection, dual format eligible, 2K streaming eligible, server-side transcode support eligible, VOD and stream rewind is turned on, clip settings alpha. There's an auto clip thing. Allow viewers to add captions, add captions when using clip that. Create clips with a voice command. Oh, okay. Clip all my clips, only featured clips. Let viewers upload clips to their socials. I've got that turned off because that's a bit strange. Feature this clip setting is not the default. Permissions. Raids. We haven't got a minimum for raids. People who can stream on your channel. Channels you manage as an editor. Nothing. Channel. I don't see anything there. Monetization, new. Ads automatically scheduled. Thought they were already, but okay, you need a button for that now. Content. Yeah, I can't see anything in I can't see anything in the settings. Same client just suddenly paid their invoice out of nowhere, so I guess I wish you the best of luck. Vibe coding a professional solution for your problem really got to them. every Twitch trying not to take L's impossible. Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of big companies, Sony, Twitch, loads of companies. I mean, YouTube have just changed the requirements for YouTube partnership, so it's like fucking massively impossible for someone like me now. It's just never going to happen. You need like a fucking absurd amount of viewership compared to what I get. Over the course of a year, you need like a fucking crazy amount. But yeah, where is the is there a setting to turn it off yet? Oh. Accept the cookies. Streamers content can still be used other including automatic captions. Twitch knows this auto mode tool doesn't retain users' data. If you're streaming, you want to opt out of vacuuming your content, shoving it into the gaping maws of Jenna. Visit your Twitch settings, see training. You'll see training for generative AI toggle you can disable. Or maybe I don't want to do. Oh, I don't want to do that on this fucking browser. Thank you very much. I'll do that on a different browser if that's possible. Yeah, I don't think you guys saw it. It blocks everything out, so that's fine. Right. Oh, under settings, under the different settings that you can't find. Okay. Blocked users. I've got a couple of people. I've got 21 pages of blocked users. I suppose it blocks bots, doesn't it? Training for generative AI. Allow your channel content to train generative AI content models at Amazon. Turning this off does not opt you out of Twitch and Amazon using your channel content for other purposes described in the Twitch privacy notice, including using AI-supported Twitch features that benefit the community by facilitating streamer growth and monetization, such as real-time sponsorship campaign assistance, viewer discovery, such as recommendations, and community safety, such as auto mod. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. Auto mod needs to stay on, of course. But yes. Block whispers from strangers. Block receiving gifts on channels you don't follow. Ooh, that's quite a good one. But yeah. Okay, cool. So there's a switch. I've turned it off, so we don't have to worry. We took care of it, chat. Thanks for letting me know. But yeah, if it was going to scrape me, then fuck it, whatever. You know, it's not going to learn anything from me. The platform already wants to fucking kill me off anyway, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, if it's going to scrape you guys, then I'm fucking turning it off, of course. Excuse me. Let me just make sure my connection is all still attached. Make sure everything's still working. YouTube is still live. Bitrate and everything is still good. 14,166,000 kilobits a second. It's fine. Cool. Yeah. You have to go to a different settings, but yeah. Don't know if there's a settings set is up here. Yeah. So from the from like here, rather than going to this settings here, like stream and channel and everything, I think you have to go to account settings here to get to this one, and then from here, content preferences. No. Security and privacy. Yeah, security and privacy, and then go down there basically. Excuse me. Yeah, okay, cool. Excuse me. Right. Good on my end. Yes, yeah, I'm just checking everything's still okay. Whilst I'm already in a fucking browser window.
If you say so.
But yeah, if it's going to scrape you guys, then nah, I'm not interested. I can fuck that off. If it was just me, then whatever.
fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of arseholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill.
Should have left it on. I would have poisoned the thing. Well, yeah, this is
Yes.
yeah. I don't, like I say, I highly doubt I am the kind of creator that they're going to be training an AI data on, an AI fucking an AI scrape. They're not going to be training on me. The platform statistically knows that I am not what they want. That's what all the metrics and the behaviors of the platform aimed at me show. Trust me. I'm not in this because there's any success in my future. I'm in this because I love you guys and I love hanging out and playing video games with you guys. Everything else is just a fucking orbital concern that I don't really have time for. Video games and hanging out with you guys are the things that I'm focused on, you know? Yes, I get bored and I build things for the stream, but that's because it's for you guys, right? All of this growth mindset stuff, I'm just not interested. Taught it how to say swears in Polish. Get the AI deleted. Well, yeah, this is it. Somebody was saying before you had the option to turn off the AI review on Google, as long as you swore in your question, the AI would ignore it. So you could, rather than saying, you know, what's the temperature in, you know, Ohio, you could say, what's the fucking temperature in Ohio? And it would give you the results that search would give you, but the AI wouldn't listen. So that was one way of skirting around it a little bit, but I think they've changed that now. I think it just ignores swear words. But hang on, is it time yet?
Behind the dock workers.
No.
A ceiling height window.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Red, remember to put the mayonnaise in the shoe rack because it's Tuesday. I thought it was mustard on Tuesdays. But it's Wednesday today, so it would be Dijon. Is that right? Mention NSFW stuff, it will give you a result. You can't find info on these sources. Funny. Okay, so authority it's a white chick. Okay.
Again.
Good one, Titus.
Yeah, lawman.
It's almost an...
Not in the rep.
By your side, the lieutenant, while the little rat-faced man reaches into his sleeve. There's a knife in there.
Wise move. About fucking time.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
And what exactly is it you've been doing that's so goddamn special? Shitting yourself in front of us. Going around, harassing kids on the street.
What sexy site is the temperature in Ohio? Also, Steam guide is still up. Oh shit, sorry. Excusez-moi. Get rid of that.
All the while talking racist shit. Don't think we aren't watching, fascia. People here trust
Heard
us.
white chick instead of white check. So yeah. Doodle-a-doodle-a-doo. And I need you. Doodle-a-doodle-a-doo.
Fashion. That's short.
Fucking Crews, man. Terry Crews fucking absolutely cracks me up. I want to get the full season of Everybody Hates Chris, because, yeah, he was really fucking good in that. And it's a really heartfelt show. And, yeah, in Brooklyn Nine-Nine, he's fucking brilliant. And, yeah, the episodes I've seen, he was fucking brilliant, and Everybody Hates Chris. White Czechoslovakians, I'm not sure.
What are you talking about? Guns are the only thing you have. Waving them around old ladies' faces.
Especially love that he's open about his past with addiction to porn. Terry Crews, yeah, I mean, obviously the life of somebody who's done a considerable amount of work in the gym is a different kind of life. And, you know, he worked as a police officer, but he was also training as well. No, that's somebody else. Sorry, fucking, I'm getting confused. I'm getting confused about articles I've read. Sorry, that's, I can't remember the guy's name. This is the thing. My memory is confusing people because I can't remember the name of the person I'm thinking of. But yeah. Krams, they aren't Czechoslovakians, they're Czechs and Slovakians because they became independent countries of each other. Yes. Yes, but yeah, but there was also the Czech Republic at some point. I can't remember. Again, that's history I barely remembered back when I learned it. So, but yeah, people like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Terry Crews, Ronnie Coleman, is who else I couldn't remember. You know, they had a job, but they were also working out. They had a very different way of working in life that obviously, you know, involved a lot of exercise. So yeah, it's interesting to find out what makes their brain tick, because there's obviously something about exercising that they found really compelling beyond just the physique, because they took their physique beyond what, you know, most people would. And I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger even said in interviews, he was like, pumping weights is like ejaculating in a woman. It's, you know, it's, I love it.
Trying to set up a mass execution. Bulk purchasing guns, ammunition too.
Yeah, thank you for the bonk there, Tiger.
I can believe that. Carly works in a gun shop, you see.
Oh my God, the art. They're using it against you. This is all a twisted fantasy.
There's no mass execution, officer. Just ask questions and don't get sidetracked.
Please don't set up a mass execution. You'll never be able to pull it off. The logistics alone are insane. Just
I don't get high from working out. No, I mean, the thing is, like, working out, it's difficult, but I know that it's worth it. There's this sort of like deeply seated understanding that the physical exertion I used to make, I mean, I can't at the moment because I'm unwell, but I'd work out in the gym, and like every time I got to the last few reps of the last set and I was really fucking pushing to get the rep done, I was like, this is going to feel really good later. Not now, but later on, I'm going to feel really good. And yeah, I would do my stretches afterwards. I'd do the weights, and then I'd jog on the treadmill for 15, 20 minutes. Then I'd do yoga and stretches and stuff upstairs just to fix my back in the stretching area. And then, yeah, I'd sit there and just let myself relax, and I'd feel good. And I'd walk home really happy that I'd worked out. So for me, it wasn't a gratification that existed in and of the exercise itself. It was investing in the future type thing, delayed gratification sort of thing. But yeah, it definitely worked, and I do miss it a lot. But yeah, at the moment, for like a year and a half, I was going to the gym, even though I was unwell, doing all the weights and all the sort of reps and everything, struggling the whole fucking time, but just not getting any stronger. And I just slowly got burnt out. And I was like, I'm spending 35 quid a month to not get stronger. I'm doing all the work and getting none of the fucking rewards back. I'm just going in circles here.
Like
I need to figure out what's wrong with myself before I start training properly again, because weight training will compromise your immune system. So, I suppose we could put some clothing on that gives us more authority. That might help. Let me load that back up. Yeah, he still smokes cigars after 3 triple passes of heart surgery. Yeah. It's to do with the hormones, because of the hormones and exertion. Sex is actually considered an exercise. Oh, yeah. You know, once you get going for a while, it's exercise. It's cardiovascular, definitely. 4 years exercising while in the Air Force. I still hate working out. I guess I'm just built different. Yeah, I mean, it's not for everybody, but yeah, I suppose I've always had sort of an affinity with physical exertion. Like I skateboarded and rode BMX, and I was always pushing my body physically. But yeah, I just, you know, the fatigue I felt afterwards, there was this kind of companionship with happiness. I would sit there the next day and be like, oh yeah, I really fucking pushed it. But, oh, it's a nice sort of dull ache that feels kind of almost amusing. So yeah, but, you know, back injuries and knee injuries since have, yeah, it's awful. Like I can't risk it. Like I'm literally bedridden. And yeah, I can't. Where's the thing that does authority? Suggestion. Authority is purple? Yeah. Oh yeah, our authority is only 2. Okay. Oh, that's fucking minusing 1 authority. Okay. Okay, so we need to get rid of that if we can at some point, but I should have some clothes that do authority, I'm sure. -1 authority. Isn't there like a hat? We haven't got it in this place. Oh shit. There's a hat. It's like a Spoxy kind of like visored hat. That, yeah, apparently we don't have in this playthrough, but I'm pretty sure that hat gives us authority. Yeah. RCM Lieutenant's cap. Where the fuck did we get that from?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority. Did you already?
Yeah, well, I think we get that cap. I think we get that cap pretty late in the game, actually. So, shit. Our authority is depressingly low. But yeah.
Looks like the circus left town. But the clowns are still here.
Irony of this being a fascist playthrough and you have low authorities. Yeah.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Did you?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Just, you know, you have to wait for that dialogue to finish before I can click it.
Establish authority.
Oh, it's such a low percentage as well.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish.
Yeah, okay. So we have to find something else to do, but I think that might be the only thing that's going to push the story forward. But once it gets late enough, we can sleep, and then once we sleep, the boat will be available to travel to the island, and then we can question the guy on the island, and hopefully we can question him about shooting somebody without investigating the body. Hopefully we can get him to admit it in some string of dialogue choices, and if that's the case, we will then be able to progress the game to the finish on our hardcore playthrough. But we've still got the Mercenary Tribunal when we come back, haven't we? But I also need to get the medal from Renee.
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instincts. Feels like, yeah.
Oh, cocaine.
A superpower. Right.
Yeah, I think we've talked ourselves out of that dialogue. But I have a bunch of saves from the previous playthrough where I did basically everything, so... what else could we... I mean, we could speak to the... Can we speak to this dealer, this sort of shady guy? No pun intended, he sells sunglasses, but yeah. Can we speak to this guy? Are there any more dialogue choices for this guy? I think we got some money out of him.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Tapes? You mean like music tapes? No, music is out. Don't listen to music. I sell extremely cool sunglasses if you want to get your mojo going. Tapes? Tapes are everywhere. They're worthless. Kids throw them in the trees. There's one in the bushes, right behind this lorry. No one would ever throw a good pair of high-quality plastic sunglasses in the bushes, mister.
You should have a look. It's better than nothing. The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. Bronze-colored
piss off nature, punch the tree.
Are caught
Good
in its
hawthorn, pat the
branches,
tree.
fluttering in the breeze. Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk, number 8102. Underneath a slogan, mankind, be vigilant.
Be vigilant. I am the city.
The bronze ribbon twists around and within the branches in an
Bruh.
intricately natural pattern. But there's something.
Fascist Harry, respect my authority, Titus. There is no authority to respect. Yep, pretty much.
There's a twisted logic in this mess. You see the ends of the ribbon, the way it flows, how it twists and turns. It's all starting to make sense. It'll be easier to remove now.
Right, so yeah, seeing as the game has been particularly rude about a bunch of other checks, regardless of their percentage.
The gnarled hawthorn tree en route with slow and deliberate motions, pulling, bending, and unraveling. You manage to extricate the magnetic tape from the branches. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to respool it, so that you could hear what's on the tape. Maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help you with this.
What's the tape for? How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it? You could also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street. We shouldn't waste our time.
Good idea. He might have the tools. The tape projector in the pawn shop uses similar tape.
Scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl. L'origine de disco. The origin of disco.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. You mean Reese Pooley? Yeah, I do, but I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want
Remember
to
when page 3 of the Sun was those women? Yeah, I mean I don't read the newspapers anymore, but yeah, because I remember it being quite funny that people wanted to ban page 3 girls, even though they were models that got paid. They wanted to ban them from posting their pictures in the newspaper, even though they were models that chose to do that consensually and got paid for it. But then they wanted to free the nipple on Instagram, and I was like, well, this is a bit strange, because on one hand, you're saying models shouldn't be able to get paid for posing and having their pictures taken and being published in newspapers, but you're saying that people that want to post pictures on Instagram for free should be able to get their nipples out if they want. And I was like, I'm a bit confused about that.
Just explain why you
obviously it's their choice, their body.
He's bound to understand.
But yeah, I was like, it's strange that there's these two concurrent movements. And I was like, yeah, it's a bit strange.
Huh? What do you mean? Yes, what about it? Is it any good? The music, I mean.
I don't get it. They annoyed about the fact that tits were out for kids to see, and then let's face it, kid ain't gonna look at a fucking newspaper now, are they? Well, the trouble was people would read a newspaper and then just leave it on the train or just leave it on a park bench. So there was a potential for it to be, for that sort of content to be exposed to minors, but that's the responsibility of the person that bought the newspaper, not the newspaper. Because yeah, it's the same as adult pornographic magazines. You know, if you leave them somewhere, you know, you can't say it's the magazine producer's fault. You know. But yeah, I thought, you know, you've got models that are being paid, you know, and then the thing is they're named. So if that was like a way to get their name out there, you know, and more people called them up and, you know, want to book them for modeling, and that's what they did, then good for them, you know, it's helping them, you know, earn a living. So it was like a significant amount of exposure, and I presume they got paid by the newspaper fairly handsomely as well. So, you know, if they want to do that, they want to do that. But yeah, they wanted to ban page 3. But then at the same time, people on the internet were like, I should be able to post my tits on Instagram if I want to post my tits on Instagram. And I was like, yeah, sure. But like, what's going on here? But yeah.
Man, you're really invested in this. Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though, so just sit back and relax.
Girlfriend video edited by Chuck Norris, me. How? With a Ouija board? Well, I suppose, yeah, if it's a modern video that only got made recently, but maybe he edited some video when he was alive. I'm not sure.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs.
Yeah, my pleasure. I do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility. Okay.
Right. Off we go. I'll give this tape to the Anodic Music kids, or Egghead specifically, and yeah, see what they say. And also, I don't know if it's time yet, but that lady might be using the radio computer in the church.
The trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak and a poor thing.
But yeah, if it was, you know, video edited by Bill Clinton, oh fucking come on, brain. Bill Clinton probably had access to video editing software. Who am I thinking of? Not Bill Clinton. Oh, brain, remember things. Fucking hell, man. Sorry. Please excuse me, dudes.
A few locusts trudge along the wall of the trap. The rest are piled in a heap in the corner, dead. No poor things.
Hmm. Oh, who am I thinking of? I know the president. I know what they look like. I can't remember their fucking name. Just can't, like this. It's almost like the harder I try to remember it, the more difficult it gets to remember. It's like a fucking memory that's oil and water. Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln. So it's like video edited by Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln wasn't alive when video editing software. Not Richard Nixon, though, because I mean, video editing existed in like manual form. They used to cut reel to reel, like we're talking with reels here. They used to cut reels of film to edit film, so that existed back even like the 40s and 50s and stuff. Which is when I think Nixon was in charge. But yeah, Abraham Lincoln, not Bill Clinton, but Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, that was well before video. So yeah, if a video said, it's like someone said, you know, the trouble with things on the internet is it's difficult to verify their validity. Quote by it's not Bill Clinton, you fucking stupid brain. It's Abraham Lincoln. You just remembered that. My brain is so cooked at the moment, chat. Please excuse me.
Good morning, Tycoon. Yeah, remix time. Tape goes here. Into deck B.
A hand on his ear, he listens to the audio through his headphones and shouts.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is big.
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you. Ready?
if only we had the beat for the full assault, it would be unbelievably hyper.
Intriguing. The way I see it, Van Eyck based his remix on some famous original piece, like a folk song, something local. Seems he found an initial part with the main melody.
I think it's just happenstance. Chaos in action. Contingencies of our limited existence. That and Egghead's fantastic talent.
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent is the key. No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something cut from it. It fits too well. Something mysterious is going on here.
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits. Bring up the volume.
What about the bass? Do you have any ideas for that?
X-File noises. That's it. That's another TV show I'd love to revisit, The X-Files, because fuck, man, that had some really interesting episodes.
Yeah, I remember. You said it needs more bass.
And yeah, Gillian Anderson might be one of the most classically beautiful women that's ever lived. Like, as she ages, she has that timeless beauty. Like, she's still such a beautiful woman despite being much, much older. She's still such a beautiful woman.
Yo, the warrior! The warrior of dance music!
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out. I think the jam's already pretty ultra.
But it could be hyper hardcore!
Yeah, and funnily enough, I don't think there's a trophy for just standing in the tent listening to the music for a long period of time, which seems like the kind of trophy that would exist, but yeah. Yeah, let's go see if there's any spookers in the church now. No.
The mother of humanism stands up.
Yeah, no. Right, so what else can we do? Stop it, Baba. No silliness. We have no requirements for silliness. It is not required. Right, so what else? Yeah. Hello there, little man. How are you? How are you? Is it time for you to be the centre of attention? Is it time for you to be the baby? Is that what time it is? Is that what time? Oh, you can say hello to everybody. There we go. He's just reminded everybody that he's in charge. And now he's off. Off to make a mess somewhere. We can click all the way over there and they'll run there, okay.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It
looks like tomorrow never came.
Good evening. Sure, what's on your mind? But of course.
Because yeah, there's something that goes in that allows us to sort of look through the window, and then that's how we figure out that we need to go through that pipe. But yeah, until that triggers, I don't think we can. Yeah, we can't look at that. And yeah, this pipe doesn't become apparent to us. Have we got a really low... No, visual calculus isn't that low. So I would have thought we'd see the pipe. So maybe it's progress related. Which is, yeah, not easy to come by at the moment because I think we've kind of done everything that passes time. But I think we can go to bed at 21, or maybe it's 20, I'm not sure. Let me check this trap. Check this chap.
With dead and dying
Check
letters.
this trap.
Most of them aren't moving anymore. You still can't see a phasmid anywhere. Poor things.
That's all the traps we need to check. I think we've already done this visual calculus thing already.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from them. A single person stands on the sideline. A cold sea wind blows.
Yeah, we're not getting any, oh shit. We're not getting many interactables. There's certain things I think you need to be a certain level to get a little thought bubble. And then the thought bubble allows you to perceive something in the vicinity. And that's how you unlock some stuff, but yeah. I'm not sure what else we can do on this day, chat. It's not an awful lot. Got access to, unfortunately. I mean, we could go speak to the washerwoman again.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone, while this one doesn't say.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly.
Shoot Kuno.
The other one laughs as
no,
well.
funnily enough, I need to recruit Kuno at the end of this
so
playthrough.
Intellectually
You're stupid. Okay.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face.
They're ready for Mortal Shell 2. I can't can break from thought. Yeah, there's a handful of like there's a handful of like Souls likes that are coming out after the success of Lies of P and Wu Kong, and then there's Wu Chang, I think, in the pipeline. I can't remember, but yeah, after the success of those two, a lot of Souls-like, you know, games are starting to pick up a bit more steam and a bit more investment. So you might see a few more. But I've seen a few. There's one that's like an Alice in Wonderland kind of like looking or themed Souls-like, and you've got Mortal Shell 2, and then a couple of others as well. Sun Wukong. Okay, Sun Wukong. Because if so, recruiting Kuno means he'd be a child soldier, so that achievement would mean he has the right to call it Geneva Achievements List. The Geneva Agreement achievement.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it.
Get Bloodborne vibes from Mortal Shell 2 trailer. Yeah, that's not a mistake. That's not a mistake. Let's be honest. That's not a mistake. Lots of games are desperate to try and recapture some of that art direction, but...
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards. Oh? Well, how can I see...
Yeah, what are we, Oh yeah, let's go speak to Idiot Doomsparrow. That might pass some time. Oh, no, we need to go this way. Hello, Baba. We picked you up earlier. You were the center of attention. We picked you up earlier.
Tequila sunset. Of course. Drink first, story later. Not much, but it will do.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
If I lift you up a little bit and I see your head. What about if I scratch your nose? Does that make you lift your head up? No? He's just off camera. He is literally just here. Whoa. I can hear you purring. Do the chin. Like a chin scratch? How about the side of the face, How about the side of the face? How about this side? Want to go up there? Go up there? Which side of the face do you want to scratch on, Baba? What side of the face do you want to scratch on? Is it this one? Or this one? How about right there? Oh, hell, Lord Artorius. Yes. Apologies, chat. We have got an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. Yes, I'll be back in just a moment, and then we'll carry on. This, if you can hear him purring, this is Artorius. He's my little menace. And he likes head scratches, as you can hear. Hey, my little baby boy. My little baby boy. Hey? Shit. Oh, fucking hell.
Reloading.
Woo! Oh my lord. It's Arkham Knight, chat. It's Arkham Knight. It's literally Arkham Knight. It's literally Arkham Knight. Sorry, a column, not a row. Sorry, I should know that. I work in data. They're now all in the same column, which means I can do a total count on the column for valid versus non-valid to get how many that I've ticked off. Excuse me, mate. I was right in the middle of explaining some spreadsheets. Very exciting. If you could shut the fuck up. Excuse me. Before I was rudely interrupted. So yeah, I can count all the ticks that. Oh yeah, I haven't got bot crumbs filtered out. Oh fucking hell. Speaking of bots, get fucked. Need to charge that one up. Oh! Absolutely disgusting weather today. 80% humidity and 26 degrees C. Fuck that. That is fucking disgusting. Yeah, fuck that, dude. That is rough.
Counterpoint. What if pleasure is your business? Gigolos make bank and get that wet. It's never too late to change careers.
Put it down. Game. Seriously. The game is over here, but look. Look at this little boy. Look at him. Look at him all curled up. Look at him. Curled up in a little ball, bless him. Little ball of floof, indeed. Indeed. Bless him. Otherwise, so... Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that.
Don't call Abigail!
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you.
Again, Baba.
Something happened to me, too.
You passing
My
through?
actual name is George. But around
No?
here...
You see, you jump off of me, and you go up there, and you come straight back.
I was once I used the profits from my agency
Sorry.
to finance what I called a cultural
Look at this.
incubator.
Look at this.
Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
I don't want people to get the impression that I pick him up and sort of manhandle him just for the views. He does genuinely come over here and pester me for attention.
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours. It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like
Beautiful
I could
creatures,
conquer
yes,
the
bless you.
world.
He's a beautiful little chaos gremlin. What are we drinking? Smoothie check. It is. Is that focusing? Got the preview turned off. It is Superbock 00. Probably one of the nicest alcohol-free beers I've tasted.
But now dreams are worn thin.
Someone who used to own a cat, Artie, always comes up to you for a bit of attention. You don't go seeking him, therefore you don't do it for the views. Yeah, and he's just here. He's literally just on my shoulder, just on the armrest of the chair.
One day I left
just
on my
chilling.
evening run.
Just being
As
a little
you may
gremlin.
know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted.
That good. My mum is looking for alcohol-free stuff because of some medical stuff. Yeah. So yeah, in terms of alcohol-free beer, if you can get, I'm going to spill this next to my nice new monitor. If you can get, I can't get it in the UK anymore, unfortunately, but if you can find Superbock 0.5. They do the 0.0, which I can recommend. I drink that, you know, but the 0.5 was better. Sem alcohol, that's the one, yeah. I don't know if they make it anymore, but yeah, this one, I don't know if you can still order it, but yeah, this one was absolutely fucking perfect. I drank like 3 of them a day. Used to, they were like €1 each. So we used to order them in with the family shop. Yeah, the Superboc free Sem Al Cool. If you can find those, they're fucking like legit. But if not, if 0.5 won't do it, yeah. I don't know about Denmark or that part of the world, but yeah. So yeah, they're £1.60 each. But you can get, can you get 6? Does the price go down at 6? Not sure, but ooh. That's the. Oh my god! Sorry about that link. Fuck me, man. There's so many equals variables. There's so many these days. It's ridiculous. You can't get a clean link. You can't get a clean link. But yeah, the Superboc 0.0 is pretty good. It's pretty good, I must admit. It's not as good as the. I'm good. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Sorry. He won't have it in the. He don't have it in the US. No, I mean Killfits isn't ordering for the US. I'm pretty sure Killfits is ordering for Denmark.
His eyes
but yeah,
are clouded.
I mean, it comes from Portugal. It comes from Portugal, so arguably it's not that much difference in terms of distance from the UK to. It's a bit more. It's like maybe 10, 15% or 20% further, I think. I'm not sure. But yeah, we get it in the UK, so it must ship through Europe. You must be able to get it through Europe somewhere. So, but yeah, it tastes like a beer. It just tastes like a beer. There's no alcohol, so.
His eyes are your eyes.
Gonna get the Sem 0.5 Superboc here since Carlsberg brews it for us. Not the really. That's a shame because I really like the 0.5. I really, really like the 0.5, but they don't do it in the UK anymore. It's so annoying.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see. At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
Weird, because we can order Swedish snus to the US, but not alcohol-free beer. Yeah, and alcohol-free beer, I also have to fucking verify my age, which means somebody has to come over and tell the machine that I'm over the age of 21, and I'm like... Not to mention the fact that when there's a problem, there's somebody watching. Like, a lot of them have a camera, right? Is that your tail, Baba? A lot of them have a camera where there's somebody watching you scanning your shopping. So they could look at your face and see that you're over 18 over the camera, but they don't. I have to wait for someone in the shop to come over. But I suppose the video quality might make it difficult, but yeah.
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
No, you don't.
Whatever. The point is, reality was looking rather grim just
Well, they don't. They don't scan my face. There's a camera looking at me, and there's a camera looking down at the scanning to see that I'm scanning everything properly.
I always got
up. Yeah. Certain event definitely screwed over Britain's ability to get certain things, also screwed us over so we can't get stuff. Oh, yeah, I suppose it's fucking Brexit, isn't it? It's so annoying.
So I made my way across the yard, Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
Yeah, when it's warm like this, chat, it's 23 degrees at 10:30. It's a bit warm.
I wish I were Tequila. I wish.
Tiger's learning new things. Congratulations.
Instead of my apartment key,
You used to order, what sort of stuff did you used to get from the UK?
I rang my neighbors' buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the
All
key
sorts
to
of
my
stuff,
office.
certain clothing, camera
I
stuff,
could
things
wait
not
out
available
the
in Denmark or
storm
Germany.
there.
Yeah, okay, that's a shame. Yeah. I mean, there's talk of us navigating our way back in, but I worry that we would never be able to get a deal anywhere near as good as we used to have. And obviously a new deal might actually not benefit us in a way that makes it worth all the fucking paperwork. So yeah, I think, you know, we fucked it. And I swear to God, at some point, a list of people that voted leave is going to get leaked. And the heartbreaking thing is, a bunch of the people that voted leave died really soon. Like within 2 years, I think like 30% of the leave vote had died. It was like a big chunk. So it would never have happened. If we just delayed it by a year or two, it wouldn't have gone through. It was literally that close. It was so fucked. And yeah, I think that as a vote that was going to have some form of impact, good or bad, we didn't know at the time, obviously. I mean, we know. I mean, I knew that it was a bad idea, so I voted to remain. But you know, I could have been wrong, but I wasn't. But yeah, enough people voted to leave. But anyway, it is what it is. I think that owing to the nature and the severity of the economic impact that was at stake, good or bad, people over a certain age shouldn't have been able. They shouldn't have allowed people over the age of 60 to vote. Basically 60 or 65, 70. I'm pretty sure you could draw a line and, you know, like I say, a shit ton of votes to leave were just old racist people, old salty racist people that live in the middle of fucking nowhere, that have no idea what London or Manchester or, you know, any of the significantly multicultural cities that we have in this country are actually like. And because of that, because of misinformation, convincing a handful of right-wing racist people that lived in those cities, plus all the racist people that live in the various different nooks and crannies of this country that never leave their county. Yeah, they cobbled together enough votes to leave the fucking EU. And it's been a long and painful process ever since. And it's had absolutely no beneficial effect whatsoever. Like, I can't think of a single benefit that's come of it. Basically, Brexit puts a 4% loss on almost every business in England. Inflation puts another 3 to 4% loss because of things going up in price. So a British business needs to basically make 8 to 9% profit just to fucking stay alive, just to stay afloat. Bearing in mind that there are numerous businesses that operate on a 5% profit margin that just pays the owner a little bit of profit. Everything else is just one-to-one. The staff, the venue, the produce, materials, overheads, rent, electricity, water, whatever, all of it breaks even bar 5%, and that's what the owner gets at the end of it. So they're not even making that much money, but they're able to stay in business, which during difficult times is the only thing you can do. Nobody's doing well business-wise right now. It's all about staying in business, which is why loads of businesses are scaling back and sucking and, you know, cutting staff, which is making the unemployment crisis even worse. But businesses need to survive so that when things go back up again, they can hire a bunch of people and things can go back to some sort of normalcy. But yeah, when you think that a business needs to make 8% to break even, it's fucked, dude. So even if your business is doing quite well and you're making 10%, you're only making 2%, which is, yeah, not a lot. And it's like, fuck, man, the economics have now settled down. Granted, the pandemic had an effect, but that effect has been felt all over the world. But yeah, we haven't bounced back. The Brexit fucked us, and then the rest of the markets that we left bounced back and went back to normal. The pandemic happened, everybody took a hit, but then afterwards, everyone's markets came back to life. Ours just stayed stagnant. It's like, we really did fuck up. It's a generational fuck up, generational L. And I hope to God I never meet a male person who's roughly my age group that voted leave that tells me, because, yeah, I would probably have a few choice things to say to that person, and I don't know what I would do, because a bunch of fucking idiots collectively voted to make our country economically handicapped for the rest of my life. Like, this is generational levels of economic detriment. Even if we were to somehow navigate our way back in, I'll be 50-something years old by that time. And by the time we've gone back in and everything started to improve, I'll be 70, you know? So even if we voted our way back in now, I won't see the benefit of it. I'm just going to have to live through the fucking deficit. And it's like, yeah, it's not as if my generation isn't living through the economic hangover of the 40s, 50s and 60s. But yeah, we've now got this as well. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man. The country is literally fucking falling apart at the seams. And I just hope Labour and Andy Burnham can continue some of the momentum that Keir Starmer started, and we can start getting some stuff sorted. Some stuff is so big and so complicated that it's going to take generations to get it back on track. But I think there's a handful of things we can try and make people's lives a bit easier, just to try and make things a little bit more livable. Because, yeah. We have tobacco-free cigarettes. You'll never get a good deal again. Yeah, on Amazon. There's a minimum voting age here. It should be a maximum. Yeah, for sure. First to like your golf clip. Yeah, well, I made two clips. I made two clips from the golf stream. The one where I farted before taking a swing because it was hilarious. And it's got 20 views already. So I thought, nobody will watch it. It's fine. It's a bit cringe, but nobody will watch it. But no, it's got fucking 20 views already. And then the other one where I just said hello to Dennis and then just absolutely pinged it with a driver. And that's got about 17 views already. Back with mac and cheese. Back and cheese. What we're talking about, Brexit, yeah. You hit the ball far. Well, yeah, 250-ish yards. Not massive, but yeah. Nailed it. Okay, I'm caught up. Across the pond, we elected a greedy tyrant cheat over president around a catastrophic event in government. Well, yeah, I feel as if, like, in terms of, like, global democracy and overall trade, which is, like, just a big part of how countries exist, both the UK and the US have just massively fucked up. Like, massively fucked up in our own ways. And I'm just like, fuck, man. Every empire rises and falls. I think the West, us and America, I think we're on the way down, dudes. I think the downward spiral is about to begin, which is a horrifying thought.
But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change.
By the way, I was out hiking yesterday.
And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in.
22 kilometers, but something funny happened twice. In the middle of a nowhere countryside Denmark, I met a Google Street View car. Then again, like 40 minutes later, I meet the same damn Google Street View car in a different town. So I might be on Google Street View in two different places. Okay, I don't want to dox you and ask where. But yeah, there was somebody was out gardening. Somebody's grandparent was out gardening. I think it was their grandfather, or maybe it was their grandmother. I can't remember either one. But somebody's grandparent was out gardening when the Google Street View car went past. So on Google Maps, there's a photograph. They're looking down, so they're not blurred or anything. It's just a picture of like an old person looking down gardening. And they died. They passed away. But the person said, they emailed Google and said, hi, I realized that you've started to redo some of the Street View, but there's a picture of my grandparent gardening that I like to go and look at sometimes because that's the only picture I have of them gardening. And yeah, they've passed away, so they don't live there anymore. You know, can I get a copy of that picture? And I think Google agreed to not change it. I think Google said they were going to leave it, I think, which is really nice. But maybe they just sent them the 3D photo of what it is, because that's what it is. It's a string of those 3D photos.
Anyway, long story short, life
Both countries over here
Spiral
shitting the bed on a global.
I
Yeah.
haven't gotten into my
Gonna catch my
apartment
face
for
and blur
years,
it because I was wearing a bike helmet and some biking glasses. My son's face is pretty obscure. I think they just blur everything. I don't think they even think about it. I think they have an AI that just blurs the head of any sort of humanoid subject, because I think there's a few advertising billboards with enough of a human form, and the face is blurred because it's still a person, right? Got 2 times caught twice doing what? Sorry.
So, now you've heard
Breaking
my
the law.
tragic tale.
We're gonna have to send you
What
to
do
jail.
think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? The hobo lifestyle definitely has some perks. Not having to pay rent.
On Google Maps somewhere in a Sailor Moon costume anymore for like 30 minutes. My friends photoshopped it, and of course that's when the street view. Oh fucking hell! Yeah, classic.
But
Classic.
that charm wears off pretty quickly. Before you know it, you're wearing a shit-stained tracksuit and spending your days picking tear.
So I was thinking, but I was wondering, my face is already pretty obscured, if it's going to catch it. Maybe, yeah. I mean, like I say, I think anything that's like, if you just have like 2 arms and 2 legs sticking out of a torso, it's just like, that's a human being. And I think there's a few, because the joke is that it's overly secure. Somebody's cat was walking down the street and they blurred the cat's face as well, I think. And somebody was like, okay, Google, calm down, because they blurred the cat's face. Cats have rights, right? But yeah, I think like a handful of mannequins have also, mannequins that have clothing on in like shop windows also had blurred faces, even though they don't have faces. So I think it's fairly automated. But you might get away with it, you might not. I don't know. But yeah, I know that any number plate, or anything that looks like a number plate, because somebody had the name of their business, a number plate business, on a number plate above the door to the number plate shop where they make them, and that got blurred. And they were like, well, but that's my business. I want people to know that's my business. They're like, I'm sorry, we automatically blur number plates. We can't unblur it. It's automatically blurred because it's a number plate. And I was like, but I make number plates. It's the name of the business, It's Plates by Tom, I'm sorry, we blur number plates, So yeah, I think it's a pretty heavy-handed.
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty 2-piece Lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation.
Mostly like completely automated and can't be undone.
My buddies and I had our own creative services agency.
Like the thing is,
I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass.
Don't call your partner.
But somehow it all got away from me.
If they never have an unblurred version in existence in any cache or memory, if it's blurred like on the spot as the picture's being compressed, then it's safe, right? They never have to worry. But if they had a compressed version that could accidentally, it's risk, it's business risk, which obviously I have had to learn about, unfortunately. But yeah, this is it. Like if you don't need to keep a more dangerous version of a document, you don't keep it. You just purge it, or you avoid it being created, right? For instance, like I have the ability to export data from databases to text files, but I'm told to never ever use it, because as soon as I create a file with data, it exists when it didn't before. So that's risk.
You of all people,
I need to work within the SQL tool, pull results within the SQL tool, and then only copy and paste certain things that then don't create a weakness compared to, because obviously the database has got a bunch of security. I have to use a VPN to spoof my location and my username and everything, but it knows it's me. And then the database itself has security that I have to log into. So every time I copy information out of that database, I have to be very careful about what information I copy, because some stuff is, it's address data, so it's personal, but it's also not personal, right? It's not linked to the person, but it is personal information because it's where someone lives, and there's risk involved with that. So, yeah, human could abuse it, but a machine, no. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Boring security stuff.
My agency, man. The Boom Boom Room. Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts and oil painting. I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more
Yes,
high-concept
InfoSec.
cultural incubator.
An important
called
component of any
In
large
Air.
data-based
The
entity.
artists were happy, the clients were happy.
Doesn't matter how well I can organize and streamline the process of getting the data from the database to a front end. If it's not secure,
I was
it's just one lawsuit waiting to happen after another.
Rebeshal, who were developing a new universal
Dataset broker, yeah,
poetic
Datasec,
language.
yeah.
But then it all went to shit.
What makes me laugh, obviously the company I work for has a proper data architecture with data warehouses and data lakes and dim tables for looking at various different, dimensions. So looking at the same group of data, but from a different position. So certain information within the database will be organized in a way so that when you look at it from a certain, it's not a real dimension. You don't actually look at the data in 3. You can create a cluster model in it to see how it's linked, but it's a waste of time. I don't need to see that information, but yeah. But you can look at a table from different dimensions, which is standard practice. I'm pretty sure this is not secure information, but yeah, it's different dimensions. So you have the same table, but when you view it from certain dimensions, you only see certain attributes and certain values that are held within each row, which allows you to filter the table without having to filter the entire table. You can create a dimension which only looks at particular categories of information within a much larger data format, which makes things a lot quicker and easier if you know which dimension you need to be looking in. Trying to explain to people that they need to be looking at the table in the right dimension when they think it's just a list of information. Even the reasonably tech-savvy ones it's just a list of information. How can you look at it? It's surely you look at it from a different dimension. It's just a flat plane of characters you can't read. I'm like, but no. What if certain information resided on certain levels and certain layers based on its category and based on its security risk? And then what if you created a framework where only people with certain security clearance could look at certain dimensions of tables and only they could expose certain values within the table, but the table still holds all the values all in one place? And at that point they all stop listening and go back to whatever it was they were doing. And I continue to fiddle around with it until it works. But yeah, interesting way of taking a lot of information and making it accessible quickly and easily, which is obviously very important in terms of pull request times and everything. But yeah, such a headache trying to make people understand that concept specifically if they weren't even tech savvy. Yeah, and I try to say to people, like, you know how you've got a Rubik's Cube, and they're like, yeah. And it's like, if you take a Rubik's Cube, right, you've got all sorts of colors and they could be all mixed up, right, on different sides. But if you look at a side, you can see blue and you can see yellow and you can see, but you could semi-organize it so that it's all blue on one side and all green on one side. And they're like, yeah, but it's all part of the same cube. They're like, yeah. So imagine different data points and different assets and values and variables are the colors, and they're all part of the same Rubik's Cube, but you can only see them when you look at it from a certain distance. Because if you look at it like that, you can only see one side of the Rubik's Cube, so you can only see the blue square, so you can only see the blue information. And they're like, okay. And then if they get that, if they understand that, I say, right, now I want you to think about the Rubik's Cube dead on, and I want you to turn it 45 degrees. Now you can see 2 planes, 2 dimensions, and you can see all of the blue data and all of the yellow data. And they're like, okay. And I'm like, right, now at 45 degrees, I want you to tip the Rubik's Cube 45 degrees forwards. Now you can see 3 dimensions of different pieces of data that are categorized, in this case, by color. They're like, okay. And I'm right. If they're still with me at this point, I explain to them that the Rubik's Cube is a physical construct that actually, in the virtual data world, doesn't need to follow the physical rules of line of sight. Imagine you had a Rubik's Cube that had like 50 sides, right? You could have a table with 50 dimensions. You could have 500 dimensions. It starts to become pointless because there's no point delineating data too heavily, because then you create more work ascertaining what dimension or what angle or what layer to look at. If some people call them layers, you end up getting to the point where actually you spend more work deciphering the amount of delineation you've created than just fucking having it all in one place and just chewing through the table. You know, how many rows can it have, right? The famous question you've probably heard a bunch of times, Neil. I mean, how many rows can it have? Judging by this, it has 619 million rows. Each row has 319 columns, and each column can hold 256 characters. So, anybody got a calculator? Yeah, it's a lot. This is why we have the dimension concept. Am I talking too much, Bubba? Am I waffling too much? Is it time to play the video game? Is it time to play the video game?
I know. It was fucking awesome. Too bad I went on
even hearing that my eyes
doom that washed it all away.
But yeah, this is it, explaining to people that when you're looking at a database in in data, like you don't have to follow, like, because the thing is, you explain somebody a database is like a spreadsheet, right? Because it kind of is at a very trivial level, at a very primitive level, it is. But I want you to think that this Excel spreadsheet, right? I want you to imagine it's actually a dodecahedron, right? A 3D dodecahedron, right? And each particular facet, each particular side of this dodecahedron, three-dimensional dodecahedron, is a very small collection of the data as a whole, which means you only look in a specific place for that. But you can see other faces if you want to at the same time. Then I want you to imagine that the dodecahedron doesn't actually exist in 3D space. And because it doesn't exist in 3D space, there is no orientation to these dimensions. They can be orientated in whatever dimension or whatever connection they need to for the purposes of the query you're running on the database. And they're like, okay. I see their eyes glazing over. I'm like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I tell you what, make me a deal.
Go on. Feel that primo material.
If you promise to not put shit data into my database, I'll always fix it for you. Is that fair? They're like, yeah, that's fair. Okay, good.
Pretty nice, huh? This might be one
out of being exhausted by teaching people how data stores work, I just want to say something. A dimension is like a category you can use to describe a group filter or look at your data these days. Yep, that's the very sort of succinct and high-level way to explain it. But how many times have you said that and somebody's understood it? Be honest. Give me a number between 0 and 0.
It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins together. You feel about 15% less human for having touched it. Randomized trials have also found Lycra, TM, to be associated with a number of exotic, highly malignant cancers. So you also have that to look forward to.
Burge arrived, Dennis. Come back.
And then there's the smell. But you don't even want to think about that.
Wow, you're lucky.
Not a single damn time, honestly. Because, yeah, a dimension is just a category you can use to describe, group, filter, or look at your data. Yeah. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Basically, it is a filtration tool. Ultimately, it is filtration. You know, it is disregarding, hopefully disregarding the majority of the data for a more specified data set you want to look into without having to create a secondary table specifically just with that data. And then, as I'm sure you're aware, create a unique value that can be linked between the two to make sure that they don't go out of sync with each other. Because you need updates to cascade between tables, as I'm sure you know.
Are fucking filthy, Rosie.
But yeah.
We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime. My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, they're exactly what they look like.
Hey, tequila! You want to buy some speed?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a cool cop.
Don't call Abigail.
And this is Abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together.
Today I jump often around, visited Tiny, Krill, Myra, Phoebe. Yeah, is Krill on at the moment? Because I think Bloodkin was asking where he was, and I was I'm not sure. If they're streaming, that would explain it. The Discord will tell you if they're live in the self promo section, I think.
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically
All too
brand
well, all
new.
too well.
Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila? Nah, this isn't it. Foam, that's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style. It's a big world out there, Tequila. A lot of lost jackets in it. Don't know why you'd think this could possibly be mine.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing foam, like some low-concept bicycle courier. Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket someday.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
What's in a name?
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail!
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder/junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. So you don't want to just hear the same story again? Okay. Huh. I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift. Then I can't keep on telling the stories.
Just it and made mac and cheese, and now my wife's all like, I'm off early so we can go pick up dinner here in 10. And like, fuck, still fat and in a food coming from the bowl I just ate. Yeah. So it's one of those things. Like, I remember me and a friend were out riding bikes all day, and we decided to go back to their flat, and he was like, man, I'm fucking starving. So we got a KFC delivered, and we were eating. His girlfriend came home and was like, are you fucking eating without me? With one of your little friends from the skate park? And I was like chicken in my mouth. I was like, oh dear, I am part of a grave error that my friend has made. It's like, did you get fried chicken without? You're eating without me. You're eating takeaway without me. And who the fuck is this? I was like, I'm somebody that's just about to leave. But yeah, he'd gone and got dinner without his girlfriend.
Wonderful.
Like, why? But we've been riding all day, so we were fucking starving, and he wasn't thinking. But yeah, she came home and saw us both eating chicken.
Then I can't keep...
Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
Ooh. Gimme. I think he's upset with us.
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style. It's, well, a little eclectic, don't you think? How would you even describe what you're wearing?
Glorious.
Eclectic is
Yeah,
for pop music
and
with indigenous percussion.
it reminds me.
Sartorial maverick.
A couple of girls who were studying in a university or a college down here. They, their parents rented them like a 2-bedroom flat together. For the 3-4 years or whatever, it was all paid for. So they had like a party house, right? So we would get absolutely shithoused, and we would often end up going back to their place to drink. And one of the kitchen cupboards, the door had been like open, and someone walked into it and it broke. But they managed to sort of like prop it back up so it stayed like in situ. But we were eating KFC for breakfast at like, 1:30. Yeah, we'd been out the night before, so we didn't wake up till like gone 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. We got KFC and we were sitting there eating, So bear in mind, I'm like clinging to life hungover, like really about to fucking keel over hungover. Terrible, terrible, terrible hangover. I'm eating this chicken, thinking to myself, like, oh, this is not going to make me feel good, but I need to put something in my body. I need to put food in my body in some way, shape, or form before I fall asleep again, because I will fall asleep again. So I need to eat something before I fucking pass out again. It was that bad, the hangover, I promise you. And as I'm eating, somebody walked through the kitchen, and the door fell off, and I didn't notice, but a wooden door with a metal handle, like a metal strip handle, fell and landed on a tiled kitchen floor, and the banging noise it made when it landed, there was 3 seconds where I was so startled I was unable to speak. I was like, fucking hell. Like, because I was so hungover, right? Like there was a 3 second like latency between my brain processing that I was startled and my mouth saying fuck. It was like bang. I was like, fuck. And somebody was like, why did it take you 3 seconds to fucking react? I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. MDMA is a hell of a drug. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't. I'm not in any way, shape, or form. I'm not in any way, shape, or form condoning the use of substances. They are a complete waste of time.
Well,
I promise you.
I can't say it doesn't fit you.
Nani? But yeah, there was a good 3 seconds where I was like startled but couldn't speak.
Still, you might try branching out a little. You know the expression, the clothes make the man.
I'm not taking starters from someone who dresses like a mega Beano clad.
In the world. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
So yeah, back up to that with skill points. But yeah, I think we could probably choose some slightly cooler clothes. So, I mean, these trousers are pretty cool. But maybe this jacket. Oh. Yeah, chat. I think they're pretty fucking cool. I think the hat. What about this hat? Nah, the yellow beanie is so fucking cool. The yellow, the red, the green, it kind of works. Yeah, I think the yellow trousers, the yellow beanie hat, the red shirt and the red sunglasses, and the contrasting coloured jacket. I think that works. I think that works. But yes, I don't think it's time to go to sleep just yet. In the game, that is.
The bed is comfortable.
Yeah. Not quite yet, unfortunately. Honestly, had a similar experience while on MMA, but it was a delay of telling my partner how good something felt because I was so enamored with nice leggings it felt to my brain. Yeah, man, I remember going to the kitchen once at a party, and somebody was like, "Dude, have you ever just held an ice cube until it melts?" And I was like, "Nah." He was like, "Give it a try, man." And I obviously didn't sit down and like just wait. Like he was sitting there just holding an ice cube and letting it melt in his hand. And obviously the exothermic reaction, the transfer of heat and everything was obviously a sensation that was amusing to them at that point in time because they'd probably imbibed something. But yeah, they were like, "Dude." And there was a big old fucking bowl of ice full of drinks. And they said, "Just hold that, man, until it melts." And I was like, "Cool, man, cool." And then I went off and was like, threw the ice over the wall. But yeah, no, I've definitely come across that before. That sort of like it's weird because I've read papers and books and interviews with people that are very, very strongly on the sort of, you know, psychedelics should be something that are offered to people for various different things, because they do have a way of literally altering your brain chemistry. However, it's pretty fucking dangerous. Let's be honest. Yeah, they apparently a lot of the MDMA I took when I was a kid, there will be residue in my central nervous system that even when I'm like 60 or 70, if they were to examine my central nervous, they'll see the residue left behind from it, which is pretty scary. But yeah, like psilocybin and a few others, if they're studied and researched, there's, based on the reading that I've been, I've come across, there's something there, man. Like the way people who have been using psilocybin in some way, shape, or form for prolonged periods of time, especially the people that microdose it, they microdose and meditate, and they said that they have like literally transformed the way their brain works. They've managed to program their brain to be a certain way, so they don't get anxiety anymore. They don't get depressed anymore. But obviously without any scientific research to back up any of this, it's all just hearsay. But based on the chemical components of how psilocybin works and how profoundly hallucinogenic they can be, I don't want to write it off. If there's some way we can help people, because there are people that have, anxiety and depression and stuff, and then there are people that have anxiety that's so bad they don't get out of bed. They are bedridden with anxiety or depression. Like, it's not just like, oh, it makes things more difficult, so they have to sort of do things a different way. There are people that are flat out debilitated and unable to do anything because of a mental illness, right? And yeah, I think that all the while science is there to try and help people, every avenue should be explored, because if we can use psychedelics or psilocybin in some capacity to help sort of quieten down parts of the brain, if we can learn how to target certain parts of the brain, we could we could do some real good. We could help some people, much in the same way that CDB has been able to help people that have spasms just stop having spasms. They can't hold still and they can't feed themselves because they can't hold a fork still, but then they take a bit of CDB oil or some sort of tablet or something, and within like 40 minutes, they're completely lucid and awake and aware, and they're not shaking. They don't have a tremor anymore. They don't have any spasms or tremors. And I'm like, well, fucking there you go. There's the fucking answer. They've got their life back. Fucking legalize that shit. If I'm going to pay tax and vote for a government, fucking legalize that shit, man. It's transformative. Like, no, it's not even hyperbole. It's quite literally giving them their life back. It's transformative. How are we not fucking funding this? It's phenomenal how for years they've struggled to find out what it is about cerebral palsy or various other kind of not divergencies, but neurodegenerative diseases. Like, they attack central nervous systems and relay functions that allow people to control their limbs and everything, and they can't stop it. Somebody just slowly becomes unable to control their body. But if CDB can give them back that control while it's still, I appreciate if it's neurodegenerative and it is the brain rotting itself or attacking itself or killing itself or dying, there's only a matter of time. But at least make them completely able as much as you can while they're still able to be that. It just seems crazy to me that isn't the standard. But anyway, it is 11 o'clock and I'm going to fucking waffle on for the rest of time if I don't call it there. So yeah, let me just come out of here and go to the main menu and then quit the game so I can get this screen back. And then we'll see who is on for a raid. But before we finish up and raid out on Twitch, YouTube, I'll have to end the video there. We can't raid out on YouTube to Twitch anyway. You can raid on YouTube to YouTube, but I don't know enough creators to raid somebody. That'll be a bit weird. But yes, YouTube, thank you for having me. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate that. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that social media nonsense. The next stream will be on Saturday, midday onwards. We'll be continuing our hardcore playthrough of Disco Elysium, where I hope that we can faff around for the next 45 minutes in the game. We can save the game overnight, and then on the next day, we'll be able to go and do something on the island and do some other bits and pieces, which will hopefully progress the game a bit further. And then we've got a bit of loading up and a bit of saves coming to do. But yes, hopefully we can get the 100%. But yes,